Ciao a tutti, this is Prof. Joe at Prof. Joe Explains, and here we are back for the trial. And in honor of the Olympics, I've been thinking about this. I'm going to call this the Monarchiad. Now, we have to put the emphasis on the wrong syllable for Monica, and I thought about other things, but it is the Olympiad, so I really do think we have to call it the Monarchiad. And with regard to the Olympiad, Lindsay Vaughn, I had in my Italian class last week, they were all talking about how remarkable it was that she was going to try to compete with the ACL. And I said, I think this is crazy. And I was limited in how much I could say because I don't know enough Italian to be able to cover it. But, you know, they were saying, well, her other muscles are strong enough. I said, that, and athletes try, and this is a great thing. What I wanted to say and couldn't is it is not a great thing when you're risking your knee forever and you have a whole life ahead of you as a career. It's one thing to say, gee, they'll give it their all. It's another thing to say they'll give it their all in a situation that's not sensible by any means. And I said, it's just not going to work. And I asked who in the group knew of someone, any athlete in any sport with an ACL who was able to compete a week to 10 days after the ACL. So someone said, well, she competed in a trial. I said, I don't care if she was able to do it once. Somebody tell me this. So somebody in the Italian group said, well, for football and baseball players, it takes a year. I said, my case is made. So they all said they hoped she would be okay. And I said, this is going to be a disaster. And I'm very sorry to say that I was right. But, some things you just know, and you can't do it. And I don't care how much she wanted to. And they said, well, it's just remarkable. And, it's wonderful that she's willing to try. And I said, you hear this, he said, she said business. I said, she's keeping from being able to compete in the Olympics somebody on the team who otherwise would get a chance to compete in the Olympics, maybe for the only time in, a lifetime. And yes, it's a shame that she wants another gold, and this would be her last chance really to be able to get a gold medal. But what about the person who's been boxed out from even one chance to say, I was an Olympic athlete? So I'm very sympathetic to her as a great athlete for having the injury. I'm very sympathetic to her that she wanted another gold. I'm very sympathetic to her that she really wanted to compete. But I think it was a foregone conclusion this was going to happen. And I think it is a shame that somebody else didn't have a chance to be able to ski in an Olympics once. So those are my thoughts today. They have nothing to do with this trial, except we now have the Monarchiad. And I'm sorry I didn't about the Monarchiad earlier, because we're coming to the end. And if you look at the court TV caption, I forgot again what they call it. Amber keeps telling me in sports you call it a ribbon, and they don't call it a ribbon in other parts of in the entertainment world. But whatever it is, you see court TV is saying defense continues and closing arguments. I hope that they have had the inside word from someone and we're having closing arguments. That said, I would not be surprised one iota if the defense rests and the judge then says, well, I'll give you overnight to think about your closing arguments. Would not be surprised in the least. Would I be happy about it? No. He should have warned them, and maybe he did at sidebar. When the defense closes, be ready, we're going to closing arguments. But, who knows? And he'll do some of the jury instructions before closings. Here he comes. We're ready to go. But did you hear the jury? I didn't hear the jury come out. On the other hand, I've been talking so much, I wouldn't have heard the jury come out. So the Monarchiad begins. Oh, there's a question from Pink Slippers. If Paul were to die before the end of the trial, no conviction, would his wife inherit a share of the money? That's not a weird question. That's a really good question. It would depend on the law in New Jersey. The exclusion from insurance benefits really says if you were the cause of the death, the insurance policy also may matter. It could say if you're convicted of, and then of course, if family could inherit. It could say if you're responsible for the death, and then the insurance company might be able to conclude that he was. If his family then sued, there would be litigation in which I assume the other beneficiaries, that would be probably Corey and whoever else in the family is left, could defend, saying, but he was responsible for the death. And so it's not, I can't give you an absolute answer, but I think there's at least a reasonable possibility that the family would not collect. Did the judge peek out and then go back in while I was talking? When I talk, I don't look at the screen. This is a bad habit. I can't look at the screen and talk at the same time. And I can't see the whole, oh, there it is. Let's see, but I'm losing the rest of the question. Why is that? Why am I not seeing the whole question? I can see it if I go into small screen, but it's too low on the big screen. After watching Charlie appeal, how would you object to a jury that has been accepted? And what are the possible outcomes from that? You mean if he had objected? Let me tell Amber, that question is too low. I can't see it. Here comes the jury.
Judge, good morning.
You have to say,
Okay, good morning, Mr.
I
Caneiro.
reserve my
All right,
objection.
with that being said, the defense will call the next witness.
Judge, we're going to call Dr. Carl Reich.
Okay.
This is the expert now. And the monarchiad may end not with Monica, but with Mr. Murray.
What up, sir?
Is it Murray? I'm so bad with names. I know it's
Just come around this way, and then just watch your step, if you don't mind. Sure. You just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand over there in the corner. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My last name is Reich. That's R-E-I-C-H. First name Carl, K-A-R-L. Middle initial A.
Okay, thank you,
Carl
sir.
is a real psychiatrist
counsel.
name. Although I don't think that's what he is.
Could you tell us where you're employed?
I work in a non-governmental forensic DNA laboratory located in suburban Chicago.
What do you do there?
I manage the laboratory. I'm responsible for the science that leaves that facility, and I'm responsible for paying the bills, running payroll, making sure there's snacks in the kitchen, the overall management of the laboratory.
Okay, how long have you been doing that?
Since the fall of 2002.
And are there other scientists who are employed at the laboratory?
Yes, so we are now 15 full-time staff, and there's a couple of part-time individuals who work with us. It's grown slowly over the years.
What kind of work is the lab engaged in?
So we do a variety of forensic DNA things. So we do forensic testing. We do family relationship testing, otherwise sometimes known as paternity testing. We also are a small manufacturing facility because we have developed a series of products for the forensic DNA laboratory market, and we manufacture, sell, and support those to labs around the world. We do case consultation, and we have a small research and development effort in forensic DNA.
And when you say case consultation, Have you reviewed cases before where probabilistic genotyping has been used?
I have. That's a lot of them, let's put it that way.
Now, what got you started with DNA analysis?
So my scientific training is in molecular biology, which is the foundational field for forensic DNA. And so a number of years ago, we competed for a outsourcing contract from the Illinois State Police and started a laboratory to do that work. And that's where we are now.
Where did you go to school?
I have an undergraduate degree in chemistry from Cornell and a PhD in molecular biology from UCLA, and my thesis work was completed at Harvard Medical School.
Have you ever taught or lectured?
I have. Over the years, our laboratory's been asked to provide teaching sessions, maybe is the word, for our products and for comparing our products with what other labs use. And so now it's mostly remote work, but it used to be always on site.
So he's not teaching DNA, he's teaching how you can
you
use
mentioned your lab again. Is your lab accredited?
It is.
What does that mean?
It means that your laboratory has been subjected to an audit from an outside individual who follows a set of requirements to see if your laboratory meets them. Commercial labs like ours generally have 3 accreditations or can have 3 accreditations. And so there's an accreditation, or 2 actually, for forensic DNA. There's an accreditation for paternity testing, family studies. And New York State, unlike the other 49 states, doesn't accept anyone else's accreditation. So they have their own audit and proficiency tests for forensics and for family relationship testing.
He's going to be an
that we
expert.
can
Absolutely. They're
accept
establishing
samples
his
from New York
credentials
State
as foundation.
residents.
And I think the chat guesses right. He's going to say the
Are you
DNA
familiar with
can
the
be
laboratory
quarried.
methods and commercial kits that are used for obtaining DNA profiles?
I am. We've been doing this for over 20 years and have seen the evolution of both the instrumentation and the commercial kits.
Have you evaluated cases where there's been multiple contributors to a sample collected for DNA?
You're really talking about forensic DNA mixtures or mixed profiles. And mixed profiles are an extremely common feature in forensic DNA. Maybe even the majority of evidentiary samples are mixed profiles. So the answer is yes.
Okay, so it sounds like you've also evaluated cases where there's been complex mixtures.
Certainly.
Have you, you said before you've evaluated cases where probabilistic genotyping software was used. What types of software would that include?
So there are now more commercial options than there were even a short time ago, but the 2 most used in the United States are programs called StarMix, and it's written STR and then a lowercase MIX, and then there's another software package by Cybergenetics. So those are the 2 that are most used. There are now some other commercial options.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness before?
I have.
And how many times would you estimate?
Over 200 times at this point.
In what subject?
Fairly restricted. So forensic biology, which is the identification of body fluids, forensic DNA, which is really forensic profiling, and the statistics of forensic DNA, depending on the court and the case.
Okay. Would you consider yourself an expert in forensic DNA and the statistics of forensic DNA?
I'm certainly a practitioner. I'm not sure I'd call myself an expert, but I work in this field, and
That's a bad
that's
question.
Has the court qualified you?
yes, I've been court qualified.
Oh,
That's the right question.
and In terms of just the DNA analysis,
Okay.
how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Oh, I would guess well over 150. Most of the times I'm in court is for the profiles.
Have you been qualified as an expert in DNA analysis in state court?
Yes,
Have you been qualified in as an expert in DNA analysis in federal court?
that as well.
Okay.
The guess about stuttering is not a bad guess.
Judge, at this time, we would like to offer Dr. Reich as an expert in forensic
They
DNA
teach you to sort
and
of
forensic statistics.
smooth in, what's that, an ellipse, whatever that's called, from the end of one word to the beginning of another. In fact, they teach you to try to sing it because
Prosecutor?
stutterers often don't stutter when
One or
singing.
two questions, Judge.
Okay.
Dr. Reich, you talked about the fact that you've reviewed cases involving probabilistic genotyping software, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that includes StarMix,
That does.
that includes TrueAllele?
It does.
Those are the two kind of prominent probabilistic genotyping softwares that are used in the United States now.
That is correct.
StarMix is in about 90 labs
I
currently?
think it's more, but it's near that number, certainly.
And it's a lot more than TrueAllele, correct?
Yes, so if you want to, they have the market share, if you want to put it that way.
Okay. Now, as far as StarMix goes, have you ever used it?
We do not have the license to the software.
Okay, so you've never used it?
That's correct.
I've not.
Well, that's a great cross. Have you ever used the thing you're going to say doesn't work right?
Okay. You guys have heard this charge many, many times, but we're going to do it again. As you know, normally a witness cannot testify to an opinion. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give an opinion as to any matter in which they are versed. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the
way this
ordinary juror,
sounds. I
and who
think,
thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in
He has a
understanding
nice
the evidence
demeanor for
presented
the
and
jury.
determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by
He's
such expert's
likable.
opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the
The
qualifications and
monarchia
credibility
begins
of
with
the
that
expert.
Monica.
It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the
I'm
answer
talking
or
over the judge
testimony of an
only
expert
because we've
is
heard this
based
instruction
actually exist.
15
The
times.
value or weight
probably.
of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case, you find that those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to the testimony to determine whether the state has proven, beyond a reasonable doubt, all elements of the crimes charged. We follow that charge?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm assuming we don't
Go
have anybody from the chat sitting in the courtroom to
Okay.
help us.
So, Dr. Reich, let's just start off kind of broadly here.
Oh, God, let's not start broadly.
In terms of what we're talking about
I
today,
have great coffee today, so I'm going to be able to survive.
how much DNA do all human beings share?
99%.
They're all very similar, and at the DNA sequence level, we are 99.9897% identical.
Oh, we heard 99. It's 99.7.
When we're talking about laboratories that are reviewing DNA using StarMix and things like that. Are those laboratories focusing on regions of our DNA where we are different or variable?
Yes, so I think you're referring to the genetic elements that are used to develop a profile. So we have to use areas where there are differences between individuals in order to try and develop a profile.
In terms of the number of areas of difference where profiles are attempted to be generated. How many locations are we talking about?
Well, there are thousands of them, but we only use a selected number in the US of 20. Some of the kits have a few more, but the minimum is 20 markers that were chosen by the FBI.
Okay.
State
And when
used
you say a marker,
27.
what does that word mean?
So it's a region of the DNA. It has several words that can be used. It's a locus, it's a genetic element, it's a marker, it's a region of the DNA that's defined.
Okay. And what's at that region that we're looking at?
So what we are using now is a particular genetic element called a short tandem repeat, which is abbreviated STR. And it's been the marker used for genetic identity since 1998, 1999.
Star mix
So
uses
these-
is STR.
The short tandem repeat, it can differentiate one person from another at that location?
It can. We share the limited number of choices at each one of those short tandem repeat markers. So we need to look at a large number of them, 20 in the US, in order to try and get a unique pattern for that person.
So that limited range of choices for the short tandem repeat, does that have a name?
So each choice at the marker, at the locus, at the STR region is called an allele. It's a value for that particular region on that particular individual.
So at a single marker or a single location that we're looking at in terms of DNA, how many alleles would a person have at a single location?
So that varies a little bit with each locus, but if you want a back of the envelope calculation, it's 10. So you can think of it as a digit, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the choices at each locus. And if you look at all of the loci together, you might get a complete profile.
Now, when we look at alleles in terms of a laboratory's output, when a laboratory shows essentially the work that it's done, and it expresses an allele, how does it express an allele? Is it in terms of a word or a number?
So the allele is always a number for a short tandem repeat. It's a value of the number of repeats. It's in the name, short, and then tandem next to each other. So it's an element that's repeated. How many repeats is the allele call? And that's the number we put into the profile.
Do people inherit alleles?
We inherit our DNA, so we inherit the loci, so we inherit the alleles.
And how does inheritance work? Just so when we're on this topic, what is it that gets contributed from our mother and our father?
Right, so now we're talking about human genetics. And so for the typical DNA profile, which is, we can call that a somatic or an autosomal, or in laboratory slang, a CODIS profile, we inherit one set of alleles from mom and one set of alleles from dad. So we have two copies of the alleles, one from mom, one from dad, and the DNA profile is made up of the results of both of those alleles, one from mom, one from dad, at each of the 20 plus markers that are used in the profile. So we have at least 40, 2 times 20, alleles per person for this kind of profile.
Okay, so in terms of that, you just mentioned having the 20 locations of testing. Did laboratories always use 20 locations along the somebody's DNA to test for?
So the history of genetic identity in the United States is that originally there were 13 markers that were chosen, and then there were commercially available 15, even though the official number was still 13. And then as of January 1st, 2017, the FBI mandated for CODIS, the name of the kind of profile we're talking about today, that 13 be expanded to 20.
And why, if you know, why was it determined to be necessary or important to expand that range from 13 to 20?
So there were two reasons that were published. So one was that there had been shown that the 13 was not enough for unique identity for one person. And the other was that DNA profiling is used throughout the world by many different governments, and not every one of those laboratories use the same 13 as the United States. And there was a desire to be able to search other countries' DNA databases, so there had to be a better overlap between the US profile and the rest of the world. So the expanded loci did two things. It increased what's called the discriminating power of the profile, and it allowed multiple searches across other countries' databases.
So would it be fair to say that the strength of a DNA profile can depend in part on how many locations we can extract data from?
Right, so we need to be careful. So there's the strength of the data themselves from the electropherogram, which we might get into, and then there's how many loci we need for the discriminating power to identify one person from all others. So those are two kinds of strength. And so the more full data we have from more loci, the stronger the identity statistic.
Okay. And when you say the stronger the identity statistic, what does that mean in plain terms about individuating a specific person?
So the statistic is never 100%. It can get to an extremely large number, but it's still just a number. And you would like to get that number, if you want to opine identity, as large as possible.
And it sounds like what you're saying is looking at more loci rather than fewer helps to further the goal of finding an individual profile.
In the comparison, that is correct. You want more data, gives you a stronger statistic for opining or stating identity to some statistical power.
Okay. Moving on to how samples are collected, can you describe the basics of sample collection in DNA?
Sure. That's really unchanged for 40 years. We have two ways of collecting evidence in the laboratory. We can cut out a piece of fabric. You can use scissors, scalpel, razor blade to remove a piece of fabric and put it in a tube and process it. Or you can take a swab, a Q-tip basically, and try and collect the biological material on the swab winding, and that goes to the laboratory. We can handle small pieces of fabric, we can handle swabs, we can't handle doorknobs or car shift knobs. We need to sort of collect the material, convert it to a swab or a fabric cutting, and that we can use in the lab.
Okay. So when these things come to the lab, either a clothing sample or a swab, when it arrives at the lab, what is the first thing that happens with it?
Well, it needs to be logged into the laboratory's system, but in terms of physicality, we need to document what comes in. We document what the packaging looks like, or the seal's intact. Is the information on the sticker complete, and we log that in. And then we would prepare an area for examining the evidence itself.
Thank you, Catherine.
So
Nick
you bleach the
Conoco.
surface, you put down paper,
Really
everyone
appreciate it.
has protective equipment on, masks, gloves, lab coats, etc. And then you would open up the item, and document it, image it, measure it, take pictures of it, so you have a document, so you've documented what it is before you do anything to it. There, I said.
Those measures that you just referenced, the bleaching, the putting on protective equipment, things of that nature, why do you do those?
We do those so that the laboratory, the analyst, does not contaminate, does not add exonerous, does not add extra DNA onto the sample, so that we are always hoping to just analyze what's presented to us, and we haven't altered the item by what we do.
Okay. So these steps are designed to avoid contamination.
Correct, in the laboratory.
And you mentioned the possibility of an analyst transferring their DNA onto an item that they're reviewing as part of their work.
That's certainly one type of contamination.
Now, there are, as far as I understand, there's different types of samples that a lab might receive. In terms of, is there something called a question sample?
So from a 10,000-foot perspective, there are two kinds of samples labs receive. There are evidentiary samples for which we really don't know what there is till we test. And then there are reference standards, known samples we obtain from defendants, suspects, or individuals, elimination standards. So there we know exactly where it comes from, we know exactly who it's from, we know when it was taken, how it was handled, we know everything about that sample.
Okay. So is a reference, in terms of the testing locations that the lab engages in, looking at, would a reference sample be a complete profile of that person?
It should be. That's supposed to be the easiest sample a forensic lab receives. There's lots of DNA. It's a good sample. It hasn't been exposed to environmental damage. We should get, it's our job to get a full profile from the reference standards.
Okay. Now, in terms of the question standard or question sample or the evidence sample, when a lab gets a sample of evidence, does the lab know how much DNA is on it?
We don't know. We know very little about the sample. It's usually named, so if there's a name to it, doesn't mean it's accurate. There's a number to it, which the lab assigns, but that's all we know till we start to do the testing.
When you start to do the testing, what is it that you're attempting to do?
So sometimes you're going to do a screen for body fluid identification. You want to know whether it's blood, saliva, semen, or urine. But you're also going to start the process to generate a profile, and there's laboratory steps to do that.
Okay, what are the steps to produce a profile?
So the first step we call extraction. So that's a step in the laboratory where we force the biological material to release the DNA. DNA is tightly held by cells, and we need to force that release. And we do that with harsh chemicals under harsh conditions. The analogy I sometimes use is of an egg, and we are interested in the yolk. And it's a good analogy because the DNA is in the nucleus, the middle of the cell. And so how do we do extraction? We take an 8-pound sledge and we break the egg. And it makes a mess. There's egg and shell and bits of the hammer that fell off. And then the second step is purifying away the debris we made. And then the third step is measuring, quantifying how much DNA we recovered. And now we have information about how much DNA we have to play with. The next step would be using a commercial kit, which targets those short tandem repeats I mentioned earlier. And we do that with a method called amplification. It goes into a special machine that cycles through the steps needed to make those copies. And then next step is we analyze the amplification reaction. And the next step is that the data file is visualized with software. And finally, a human looks at that electropherogram, the visualization, and deduces a profile.
Okay, so it sounds like before you can get the amplification, you need to make a determination of whether you have enough DNA to work with in the first place.
Yes, the quantification is useful for a number of things, and one is how much DNA to use, because the recipe for the amplification is relatively specific, and you want to know, do you have enough? Are you going to need to get more? Are you going to use it anyway? The quant tells you a lot.
After you engage in this process, are there times where you develop what's known as a mixed profile?
So we talked about that very briefly about mixtures. So you don't know how many contributors, how complex the profile is going to be till that last visualization step.
And is there a maximum number of contributors that a sample could have?
In theory, no. So we could take a sample from everybody in this room and you'd have a really, really, really big mixture, but there are limits to what the system can handle.
How is it, looking back at the results you get from this process you're talking about, how is it that you tell whether a profile that you got from an item of evidence is single source versus a mixture?
So you deduce whether it's from one person, one contributor, single source, or it's a mixed sample by examining that visualization, which is an electropherogram. That's the name for the picture the software makes from the data.
What's on this? What is visualized on that electropherogram?
So the electropherogram has the visual of the analysis of the amplification reaction, and it is displaying the results at each one of the markers, each one of the loci that we test. And so the alleles, we're going to go back to the alleles, are shown on that electropherogram. Recall that for one person, we have one set from mom, one set from dad. So that would be a maximum of 2 alleles at each one of the locations we talked about. If we see there are more than 2 alleles at the locations we test, we have to account for those extra alleles, and that can come from more than one person on that sample.
If you see more than 2 alleles at a given location, is it possible to determine the absolute number of contributors to that sample?
No, you can estimate the minimum number. Our system doesn't allow us to come up with an absolute number of contributors. So sometimes you can see 2, but there's 3 there and so forth. So minimum we can calculate, absolute we cannot.
Even if there were only 2 alleles present at a location rather than 3, it sounds like what you're saying is without there being only so many choices that human beings share alleles at these locations.
Absolutely we do.
And is allele sharing a common thing in the population?
I wouldn't say common, it's practically obligatory. And so any 2 people taken at random will share somewhere between 6 and 8 on average alleles.
So going back to what you said about the number of locations that are being looked at, and today I think you said it's somewhere in that choice between 40 and 46 alleles that would be observed?
Correct.
Okay. People just taken at random from the street or this room or wherever, you have an expectation about how many alleles they might share.
I have an expectation based on the fact that we are very similar in terms of our total DNA, and just in terms of doing this for 20 plus years. It's called allele sharing. It's just how we're built, and it's what you see from profile to profile.
Can there be examples of situations where there's more allele sharing between people, a greater level of allele sharing between people?
Yes.
And what type of situations would those be?
So that would be family members, so individuals who are directly related or even less directly related will share more alleles than just on average, than just 2 people at random from the population.
Based on your review of the case that you're working on here, could this be an issue in this case?
It's a fact of this case. The issue comes on differently about what conclusions you might be able to draw from the profiling, but it's just the fact of human inheritance and the fact that we look at the same STR loci, and we, by inheritance, we have to share more with direct family members than 2 individuals at random.
Obviously, when these statistics get reported, and this jury's seen some very large numbers presented on screen in this case. Can you, is there an analogy for allele sharing that you think is helpful for people?
I have an analogy I have used.
Okay.
So I'm going to equate the DNA profile to a phone number. The DNA profile is a series of numbers in order, the alleles in each one of the markers loci we test. Phone number has country code, area code, city code, block code, and extension. So there's a series of digits for each one of those sections of the phone number. The analogy is that each digit is like an allele, and each region of the phone number, country code, area code, is an STR locus we test. And so many people will share the same country code, area code, city code, and they may even live on the same block, but they're not the same people, and their final number is going to be different, but they've shared all of those digits all the way down till they don't. And that's why it's not a bad analogy for a profile. We don't inherit our phone numbers, so it's not a perfect analogy. And the area codes sometimes have 3 digits versus 2, but the concept is the same. 2 people might share a great number of digits on their phone number, but they're not the same individual. And so we're sharing those
Nice
digits
analogy.
across the
Don't
phone
you love
numbers. We
analogies?
share alleles across the loci we test.
He's up until about 2 minutes ago.
Back a step here to contamination.
Everything he testified to is what the state experts
Is
testified
there
to.
anything a lab can do
And the
to-
defense does it to show this guy really knows what he's talking about.
contamination occurring before a sample arrives at the laboratory?
No, we get the sample we get. We do everything we can in the lab to keep it as perfect as possible. There's always contamination in the lab. There's no avoiding it. We can reduce it, never goes away. And there's nothing we can do unless we have a time machine to go back and work on the sample before we get it.
After becoming involved in this case, did you review photos of the locations from which items of evidence were collected?
I was given photos from the 2 scenes, I think, the crime scenes. So, yes.
And it was explained to you that multiple items of evidence in this case were received by the laboratory in kind of a jumbled pile?
I think they were received individually, but before they came to the laboratory, they were an admixture of many pieces.
Okay. You're aware that there were multiple laboratories involved in this case?
I'm aware of 2 anyway.
And would one of those be Bodie Laboratories?
It is one of them.
And would the other one be the New Jersey State Police?
Those are the two laboratories that are in the documentation I was provided.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the New Jersey State Police received these items prior to the items being provided to Bodie Laboratory?
Yes, that's the typical path for an outsourcing laboratory to receive evidence.
And are you familiar with some of the items that Bodie ended up testing in this case?
I've read the reports, I've seen the pictures or the images of them, but I've never handled them myself, certainly.
Sure. But the samples that were collected, are you familiar with the type of garments or items that they were collected from?
Yes, there were images of them, and they're ordinary in a sense.
I guess my question is, did it include things like jeans or
Yes, so there's a pair with blue jeans. I think there were blue jeans. There was a shirt. There was a bunch of gloves, a series of gloves. There was a knife. There were some stains. There's a variety of items of evidence listed.
Okay. When you say gloves, were those like latex gloves or?
They looked like disposable gloves. I couldn't tell whether they were latex or nitrile. Those are the two different kinds that laboratories work with. But they're one of those two types, and they were black, and there were a number of them.
Just wanted to show you some photos that have been previously published.
Check unless he. See.
I'm just going to approach with these, Judge.
Okay.
Showing you D191. Have you seen that before?
I have. It's a nicer picture than what I was given, but I've
You
seen
got
it.
the picture from the defense.
And D190.
Yes, I recall this one.
Okay. I'm just going to go through all these and then you can. D1-89.
Thank you.
You've seen?
Yes, I've seen that one.
D1-85.
Yes, this is with all the
Remember, he's
funds.
only
or
looking
whatever
at
that is.
pictures
And
of
another
the items.
D1-84.
It's a different view of the same area.
He's probably evaluating the numbers.
You've seen those photos before
divided.
today?
I have.
Okay. And you,
You
you're
know,
aware
remember
that
those
these
profiles that were
are,
on the screen?
photos related to this case?
Yes.
And you're aware that this is the location from which it is believed that many of the items that Bodie ended up testing were originally located?
Certainly some of them look like they're from the same spot. Yes.
I can't recall that he said his lab does extraction.
Judge, these having been previously published, I'm going to ask to put them on the screen.
It would be like another doctor testifying. He doesn't have to do the x-ray himself, but he's going to interpret the x-ray.
Because I don't believe he talks about.
All right, hold on. Let's go to sidebar for a second.
Or a doctor looking at all the notes from a surgery. He didn't do the surgery, but he can evaluate the notes. So most, as I said, of what he said is what the state, it would be like the doctor evaluating whether there were errors in a surgery, and he looks at the notes from the surgery. He doesn't redo the surgery. He can't. So he's not redoing the extraction from the clothes or on the swabs. He's looking at the test results or the numbers that came after that. And remember there, I don't know if you heard me because I was off for a minute. On the screen, they had that schematic of all the alleles and mother, father, and where they were alike and where they were different. That's the kind of thing he's looking at, I believe. But he doesn't have to do the test from scratch to be able to offer an expert opinion as to whether there are issues in the interpretation that the other expert did. Now, Amber says she thinks this is a long shot. Yeah, I don't think these DNA, bringing in another expert is all that successful, but it's what they have. They want to say it could be Corey, and so they're going to go after the data in the reports and in the exhibits that the state's experts produced and interpreted to say his interpretation is a little different. There's more of a question here. It doesn't negate, first of all, the jury doesn't have to believe his interpretation rather than the state's experts' interpretations. But even if they do, it doesn't negate all the other evidence that points to Paul and no one else, such as the car leaving the driveway at his house, and then the videos that the state had of a car that looked like that car going to Keith's house, and then the car returning to Paul's driveway. So that, in terms of the timeline, the videos of someone with hair looking like Paul, sort of, taking out the cameras. I'm trying to remember. And even if the pile of clothes, could have been more mixed because there were things hitting things, I think there was other evidence with the DNA that was not part of that pile at Paul's house. And then you also have the ballistics evidence. So there's still a lot of evidence in here. And then Mel von Monker said, didn't Corey have an alibi? Well, that's also, they're pointing. It doesn't mean that there isn't a response to it. If you could only enter evidence if there was no response, all trials would be very quick, because there's often a response. It may not be a strong one. It may not be a good one, but there's always a response. Yeah. And I see Tiger Lily saying, the little Sophia's blood on Paul's pants, which were not Corey's pants, and they were found in Paul's house. And Sophia's blood, remember the times the experts said there wasn't a mix, it was one profile only. And I see a lot of people complaining about experts. I mean, all they're doing is examining the data from their professional point of view. And their examination may be different than another expert's, but it doesn't mean that they're doing anything, in my view, not that they're doing anything illicit. This guy sounds fairly professional to me. He certainly has a great resume. Think of autopsies, the MEs who differ as to what they're saying and what it means.
Murray, just set what picture you have on the screen, please.
Doctor, this is D1-90.
Okay?
Okay. I believe you just looked at this photo a moment ago.
I did, I think.
And do you see items that appear to relate to the items that were tested by Bodie Laboratories in this case?
There's looks like a pair of, it could be blue jeans. It's a little hard to tell because it's all scrunched, but there's probably a series of pictures which show this at this level, and then as it's unfolded from itself, it's going to be more clear, but you can certainly see it's obvious there's all kinds of things in this picture, and it could be a piece of black plastic, or it could be individual pieces. Looks like there's foam rubber on it. Anyone can see that it's a mess.
Showing you D1-84.
So this looks like there's a computer in the bottom. There's all kinds of, it's hard to distinguish one particular item from another in here. But it's all jumbled together. That's very clear.
Showing you D1-91.
So here, I'm going to assume because of the yellow rubber, this is another view of that same pile. And so if that's the same clothing item, you can see at the top there might be a belt loop up there, and it looks like the fabric's been either torn or burnt or ripped. So this might be another view of the same jumbled.
Now, it's clear that you never went to the crime scenes in this case.
Absolutely not.
And you didn't collect any of these samples.
Did not.
And you didn't actually test any of these samples.
Also correct.
you've evaluated this case after the fact?
I was provided materials and I looked at those materials, I examined them carefully, I reviewed them, but the physical items I never
And remember, his
went to see, was
counterpart
not
expert,
provided, didn't do any testing on, just the documentation of various kinds of
counterpart
images,
expert didn't do that
reports.
either. The state had other experts talk
If
about the
there was
extraction part.
testimony in this case that items that ended up being tested for DNA were received in a condition that they were in physical contact with one another, would that present concerns in terms of transfer or contamination?
We need to separate the concepts of contamination from transfer. So transfer is how DNA or biological material, more precisely, can be moved. And when we collect on a swab, we're transferring DNA. So that's normal. What you don't want is transfer DNA that's irrelevant to the case, because that's going to confuse whatever conclusions you might be able to draw. You don't want exogenous DNA added. That's one type of contamination. But you would also like the items of evidence to be physically separate, so you don't have biological material from one item going to another, because that can further confuse your conclusions. We don't have control about what happens before the item is sent to the laboratory or received by the lab, so we have to take them as they are.
And so did the state.
If there was previously testimony in this case that the items that were tested were received by the laboratory in a condition such that they were wet, would that present concerns?
So there are several concerns with wet or damp evidence. So one is it's easier to transfer from one item to another when they're damp or wet or liquid has been poured on them. And there is a better chance of loss of DNA as the item is wet, because it promotes bacterial and fungal growth, and bacterial and fungal growth will eat the biological material and you will lose DNA over time. So both of them are, unquote, bad for figuring out what biological material came from what item originally, and it's bad for the long-term or even short-term storage of the evidence.
Just so that we're clear, when we talk about DNA transfer, is that DNA going from one item to another, or a person to an item, or what are the compounds?
That's not what he said.
The answer to your question is yes. All of those involve DNA transfer. There are technically three kinds of DNA transfer. There is direct transfer, so picking up an object, using it, grasping it, handling it, you're going to leave something behind. We can leave behind just skin cells. If I lick my finger, like if I'm going to turn a page of a book, then I would leave saliva on that item. So you can leave body fluids by direct transfer. There is indirect transfer. So that's where the DNA is transferred by an intermediary, and that can be a surface, can be a towel in the bathroom. The example often on the stand is the little desk that I have. So the other witnesses have been on this desk and they have, like I have, nervously put their hands on it. And so they've left their DNA behind, and I'm doing the same. So I'm picking up theirs. The next witness, if they put their hands on it, they'll pick up some of my DNA, and the next person. The other third transfer is non-contact. So by exhaling, by breathing, we are emitting aerosolized droplets, and they contain mucin, some surfactant from our lungs, a little bit of saliva, and we deposit that over an area just by exhaling. Recall 5-6 years ago, we were all very concerned about aerosolized air droplets in the epidemic. And so those droplets contain DNA, and you can swab an area where no one has touched, but you've been breathing, and you can pick up a DNA profile from that. So contact, secondary, or non-contact are how DNA is transferred.
Now, did you review the New Jersey State Police case file in this case?
It did
Did you review the Bodie case file in this case?
as well.
Now we're getting to the nub.
Can you, in terms of Bodie Laboratory, can you tell us the documents that you reviewed?
So I was provided with the Bodie reports. There were supplemental reports, additional reports. There was also a case file. So that's a series of documents that the lab produces during the processing of all those steps I mentioned earlier about how to develop a profile. There are additional documents from the probabilistic mixture interpretation software, the StarMix software. There's internal chain of custody, and there's a whole bunch of worksheets that are also recorded by the lab during the processing of those steps. Those are all given from the Bodie laboratory.
And were those all reviewed by you?
Yes.
And how about electrocardiograms?
So that's the visualization that we talked about earlier, and those are absolutely required to do a case review, and I was provided with the electropharograms, or the egrams for short.
Did Bodie Laboratory in this case use StarMix?
They analyzed the mixed DNA profiles, all the profiles actually, by StarMix, as well as manual examination.
Do you have any experience in terms of reviewing the validation studies for StarMix?
I do.
Okay. And what is a validation study?
A validation study in concept is very simple. It's the testing a laboratory does to ensure that the method, reagent, commercial kit, software is working the way it's supposed to in the lab. And they have to verify that whatever you use in the lab, not everything, but close to it, works the way it's supposed to, and that the lab develops a set of parameters around which they will use whatever it is. So they're testing it and proving to themselves that it works the way it's supposed to, and that's their validation.
And the StarMix is, as far as I understand from what you're saying, StarMix is also subject to these validation studies.
Absolutely. There's a strict, relatively strict requirement for validating software.
What is, in general, apply to star mix?
Absolutely.
And what are the types of parameters that an individual laboratory might choose to apply?
I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but there are parameters about how they generate their profile. And then there are parameters specific to that sample. And so a human, an analyst, has to do the parameters specific to that sample. The others are built into the program earlier.
Now, the parameters specific to the sample, what would those include?
So they are the actual alleles that the analyst has declared as being reliable. And then there is the parameter of the number of contributors that the analyst gives the program.
And from where does the analyst derive their conclusion about how many contributors would be present?
They derive the number of contributors, sometimes abbreviated NOC, number of contributors, by examining the electropherogram, by allele counting, which is the simplest way, and or adding in another parameter that they're deducing from the ratio of the peak heights, the strength of the signal of the various contributors.
Now, does StarMix give, is the ultimate result of using StarMix, does it give a yes or no answer on whether someone's DNA is present in a sample?
It does not.
It sounds like StarMix can be a helpful tool for laboratories to use.
I think that's true.
Are there concerns associated with the use of StarMix?
Well, I have concerns, and I think there are other analysts who do.
Objections, Judge. Move to
Sustained.
strike.
You're to disregard what other people may think. He can't testify to that. He can only testify to what he knows. So, sir, I'm going to just ask for you to limit your testimony to your thoughts, if you don't mind, please.
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
What, if you were to say, you were stating, I think, what your concerns could be about the use of the program.
Correct. So the program can certainly be useful. There are limits to the program's ability to give results in terms of their reliability. Everything has its limits. And the question is, are you within those guidelines for the star mix analysis?
Is StarMix capable of handling low quality or low quantity DNA?
The program is just the program. What you put into it determines what you get out of it. The old computer garbage in, garbage out certainly applies. So it will give an answer. The question is, do I think it's reliable at the edges of the quality of the profile?
So will StarMix give an answer even when the data are weak?
It will calculate what you tell it to do, and then somebody has to determine whether they believe that result or it's relatively within those parameters for reliability.
Does the presence of a number conclusion that StarMix comes to demonstrate that that conclusion is reliable?
No, so just the final calculated number is just the calculated number. You need to look deeper into the data to determine, as an analyst, as myself, whether you believe the result or not.
Can StarMix tell us like how or when DNA was deposited on an item?
Neither StarMix nor any other method I'm aware of can tell you when in DNA profiling.
Can StarMix draw any assumptions about whether DNA was deposited directly or indirectly through transfer?
The DNA profile is the DNA profile, and it will be the same through any of the methods of DNA transfer we discussed earlier.
Do you think that, well, let me move on for a second here. Traditional DNA analysis, does it also generate statistics for the, does it attempt to generate a statistic, if it can, about a likelihood of a sample coming from one source versus another?
So the traditional DNA profile statistic is not a likelihood ratio. It is a frequency, how often you might see that particular profile. And under the requirements of an accredited laboratory, if you report a comparison between an evidentiary sample and a reference sample, you are obligated to report a statistic of that comparison. And one type of statistic, which StarMix generates, is a likelihood ratio. But manually, we would report a frequency, sometimes called a random man not excluded, RMNE, another acronym, but there's other statistics as well. So the manual is not a likelihood ratio, but StarMix and its family of software is a likelihood ratio.
Okay. So a likelihood ratio is a different statistic than a random person.
It is.
And what is the random person frequency? What is that designed to demonstrate about the data?
It's basically designed to demonstrate how rare that particular profile is. How many people would you have to test to come up with that particular profile?
But StarMix isn't using that statistic.
It is not.
It's using something else.
That's correct.
And it's using something. So the number that StarMix generates isn't a random person frequency.
It is not.
What is it when StarMix is generating a number? What is it trying to tell us in that number?
The number technically is a likelihood ratio. It's the ratio of two mutually exclusive outcomes, two mutually exclusive hypotheses, two mutually exclusive propositions. Take your pick, same thing. It's comparing which of those is more probable than the other.
Would those be expressed in the likelihood that a person is a contributor to a sample versus the likelihood that they are not a contributor?
It is not. That's an incorrect statement of the likelihood ratio. The likelihood ratio is looking at the ratio of the propositions or a ratio of the hypotheses, period. The profiles do not enter into the likelihood ratio.
He's going to have to explain that again for the jury and also for me, by the way.
Does
Of course, I lost some of this when the
likelihood
internet
ratio
screwed up.
consider every person who could have possibly contributed to the sample?
It does not.
Remember how the
In
state
situations
experts,
where we have a likelihood ratio expressed as a number, does that in and of itself mean that there are no people out there who, if they were tested, would have a higher likelihood ratio?
It does not. The likelihood ratio is calculated in comparison to the provided profile by the lab. And you can ask the software any number of individuals you want compared to the profile you've given it for its calculation. It's one by one.
Does the likelihood ratio offer any statements or assertions about profiles that weren't provided to the software?
It does not.
So, random person tells us how common a profile is.
The random man statistic tells us how often you might find that profile.
Likelihood ratio tells us which one of the hypotheses that are associated.
Which hypothesis is more probable from the data that star mix was provided?
So it's important then, when we're looking at likelihood ratio, not just to see the size of the number, but to understand what the number is actually trying to signify.
To understand the likelihood ratio, you have to understand what that statistic is telling you, that's for sure. And then you need context for the number you're given. It may look big, but is it really big compared to, say, full profile? Or is it the only possible answer from the analysis? Those are different questions. The program just gives you the number, and then we have to examine it in a different way.
When you said, would it look big compared to a full profile? Were you talking about, is there a way to express a full profile, like the idea of a full profile in a number?
No, what I meant was, I'm sorry for the confusion, is that we can ask the star mix program what the result would be if we gave the program the best profile it has already calculated. And because we talked about sometimes you don't get a full profile, what happens if you have a full profile? What does that likelihood ratio number look like?
Now he needs to do more to explain, because even the defense lawyer either is making it up or he's not really following it. You need an analogy for this.
Did you create a PowerPoint presentation for this case?
But remember, when the state's witnesses,
And does that include certain, does it include items that you received when you looked at the Bodie case file?
It includes direct copies of materials provided from the Bodie laboratory through your office.
they would say it's a quadrillion times more likely that it's Paul's DNA against the whatever than it is the unknown, than it would be that an unknown contributor's DNA against the whatever it is. So you're comparing those two hypotheses as compared to the witness saying, and they didn't, the state's witnesses, that it's a trillion times more likely that this is Paul's DNA. Everybody's following that. One would be to say, we've looked at the data, we've looked at everything, and it's a trillion times more likely that it's Paul's DNA than it is not Paul's DNA that this DNA represents. The other is to say, it is a trillion times more likely that it's Paul's DNA than it is an unknown contributor's DNA.
And I just want to give you a break at this point in time. I think it'll be good to give you a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back out. So don't discuss this case, don't do any research, and I'll bring you back out somewhere around 10 o'clock. Thank you all.
And if you can see, those are different questions. And there were people in the chat who were saying, why doesn't the expert just say, it's a million times more likely, it's a million, this DNA is a million to one that it's Paul's. And that's because when they were using star mix, that's not the data that star, or the calculation or the conclusion that you can draw from star mix. Now, as I recall, they didn't always use star mix. I can remember the woman expert talking about they couldn't use star mix. I can't remember the reason. So she had to do it the old manual way. But it's an interesting issue that he raises, except that, yeah, he's doing a break at 9:45. You're right, Amber. Except that one, this star mix is by far apparently the software that's used. He said at least 90 police departments use it. And also, the numbers that they were given are just huge. If you recall, the expert witnesses from the state. Now he's saying if they had also given the star mix, or given the tested for Corey, and they had his DNA as a sample also, that the numbers might show something different. I don't think with these numbers that's likely, but I'm not an expert, and I would assume that the state on cross will get at some of this. But what's happened is he was doing a good job, I thought, of explaining things, really doing a good job, and using analogies, which were really good. And now that he's into this really technical, it's really kind of statistical math stuff, he has not given an analogy. And this is where I think the jury really needs one to understand what you're talking about, the two, in terms of the two differences. It seems to me he needs to say, here's what star mix would tell you. It is a trillion times more likely, and give that statement. And then say, here's what I don't know if he'd call it probability analysis, whatever he's going to call it, the old way, would say it's a trillion times more likely that this is Paul's DNA. Do those as a contrast, and then try to explain the math difference. And if you could come up with an analogy, I think that would be extraordinarily helpful for the jury. I don't know how much, this is going to matter. I do not think, from what I've heard so far, that it will negate the big numbers, but we'll have to hear how the state handles it on cross. Now, this is an expert, obviously, that the defense lawyer spent some time talking to find out what he could say and how he could say it. The state will have talked to its experts about what type questions to ask this defense expert. State is not going to go in and do this, without having some idea what questions you need to ask and why, and how to frame the questions, and what the answers mean. So that's what we'll hear on cross. It is not impossible that the state, after the defense closes, will, I don't want to do it that way, I'm going to end up with double negatives. The state, after the defense closes, may decide to call as a rebuttal witness one of its experts to counter what this expert says. So I think we've got about 10 more minutes on this break, so I'm going to turn everything off. I don't see any questions coming in. So let's turn it off. I wish this was not the part of the testimony today that I wanted to miss, because the first part may have made it clearer to me. And I think I got it from the later questions, but I would have loved to have heard the first part of this. I think some of you have not gone away or done something else during the break. And so I want to address something a little more that was in the chat about, experts. I'm translating, and if I'm being unfair to anyone, then I apologize. But, being hired guns, or I saw a comment about, there were comments along the lines of didn't like what the expert was saying. And I addressed this a little, but I want to give you a different example. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Ellen Greenberg's case. She was a young woman who died many years ago in Philadelphia. Many stab wounds to the front of her chest and in the back and her neck. And it was never really investigated well at the time. And the ME at the time, it's a lot going on. I'm keeping out a lot of facts that are really important. But the ME at the time ultimately concluded it was a suicide. The family has been fighting this for years. They finally got the Philadelphia ME to take another look, and the Philadelphia ME again said it's a suicide. And if you look at the pictures of how the knife wounds would have had entered, it's hard to believe it could have been a suicide. So in that case, the family has had at least one, maybe two other MEs look at the data, look at the pictures, and offer a conclusion as to whether it was suicide. And I believe both of them said it was a homicide. Okay, so I'm using that as an example. If you have the one expert who looks at all of that and says it's a suicide, would you not think that it would be useful in a case? In this case, it would be the family maybe suing they can't sue maybe suing the city of Philadelphia, which they can't do anyway. But anyway, assume you could get a lawsuit framed properly so you could get it into court. And the ME for Philadelphia says, it's my professional opinion that it's suicide. In that case, would you not want the other side to be able to offer an expert witness to say it is not, and here's why not? That's the best example that I can think of to show why the ability to have another expert is really important. It doesn't mean the jury has to believe the second expert more than the first, or the first expert more than the second. Doesn't mean that. But experts may differ on their interpretation of the data. The data should be the data. But experts can differ on their interpretation of the data. And the Ellen Greenberg case is the best one I can think of, which puts in stark contrast what the two experts might say. And I think it's useful to hear both. You may disagree. You may feel that once the state expert has spoken, we don't need to hear any expert on the other side. And certainly there are experts out there who are hired guns and will say whatever the side they're on wants them to say. Don't doubt it. But that, for me, doesn't negate the fact that most experts, I think, don't operate that way. And if there are alternative ways to look at the same data, and I'm the fact finder, I'm going to want to know. Then I can conclude which one I think is more persuasive. Or I may reject both, for that matter. Say I don't believe anybody now, I'm going to ignore it. But in any event, I thought I would at least raise that with everyone, because I think what sometimes happens is you're on one side of something and you think, gee, this guy really did it. And I don't disagree with you. I think the evidence is that Paul did it. But that doesn't mean that you should silence the response from the other side, that there's a different way to look at it. I was like, again, their response may be silly. Their response may not be persuasive. Their response certainly may not carry the day, but you're entitled to hear it. Now I see Ollie saying another expert, not a hired gun expert. But, you can't, I don't know how you can differentiate. You decide it's a hired gun based on the evaluation of the evidence that's produced. It can't be a hired gun just because the expert disagrees. And it's a jury question. And I think, there's nothing wrong with letting the juries hear the alternative view, as long as the expert is qualified. And this guy, to me, is clearly qualified in this area. So in any event, my view on it that I'm just giving you as a sort of counter to at least some of the comments in the chat, and you can take them for what you think they're worth. Same thing, except I'm not an expert here, but it's a different point of view, and you can either accept it or not accept it. Okay. All right. And now we're past the 15-minute break, and we're not started yet. Okay. Okay, we should get going on this. I do think this expert has been very good. Again, he went over the same ground in the same way that the state's experts did. I think in some ways he was better at explaining, and the defense made him go into more detail in a couple of places, but essentially it was the same ground. And now we're getting to the point where there's going to be a disagreement, and it's his view of whether the way Star Mix does the analysis is useful, or I think what he's going to say is not that the analysis is wrong given what Star Mix does, but that the conclusions from Star Mix are being misapplied to say something that they don't say. That's my guess as to what his opinion is going to be. So we'll see. Nellie says this judge would have failed my classes for tardiness. That's absolutely true. I expected students to be present for every class, on time, and prepared. Those are my 3 non-negotiable minimum requirements for students in a class. Students adhere to them. I won't tell you what I had to do on occasion to get that to happen, but they adhered. In fact, I think that's a requirement for whatever you're doing on a job, on anything where people are depending on you. You should be on time. You should be there when you're supposed to be there, and you should be prepared for whatever it is that you're doing. Okay. And I'm still waiting for this to come back on. I think what the judge is doing, to be fair to him, is he can see the jury. And I'm guessing that he can see when they need a break, and they need a pause to sort of not be listening to this and have a time to just think or reflect or just turn their brains off a little and think about how cold it is outside or something entirely different. And I put in the chat, let me talk about this a little, because people have been unhappy at who's sitting behind the defendant. I don't know what that courtroom looks like. I wish we could see the whole courtroom. I'm guessing that a lot of people do not know that there's a sort of expectation that if you're supporting the defendant, you sit on the side behind him, and otherwise you sit on the other side. But that's only a sort of an expectation. And I don't know whether from this other side, I've said this in the chat, whether you can really see the witness in the witness box clearly. I'm pretty sure that you may not be able to see the jury well. And if you want to see the jury's reaction, you may have to sit on the other side.
They had received reference samples from certain people.
I don't know about audio, and I'm going to
Do you
stop
recall
now.
who they received reference samples from?
There were, I believe, 5 reference samples in the Bodie materials, and they were Jennifer Caneiro, Keith Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Paul Caneiro.
And did you have an opportunity to see within those reference samples for each of those people, their alleles at each of the locations that the laboratory tested?
The Bodie report provided the DNA profiles of the reference samples, and they were in what's called an allele summary chart.
Did you include that allele summary chart in the presentation that you developed for this case?
I did.
Okay. And use that chart to make certain visualizations of the data that's within it?
Tried to use those data to illustrate some points about the DNA profiles themselves.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what I've marked as D150. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that the presentation that you constructed for this case?
This is a hard copy of the computer file, but the PowerPoint, but yes, it is.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask to publish 150, D150.
Prosecutor?
No objection, Judge.
It's the laptop, right? Not the.
Yeah, can we maybe turn those lights? All right, can you see that clearly?
I can. I have a hard copy, so I'm good.
What are we looking at here?
So this is an allele summary chart, and it's taken directly from the Bodie report. And this is a vertical version of an allele summary chart. You can show them in
That's the
different
chart I
ways.
mentioned
But
earlier.
the first column that says locus and has these strange names, D3, VWA, D16, etc. So those are the names of the genetic elements, the short tandem repeats that we talked about, that are being tested against all of the individuals that we see here.
So notice
And
he's not
so
challenging the
the
numbers
order of
themselves.
those loci is not important. That turns out to be the order that the electropherogram displays them, so it's a convenience. And then per individual horizontally are the DNA profiles that were provided from those references to Bodie. So Bodie didn't develop these profiles, they were provided them. And so you can see that the second column, one Jennifer Caneiro, has numbers at each of the loci. There's some exceptions. D3, VWA, D16, etc. Same for Jesse Caneiro, same for Sophia, same for Keith, same for Paul Caneiro. So their individual profiles at each locus are in each one of the data fields that you see.
Okay. There's certain areas where it says not tested.
Correct.
That is, should we take from that that those are areas that were not considered by the laboratory?
Yes, so there's two different ways to interpret that on this summary. There's no data for those individuals at that location, Y indel, and you'll notice that there are some other areas which are also listed as not tested. Those are markers from a male only, and obviously the females who are providing a reference sample don't have the male-specific Y chromosome, so they will not be able to give data for those markers.
Now, were you told as far as your participation in this case that the people that we see displayed on this allele chart are related to one another?
Yes,
And were you told that Paul and Keith were siblings?
correct.
Was it also apparent that Keith and Jennifer were the parents of Jesse and Sophia?
You can analyze that from the data, but that was also in one of the documents I received, pardon me.
When you say we can analyze it from the data, what would we do looking at this chart to see that?
So you're asking about how to do a paternity test, in fact. So, and this is how paternity is performed from DNA profiles. So you would take the alleged father, that's the term in paternity testing, which would be column 4, and then you would compare the DNA profile of the alleged father to the DNA profile of the child, the other term used in paternity testing. And for the tested man to be the biological father of the child, then at least one of his alleles has to be present in the child. Because here we have the mother, Jennifer Caneiro, we can incorporate her profile in the analysis, and that makes actually the statistics of the paternity stronger. So that's how it's done, and you would do it row by row.
Now, this is obviously a lot of numbers that we're looking at on this screen. Did you attempt to reformat this chart, keeping the information, but presenting it in a different visual way?
I didn't reformat it. I did try and come up with a way of showing allele sharing, and I have a couple of approaches, maybe is the term.
Okay. So just going to screen 2, what are we looking at on this screen?
Okay, so this is probably not the easiest one to look at, but I tried it a couple of different ways. So this is the same data, same alleles, same markers, but here I've tried to color code the alleles that are shared across the 5 individuals. So the concept is to look at one marker. We can take the first one to start, say D3, and you would look along the row. So anywhere where there's a blue number, it's going to be shared among the individuals across that marker. And because there's 2 different markers between the 5 of them, the 15 and the 17, they're shared in different ways. So one of them's red on that row and the other is blue. And so you would look at this row by row. The TPOX row, which is the 5th row down, is an example of every individual in this reference set has an allele 8. And so you couldn't tell from TPOX who a contributor is from the allele 8. That's a way of trying to show allele sharing.
And then what did you do here on screen 3?
So this is sort of taking out the numbers because I'm not really interested in the actual alleles at this point. And again, I'm trying to show how alleles are shared across these 5 reference profiles. Again, the markers that were being tested and whose allele calls we have just looked at on the 2 previous slides are in the first column. And then row by row, you can see how these colors are shared, and it's the same data that we had before, but now in colors. So you can see the blue in the first row is shared across, the red between 3 of them. If you look at TPOX, you can see that every one of these references has a gray. And so row by row, you can see how similar, how much sharing there is across these individuals. And I've just changed the colors to make it slightly easier. So for D21, which is about the top third, I use the 2 brown and so forth and so on. So it's just demonstrating how much sharing there is among these individuals.
And in this, actually, we see some boxes that they have vertical lines within them, black and white vertical lines.
Yes, so I apologize. On this screen, they don't show up that well. We'll see them maybe in a couple of other slides. But there are loci that have alleles that are not shared across. And I tried to illustrate that by the barred lines, which are hard to see in this slide. I'm sorry. I think they'll show up better, but there are alleles which are not shared, and those can be useful in the examination of the data as well.
Okay, so I'm going to skip now to, this is screen 5, slide 5. Have you taken those gray areas where sharing doesn't occur and specifically broken them out in this slide?
I have. So because the color chart is confusing enough, I'm sorry, I wanted to identify where there are some, we're going to call them indicator alleles. They're not unique alleles in the population, but they are indicators for these 5 individuals. And so you can see that some of the individuals don't have an indicator allele. Jesse Caneiro, for example, and Keith Caneiro, but Jennifer does, and Sophia does, and Paul Caneiro does.
Jennifer's
And so
not a blood
those, if they
relative.
show up, can tell us some information. So from the color chart on the left, I took out all the colors and just left the indicator positions on the right-hand side.
So the takeaway here is that on the right side of the screen, where any area on the chart where we don't see gray shading, would that be an area where there is to some degree allele sharing between these 5 references?
That's correct. That was the point of changing it the way we did.
I've moved on to screen 6. These shaded areas have now been represented as numbers, is that correct?
Well, the shaded areas always represented alleles, and now you can see the specific alleles that are represented. The indicator allele calls are now on the right-hand side, at least on my screen. And so I've gone from the actual full allele summary chart to a color coding to try and show shared alleles, to the indicator alleles, to the actual alleles that we're going to talk about.
Okay. So moving into some of the actual testing that Bodhi did in this case. We see in this slide, well, I'll just ask you, this is slide 7. What are we seeing here?
So I'm sorry, there's a lot going on. The left-hand area, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels, and if you can see them, they're blue, green, black, red, and slightly purple. That's an actual electropherogram taken from the Bodhi Discovery materials of electropherogram E01A, as it turns out. And then we can talk about what the electropherogram is and what it shows. The middle is the same indicator allele chart we just looked at. And then all the way to the right is the allele chart that Bodhi published on its interpretation of that electropherogram. And I have added the red boxes that you see around some of the allele calls on the chart.
Okay. Just quickly, in terms of the left side of the screen here, if we were to go to the column, the third column down that you've placed in black here, these little boxes that come down off of the electropherogram, what are they telling us?
Okay, so we can examine any of the panels. We interpret them in all the same way. We can certainly start with the panel that's in black. It might be the easiest to see. So first thing you will notice, there's a long, narrow rectangle that spans most of that panel. Across the top are these smaller red rectangles, and if you could zoom in, you would see that they have the names of the markers that are being tested. So in this case, oh, thank you. So you can see that the markers in the black panel are D2. Analysts shorten the names, but technically it's D2S441, D19, THO1, and FGA. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4 markers tested in this dye set. There are, as you can see, needles or spikes. They're peaks, which go from the bottom of the panel to the top. Some of them are tall, some of them are shorter. And underneath each one of the peaks that is recognized as a peak by the software, there is a data box. Those boxes have 3 values, top, middle, and bottom. The top value in each box is the allele call, the number of repeats that that peak represents. So at D2, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 peaks. And the full profile at that position would be 10, 11, 11, 3, 13, and 14.
Yeah, Ollie, I think it's too
You'll
technical
also notice
too.
that there's quite a variation in the peak height for those peaks, from all the way to the left, the 10, which is pretty small, all the way to the 14, which is pretty small. And then there's 2, 3 much taller peaks. The middle number in the data box refers to the peak height, and that's from the scale off to the left, the vertical scale that goes 0, 1400, 2800, 4200, 5600 would be at the top. That's the middle number in the box. The bottom number in the box is a more technical number, and that's the size of that peak in base pairs, not in signal strength. And that refers to the horizontal scale that's put here
Yeah,
across
this
the
is
top,
terrible.
70, 140, etc.
He was
So the
doing
full
well.
expression would be allele call 10, essentially 300 units tall, and it's 85 base pairs long. We're only going to be interested today in the allele call 10, but the other information is put there by the software.
These peak heights that we're seeing that vary, it looks like fairly substantially in height. Why do they vary in that way?
So the peak height, how tall the peak is, how many units that peak has, is proportional to the amount of DNA that that contributor has in the sample. So more DNA, stronger signal, taller peak, bigger number in the second part of the box. Okay, so now you've seen the electropherogram. The indicator alleles are the same chart that
I don't think
we've
that's
seen
helpful
already.
at all.
And then all the way on the right is the Bode allele chart from the relevant report. The Bode sample name is at the top. The same order of loci is on the left. And then the alleles that Bode recorded are in each row, and I've added the red square boxes.
What did you add the red square boxes to indicate?
Wanted to indicate the indicator alleles that we've been looking at so far. So the first example of that is in VWA, the second marker on the list. Bode recorded a 14, a 17, and an 18, and if you go back to the electropherogram, you'll see where those came from. And if we look at the indicator alleles, the only one of the 5 reference samples that has a 17 at VWA is Sophia Caneiro. So that's an indicator that she might be one of the contributors to this sample. We can go to D2S441, about almost halfway down the chart. There, Bode recorded a 10, an 11, 11, 3, a 13, and a 14. You may recall we just looked at that marker. And the 10 allele, the only individual in this set of reference standards who has a 10 at D2 is Jennifer Caneiro, and so forth and so on. So there are indicator alleles from Paul Caneiro, and I've marked the 15-2 at D19, FGA, SE33, and D10. That's what we have.
Okay. Now, moving forward, I think that, just quickly, you constructed similar screens, similar slides, doing the same information breakdown, but with different samples that will be tested.
That's correct.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so this is another screen, same format. The
Hold on, what
Excuse
slide
me.
are we on?
Slide 9.
So was the last one slide 8? We're just gonna make sure we identify each one that we're using.
Yeah, I think this
The
is
one
way,
where,
way, way
it's in
too
slide
technical. He
Seven.
was doing so well with analogies to make
This
this
is 9.
stuff understandable.
seven.
And
This is mine.
this,
Okay.
I just can't believe the jury is
Excuse me,
following or even wants
my
to
hard
follow.
copy is 9. Thank you.
Okay, so just to make sure, in slide 9, we're looking at the same breakdown of information that you did, but it's a different item that Bodie tested, is
Correct.
that right? And then in slide 8, that's once again, same breakdown of information, but a different item that Bodie tested.
Also correct.
Moving to slide 10, now we're seeing some additional color on the screen. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Right, so here I've sort of taken away the electropherogram. You've seen how that works and how to analyze that, and that the data from the electropherogram is summarized on the chart. And now I've gone a slightly different way of showing the data. Again, we're looking at shared alleles, indicator alleles, and alleles that don't come back to any of the reference samples that were provided in the Bodie report. So the red squares are the same indicator alleles, 17 at VWA, the 10 at D2, and so forth. And then the shared alleles go back to the color coding I showed earlier. They actually go back to the reference profile, but the color coding concept is there. And then there are some alleles which don't come back to any of the reference samples, and those are the purple circles. And I'm sorry for all the different colors, but I'm trying to illustrate how to interpret the data. And then the
It's trying to
sample
illustrate too much.
itself would have been the pair of genes, and those were, we saw at least the top image previously, and then the bottom image is from the laboratory's examination of the item. Recall, that's one of the things the lab
It's too
does.
much on the
You
chart.
can see the ruler across the top. So that's the physical item. That's where it came from, maybe in terms. And then these are the profile data from the sample.
And so in this grid here for EO1A1,
Wait, it's too much.
the spaces where we're seeing purple, these are indications of places we have data, but are they unable to be attributed to any of the 5 samples that were given to Bodie?
The reference samples, that's correct.
Moving to slide 11, is this similar to what we just saw in the previous slide?
It's a different item of evidence, but the approach is the same. It's the summary chart from the Bodie report. There's an image of the item. There is some analysis of the shared alleles and the unique indicator alleles, maybe not unique, the indicator alleles as described earlier.
Okay, and is this slide in reference to evidence sample EOTB?
It is. That's at the top, just to make sure that there's no confusion or less confusion.
Slide 12.
This is a different sample again. This is EO3B. Same format, the particular glove, the allele summary, the indicator alleles in red, and the shared alleles in the green circles.
Okay, I want to move on to slide 13. Did you create this chart or did someone else create this chart?
I did not make this chart.
Okay. Was this chart included in the Bodie case file that you reviewed?
I believe it was actually in the report, but it was also in the case file.
What are you able, based on your review of this case, to interpret what we're looking at here?
I can describe it, certainly, and I can do my best to interpret it. So recall the reference profile summary that was the first slide in this series. And so it again has the 5 reference individuals. And then instead of having the genetic markers on the first column, we have the different samples that Bodie tested. There are additional columns which have been added, and they include the analyst's assumption of the number of contributors. That's the second column from the left. There is another column added by Bodie, which provides their view of the individuals in the mixture who might be suitable for comparison. Then there are Bodie's assumptions, or pardon me, their conclusions about whether or not each of the reference individuals are in that mixed profile. Not every profile here is a mixed profile. And then all the way at the far end is another column which asks the question, is combination possible? And so this is their chart of the data and their analysis of the submitted items of evidence run through DNA profiling, and in some cases analyzed by the star mix program you mentioned earlier.
So just so we're clear, in this table that we have, the second table over, assumed number of contributors.
Right, that's actually the second column.
Does StarMix draw that conclusion, or is that an assumption that is provided to StarMix by a human being at the lab?
The human being, the analyst, puts the number of contributor value into the software. StarMix does not have an approach to determine the number of contributors it will use in its calculations.
As we go along on this first row for EO1A1, we're going to see certain areas, are we not, where the words visually excluded are noted?
Correct.
And are they noted in reference to the specific reference samples that were provided in this case?
That's the best assumption. So yes, so apparently Bodie, not using StarMix, decided that Jennifer Caneiro is not part of the mixed DNA profile from, if you zoom back out, I'll tell you the sounding, I think that's EO1. So that's Bodie's manual analysis of that mixed profile. The analyst gave 3 contributors to StarMix and then visually excluded Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro from being contributors to the mixed profile.
Okay. So the visual exclusion is just like the number of contributors conclusion, one that is drawn by the analyst rather than the StarMix program.
That's correct.
And what we see with EO1A1 is there's 2 green boxes in that row.
Correct.
And there's numbers representing support for inclusion in those boxes.
The box has two things. It has a number and then it has a verbal scale.
Now, why is it that there are, this is in terms of the first row, EO1A1, why is it that the analyst has assumed 3 contributors, but we only see a breakdown for support of 2 people, 2 of the reference samples?
That's correct.
Why are we seeing, why did the analyst conclude 3 when we're only seeing 2 in terms of the green boxes?
Okay, so you're actually asking 2 questions there. One, how does the analyst determine the number of contributors? There are basically 2 ways that that's done. One is by allele counting. I tried to refer to that earlier. Recall that at any locus, there can only be 2 alleles from one person. If a marker has 3 alleles, we have to account for that extra. allele, it's got to be 2 contributors. If there are 4 alleles, then we can have 2 alleles from person 1, 2 alleles from person 2, that's 2. If there are 5 alleles, we can account for the first 2 from one person, the second 2 from the second person, and the last hanging out allele would be from the third person. So that's the allele counting approach, and you can continue on. There's also a way of providing additional interpretation for contributors by looking at the variation in the peak heights. It's not as strong a method, but it can be used in addition. And then Bodhi has assumed 3, but to them, only 2 of the 3 are suitable for comparison. So for them, one of those profiles is so weak and incomplete, they aren't able to make a comparison and try and deduce who it might be from. So from the chart, for them, there's a missing, unquote, contributor. They are going to claim that Paul Caneiro is one of the possible contributors to the mixed profile. More formally, the proposition that that his profile is similar to the profile the software calculates is a big number. And similarly for Sophia Caneiro, they would argue that it's more likely than not that her profile is similar to one of the profiles the software calculates. So the proposition that it's more probable that Paul Caneiro is a contributor is more probable, and the same more probable for Sophia. And there's no information as to who the third contributor, according to Bodhi, might be.
So we're missing data from this.
We're missing a conclusion, certainly.
Just also, well, staying on this chart, we see in EO5A1, which I can zoom in on here.
Right.
Again, do we see an assumed number of contributors?
We do. It's 3 according to Bodhi.
As we go across on that row, were there visual exclusions?
There were.
How many were there?
I count 4 at that particular row.
There's this lab didn't have any more than these 5 reference samples. Is that right?
The report only lists the 5 that we've talked about. There were no other reference profiles in the Bodhi report or their case file.
So here we're seeing an instance where there's 3 assumed contributors at least, but only one of the reference samples shows support for inclusion.
As listed in the table, that's correct.
Again, is this an indication that we are missing information, that we're missing data?
We certainly have no information about who the other 2, according to Bodhi, contributors might be. Their analysis of the profile is that only one part of the profile was suitable for a comparison, and they did not try. According to them, none of the other reference profiles are in the mixture.
I'd like to go down on this same table to EO7A1. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. In this example, what was the number of assumed contributors?
2 is what Bodhi marked.
Going across to the reference samples, is there support for inclusion amongst any of the reference samples here?
There are star mix results or likelihood ratios for the 5 reference samples for that sample, and the chart table lists the likelihood ratio for each one and the verbal scale as used by Bodhi.
What we see in terms of the verbal scale, here is that, so there can be, the scale itself talks about moderate support, limited support, very strong support. How do those, are these, is that verbal scale, is that a useful way, in your opinion, of relaying the value of the number?
My opinion is it's not.
Here we see various numbers in each of these boxes. When we look at the first, 2.6 thousand, what is, when we see that number, again, what are we supposed to take away from that?
I can tell you what it's meant to represent. How you conclude is different. The 2,600 is the likelihood ratio of the comparison between two possible outcomes. One outcome is that if you go to the top, that would have to be Jennifer Caneiro, that the proposition that Jennifer Caneiro is one of the two contributors is more likely than not, versus the proposition that there are two unknown contributors. So according to the star mix calculation, it's 2,600 times more likely that her profile is part of the mixed profile compared to the proposition that both of the profiles are unknown. We could go to the next tested individual, which would be Jesse Caneiro, and there the likelihood ratio is 85. And so there's the verbal scale under that. Same concept of the different proportions. Here would be the proportion of the hypotheses that Jesse Caneiro's profile is part of the mixture that the software calculates versus they're both unknown. We have a different likelihood ratio in the 6 column officially. So here we're talking about Sophia Caneiro. So that's a 48 billion likelihood ratio. That's going to have 9 zeros behind the 48. Same two concepts of the proportion. Part of the, it's more likely than not that that would form part of the mixture. We have 9,000 for Keith Caneiro, very different number, again, 3 zeros after the 9. And then 1.9 thousand, again, more likely than not for Paul Caneiro. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pretty different at some level likelihood ratios depending on which individual is tested against the star mix calculations.
Now, we talked today about obviously mixed profiles in a DNA sample, but what can you tell us about the idea of there being a major versus a minor contributor to a sample?
So the terms major and minor are used in the analysis of mixed profiles when possible. Recall that the peaks that we saw in the electropherogram were different heights. So there were some, I'm going to call them by their scientific name, itty bitty. There are little peaks and tall peaks. So if we can measure the peak heights, and that's the second number in the data box, we can segregate the taller peaks into one set of piles and the little peaks into another. And our names for the major are the taller peaks, and the minor contributors would be the smaller peaks. It's a way of doing a manual deconvolution of the mixed profile versus the computer version that StarMix does.
Okay. I'm going to move to slide 14. Now, can you tell us what we're looking at in this screen?
So here I've put together a couple different pieces of documentation from Bodhi. The top is the cut piece from the same chart we just looked at.
Okay.
It's a different item, EO2, and it's just cut from that chart we just looked at. Beneath that is the star mix, it's called a deconvolution report. It's the analysis of the calculated profile from star mix, but here the sample file that is used is the evidence sample, and it has deconvoluted, the star mix program has deconvoluted the sample into two contributors. Recall, the analyst tells it how many contributors, and it has decided that one contributor has 94 some odd percent of all of the peak heights, and that the second contributor is just 6% of all of the signal strength. So there's certainly a major contributor who has most of the signal and a minor contributor who has a little bit of signal.
When we look at the two contributors and the different percentages that they contribute to the sample, we see in the top of this slide, EOTV1, that there are two green areas in that row of information.
Correct.
And does one apply to Sophia and one apply to Paul?
It does. We don't necessarily know that from this screenshot, but it does. And so 94%, the major contributor, is essentially a full profile of somebody, and the star mix calculates the likelihood ratio for that compared to her reference sample. And then the 6% has much less data, and so the likelihood ratio the star mix can calculate, which is shown at the top, is going to be much, 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 much smaller.
Is this a further breakdown of the information that we're getting from StarMix on the proportions of contributor 2? That 6% contributor?
This is more data from StarMix, and it is data that is provided in the discovery materials, and it is a summary of one of the calculations that StarMix does. Recall, we just looked at a slide that had two contributors, one 94% and one 6%, and recall that there were two individuals who were more likely than not in the stronger proportion. And here we're looking at the 6% contributor, the minor contributor, the one with the lower likelihood ratio. And here I have taken star mix calculation for each locus. If you look on the right-hand most column of each part of the slide, you'll see the same D3, VWA, D16, and so forth we've been looking at. And in the genotype column is the star mix calculation for the 6% second minor contributor, what the software thinks is the best, most probable profile for each locus. And then I have compared that to the actual reference profile of Paul Caneiro, and where the star mix most probable is Mr. Caneiro's profile is green, and where it's not, it's red.
Okay, I'm just gonna, would you mind if I just zoomed in on this so we can get a little bit better look at the page itself?
It's easier for my eyesight, that's for sure. So we're going to go back and do this slightly differently. The locus we've been looking at all the way across. The StarMix software has calculated its most probable set of choices for the D3 locus. And the genotype, the most likely one, is 1515. Another possible genotype at D3 would be any allele at 15. The next, and as we go down the list, they become less and less probable, and that is shown in the weight column to the right. So the highest weight is the most probable one, 1515, and then any allele in 15, and then any allele, and then it goes down 14, 15, any to 14, and then 14, 14 is the least probable you can see how the numbers change quite dramatically. The same data from star mix is at the VWA locus. Most probable is at the top of that section, which would be 1818. Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro's profile is a 1418, and you can see that the most probable 1418 is much lower than the probable it calculates as 1818. So his profile is not at the top at all. Similarly for D16, we need 1313 for Mr. Caneiro, and that's considerably down the list of weighted probable profiles this program calculates. And I just did that for all of the markers that were in this profile.
And all of this, what we're seeing in this chart, all of this is in reference to that contributor who only in the first place contributed 6% to
That's correct.
that mixture.
It's noted right at the top. This is contributor 2, the minor contributor.
So within being that 6% contributor, the program is also going to tell us how much it weighs the individual allele calls at each location.
Correct. It does that for both the 94% and the 6%. But you asked me about the 6%, and that's what this is.
And the allele, and the places in red are all the places where Paul is not even the first choice to be the 6% contributor. Is that fair?
He is not the highest probability result for the loci with the red allele calls.
And by the way, you mentioned this before, but looking at VWA here, where 1818 was the most likely allele call from the program, we do see, you mentioned that there's a QQ,
There is.
and the statistic of it being QQ is 13.47%.
Correct. That's the weight that the program assigns to that allele call at VWA.
But QQ means any combination of alleles.
It means any, any. So it would be any combination of alleles at VWA.
So this program is also considering as statistically what any combination of alleles at this location could be.
Correct.
I'm just going to change slides here to slide 16. Is this similar to what we were looking at a moment ago?
It's organized in an identical manner. So the specific row from the previous chart is shown at the top, and then the deconvolution star mix top of that page is shown beneath it. And here, again, the analyst has chosen 2 contributors. The software has calculated its proportion of those contributors, 86 versus 14, and that's what's shown here.
And then, so in terms of the summary of contributors, we looked at this from the other slide. Here, the percentages, are they the same or are they different?
Well, they're different from the first chart, or the slide we just looked at. There's still a considerable difference in this peak strength. So 86 to 14 would still give you a major and a minor for sure.
Turning to slide 17, once again, for this particular sample, EO3B, are we looking in this chart at the weights given to for the 14% contributor?
We are. This is the same analysis for a different sample. So the 2 big columns, which have 3 individual columns, are the full inferred genotype table for contributor 2, the 14% contributor. Each section is by locus. The top allele call is the most probable for that particular locus, and then a comparison with Mr. Caneiro's authentic profile is shown in green, where it is the most probable, and the red, where it's not.
Now, did you have an opportunity to observe the number of alleles that in terms of these tested locations that Paul shared with Keith?
Yes, that was on an earlier chart. We could look at that.
Actually, just going to bring up some exhibits at this point that were previously published. This is what was previously published as D141. This is also an allele chart, correct?
This is the same reference set allele chart we looked at the very beginning and that we have used through various ways of looking at the data.
Do you see that there's some highlights for Keith and Paul in blue in terms of their allele?
Yep. I do see some highlighting, I think is the term.
Now, one of the ways we can, I guess, a way that we see how many alleles they share at each of these locations is just to count them, right?
Correct. We can count the number of shared alleles between the two and calculate whatever you want from that.
So, in looking at this and looking at the areas that are highlighted, is it apparent to you that Paul and Keith, in terms of testable alleles, shared over 70% of that information?
They did. I believe the actual number is 74%, but 70% is near enough.
Okay, so 70% for siblings, is there a minimum DNA percentage that siblings would need to share?
For full siblings, the number is 50%.
Sure, 'cause
If they're
mother
full
and father.
sibs, they have to share 50% of their DNA between the two of them. That's the inheritance pattern that requires that.
And what if there's more than two siblings? What if there's three siblings?
Then,
And they're full siblings?
then each one of those siblings has to share a
50%.
minimum of 50% of their alleles with the other sibling.
This is the math I understand here. Two parents, one child, 50%, 50%,
We see
50%.
which alleles that Keith shared with Paul and vice versa from this chart, right?
Correct.
But are we able to make any statements about what alleles a third sibling might share with Paul without having that reference sample?
No, you know that they have to share at least 50%, but we don't know whether that would be like here, 70+%, could be a little higher, could be a little lower. 50% is the minimum if they're true full siblings. They come from the same parent. Parents only have a certain amount of genetic information present in each one of them. They have to share one set from mom, one set from dad, same for these two sibs.
70% is obviously higher than the 50% that siblings need to share. When Paul and when we see this with Paul and Keith, does that level of relatedness, does that have any impact on the percentage of alleles that an unknown full sibling might share with Keith and Paul?
The hint is that another full sib would share more than 50%. I can't calculate what that would be because I only have the data in front of us. They have to share 50, no choice. The two that you've demonstrated share more, which is expected. And one would expect that another sib, another full sib, would share roughly the same amount as shown here. Has to be 50, could be 70, could be higher. The range is sort of
Lower.
set by this, but is not determinative.
Ask it a third time.
Exhibit 142. Again, are we seeing the same kind in this exhibit? Are we seeing the same information from StarMix in terms of a summary of contributors?
Yes, we are.
And can you see what reference sample this?
It's listed as EO6.
And do we see a breakdown of the major versus the minor contributor in this sample?
We do. So the program calculated the percentages of the two contributors based on the number of contributors set by the analyst. And we have 95% to 5%. So the minor contributor is 20 times less than the major contributor.
And are you aware that there were, in terms of the assumed major and minor in this sample EO6A, do you know which of the people in the reference samples was the assumed major and minor?
I would have to go look at the chart, but if we look at EO6A, so there are two individuals who are listed on the Bodhi chart, and the major would be Sophia Caneiro, and the minor would be Paul Caneiro. The 5% would be Paul Caneiro, and the likelihood ratio difference is substantial.
Again, as we were looking at previously in your PowerPoint, do we see here a analysis of the weight breakdown for contributor number 2?
This is exactly the same kind of analysis you just showed, and it's the same kind of analysis I did here. Instead of putting the actual allele calls of the reference standard of Paul Caneiro, somebody has outlined in yellow where his profile is not the most probable. Same concept. I'd like to put more results in the table, but the idea is the same, that his profile is not the most probable at many of the loci that StarMix used in its calculations.
Just for context, scrolling down, is this on this page of the StarMix analysis, this is a continuation of the weighting for contributor 2?
It is. So in the original document, it's on continuous pages, and I put them on one page so I wouldn't have to scroll, to be honest. But it's exactly the same approach, where the loci are on the left, the genotypes are in each section, the weights are the next column over, and someone has highlighted where Mr. Caneiro's allele calls are not at the top of the probability list.
Here, I'm just going to take us to page 8 of well, it's actually, I'm sorry, it's Bates stamp 54540 of this exhibit. Do you see that there's something labeled component interpretation summary?
Yes, it's right in the middle of the page.
What is that?
So this is showing where one of the alleles of the reference profile that's used in the comparator is at its most probable. And so you can see there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 areas where at least one of the alleles shows up as the highest probability, which means all of the others are at a lower probability. And so you mentioned far earlier that StarMix is a continuous approach to calculating the likelihood ratio. And so the program is taking into account even the areas which are lower probability than the ones which are a direct comparison. And so there aren't actually very many where the most probable is actually similar to the reference profile, which is why the likelihood ratio is such a small number.
So what we can see, one of the things we can take away, I'm just going to zoom in on this if you don't mind. For contributor 1, we have many more areas where there is data than for contributor 2.
That's correct. So you have the same data, but the program is using its calculation and comparing that. And so there are many more loci with the highest probability in that calculation when compared to the reference profile.
And then for contributor 2, the 5% contributor on the right side here, the areas in yellow, it would be fair to say that those are areas where we don't have information, or where star mix, or is it better to say, these are areas where star mix cannot express a requisite level of certainty to about what the information would tell us.
The requisite probability is not the highest, because this is a table. If you go up, you see the table, it's demanding a 99%, and those in yellow do not meet that criteria.
Does star mix tell in its output? Can star mix tell you anything about other than what we see in these in the conclusions table? Is there a way when you interpret the data to tell how good star mix thinks its models are?
There's a couple of different ways to look at that. The one that's posted early is a convergence value, where it tells you how easily the program was able to make its models. So there's a couple other ways of looking at it, but that's the one that's right on the first page of the deconvolution report. So we're looking at the first page in the post burn-in summary table. The third row is the Gelman-Rubin convergence diagnostic. This tells us it's a diagnostic that's built into the program. It tells us how easy it was for the program to do its calculations, to develop its model of the profile. And you want that number to be as close as possible to 1. As that number gets away from 1.01, 1.02, 1.04, it's harder and harder for the program to make a model, and that's a warning sign about the program.
By the way,
Before the next question, can you just span back out for a minute?
Yes, sorry.
So that we know what we're talking about for the record. So it's D142. Sorry, go ahead.
So when we're looking at D142, we're looking at the Gelman-Rubin convergence. We see it's at 1.04. By the way, when you say, Doctor, that you want it to be as close to 1 as possible, we're dealing with so many different kinds of numbers here today. How far away would a number need to stray from 1 in order to be, let's say, a bad Gelman-Rubin convergence?
I hesitate to call it bad. So each laboratory develops its Gelman convergence ratio warning sign, if you want, and it varies from lab to lab, of course, according to their validation. But when you start seeing 1.1 or higher, many laboratories mark that as go look at it, do something else, make the program work harder, do something to try and get that number better, lower, closer to 1.
Is this Gelman-Rubin convergence going to change based on the sample that is being looked at by StarMix?
It's going to change from the original input data. It's not going to change in the comparison you make with a reference profile. So it's telling you how good the program was able to make its model from the original data. It doesn't yet know what you're going to compare it to, but it's trying to get there later.
Okay. staying in 142. And this is, I'm sorry, so moving to D143. Can you see which sample this item relates to?
So this sample, you can, the header tells us the sample, which is EO4.
And in EO4, were there conclusions generated by Bodie in terms of their conclusions table?
There are. The table lists EO4 as one of the samples that they provide conclusions from.
In this sample, did they conclude very strong support for including Paul Caneiro?
That's the verbal scale that's used for that sample in comparison with Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Right. When we look, and in terms of the number in the conclusion table for EO4A1, was Paul Caneiro, the number listed below his name was at 200 million?
That's the likelihood ratio that the program calculated, and that Bodie recorded in the table.
I really think this is too much by far.
Also, is there a summary of contributors?
There is.
And was the major in this sample, who was the major in this sample?
According to the chart, we're going to look at that. That's Sophia Caneiro.
And who was, based on the reference samples that they had, who was the assumed minor contributor?
Would be Paul Caneiro.
Just to zoom in here, can you see the percentages of broken down between the major and minor contributor?
We do.
And what would be the percentage contributed by the minor contributor?
According to the program, 3% of the total signal comes from the minor contributor.
Going to the convergence diagnostic here, do we see that it is north of 1.1 for the sample?
It's larger than 1.1.
Okay. 1.1 was the threshold that you had mentioned previously as a guidepost.
It's a threshold I've seen in other laboratories, and there's nothing standard, but yes, it's much, in this version, it's bigger than the 1.04, the 1.02 we've seen for the other calculations.
Okay. And again, what does that express about StarMix's confidence in the results that it's generating here?
I don't think confidence is the word I would use. It expresses at some level how the program was able to successfully perform its calculations. So this is a warning sign that it had trouble, and it didn't necessarily, its model needs to be looked at again, human-wise, than just accepting it as from the program itself.
I'm just going to. We'll minimize this.
I can't imagine why he thinks doing this in such a painstaking way, slide
And I
by
just wanna
slide,
bring
is
up
effective.
Your original PowerPoint this time. So again, now we're going back to your PowerPoint. Again, we see your allele table here. The software doesn't know whether you're putting related people or unrelated people into it, does it?
It does not.
The software generates a statistic, but the statistic, am I correct, assumes unknown, unrelated individuals.
likelihood ratio calculation is making an assumption that the mixed DNA profile is derived from unrelated individuals, and it's making one of the propositions, assuming that all of the unknown contributors are unrelated. So the direct relationship of either the contributors to the mixture or the direct relation of the comparator doesn't figure into how the program is doing its calculation. And one thing, this is not my table, this is the Bodie table. Excuse me.
Sorry. This Bodie table within your presentation here, this, I'll clarify, this wasn't created by you, this was created at some other time, right?
Correct.
Okay. But the understanding is that in some fashion, all of the people present in this table are related to one another.
Certainly Paul and Keith are related. Jesse and Sophia are related to Keith and Jennifer. But my understanding is that Jennifer is not related except by marriage to the other four. But that's all I know from the minimal documentation I have.
This has StarMix been validated to analyze situations like this where all reference samples, not to everybody, but all reference samples are related to at least one other person who's also a reference sample?
That aspect of the validation has not been done.
Okay. Is it possible for that kind of validation to be done on software like this?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay, if I wanted to validate this software to be used in a situation like this, where all reference samples are related to at least one other reference sample, how would I go about doing that?
You want sort of an overview of how you would do that? Okay, so I would have to go out and find a series of families who I would then demonstrate by paternity testing that they are all direct relatives, and that I could get approval to use their samples anonymously. And I would have to then develop a set of mixed DNA profiles from those individuals. So I find a series of large families. I test them to make sure that they are in fact related as I think they are. I would take their samples, anonymize them, make them all numbers, and then make a whole bunch of different mixtures from their DNA. Mixtures of 2, 3, and 4 individuals at all kinds of different ratios. I would then provide those electropherograms to StarMix, and then I would test those mixtures against the members of that family, both the people I made the mixed profiles from and members of the family who I didn't use in the mixture, and ask, how good does StarMix give me those likelihood ratios? And you would have to do that for some number of families, not 50, 3, 4, something like that. That's a lot of work to do, a lot of mixtures. But then you would have a start about how the program handles mixtures made from direct family members and how good it is at distinguishing the known non-contributors from contributors.
To your knowledge, has that been done, or has it been attempted?
I'm not aware of any, I don't have every laboratory's validation, but I have a number of them, and I haven't seen that done.
Now, we're aware that that through your review of this case, are you aware that Keith and Paul did have another sibling?
Yes, that was in one of the police reports I was given.
And are you aware that that sibling's name is Corey?
I believe that's correct.
in your review of the Bodie case file, and this case in general, was there ever a reference in the Corey that was considered by Bodie Laboratory?
Not by the Bodie Laboratory.
Did they? So, without a sample from a full sibling, would StarMix be able to do anything in terms of drawing conclusions of the likelihood that Corey could be a contributor to any of these mixtures?
No, you must have the reference profile that you're interested in used in the software. It doesn't invent a DNA profile and then compare it. You have to give it what you want it to work with.
We saw areas where people were concluded to be potential contributors in the Bodie conclusion table. Without knowing Corey's profile, is it possible to tell whether or not Corey might be a higher likelihood of inclusion at any of those on any of those tested samples?
No, and to determine what you're asking, you have to have that profile of interest, and it's not in the documentation for Bodie.
Okay. How is it that related people can contribute to false inclusion within a sample?
Well, I've tried to show how these profiles are very similar to each other. And so the program, as you also have seen, doesn't use all of the data equally. So the highest probability for some of the loci, there is a comparison, and then for others, it's not. So as you have similar and similar profiles that are being compared, the program doesn't have as much to work with because there's only a few indicator alleles that are possible. And so it's going to get, I'm going to say, confused, not really the correct term. It's going to not be able to provide the most reliable results when there is this much allele sharing and when the comparator is also similar to all of the other references.
So with respect to the fact that we're in a situation, we have siblings who are reference samples in this testing. We have another sibling who is not a reference sample, whose information is missing. How can that specifically impact the determinations that StarMix made regarding the minor contributors?
It's not going to change the numbers it's already calculated, but if you had another reference profile, you could then compare the likelihood ratio calculations of this unknown sibling to the ones you have, and then you'd be able to rank them. Who has the highest likelihood ratio? Without that reference profile, you can't, because there's no calculation possible. But if you had that and the likelihood ratios were higher at some locations, that impacts your conclusions about the data you have.
Just in very general terms, is it better for a laboratory to have more rather than fewer elimination and reference samples?
In my opinion, absolutely.
Because does having more elimination and reference samples give a laboratory more data to work with?
There's more data to work with, and so the final conclusions are going to be stronger.
Without that additional data, there's no statements that the laboratory can make about the potential for that person to be a contributor. Do I have that right?
You have that correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the cross-examination, I'm going to give you a few minutes just to kind of do a jumping jack or whatever you want in the jury room, and bring you back out in a couple minutes.
Yeah, and yet another break. I've been sitting here doing a little other work because I don't hear this expert saying anything new, and I said just a moment ago, I really don't understand the length of time that the defense is spending with this witness. I mean, they had I thought, a pretty good point for their side earlier, but the laying it on and piling it on has really, instead of adding to it, really lessened the point or lightened the point or diminished the point, or you put the verb in. Yeah, I agree, Bice. Early lunch would make more sense. And yesterday, didn't he go to an early lunch yesterday or last week? It was about 11:40 or something. No, not jumping jacks. Was I breathing? I thought I had it both on mute. I don't think so. I think I had both on mute, but it could be. Tiger Lily wants to know if the defense is trying to imply that the third brother is a suspect. Yeah, they said that in opening, that there was a third brother who had an equally good or better motive, and he hadn't been tested. Ollie wants to know what point. That the DNA testing without doing Corey left open the possibility that you would find that his DNA was on some of the evidence. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. When I said good point, I don't necessarily mean strong point. I meant that it was something on their side that they could point to and argue in closing. But the fact that he's just piling on has not been effective. I mean, he would have done better to do one and then say, no, you did others, didn't you? And would your conclusions have been similar, and get a yes and then stop? So I just wonder how the jury is doing with all this. I also want to know whether this is it. And then we will go to maybe a rebuttal expert from the state, but otherwise we're closing, or they're closing. Oh, thank you, Ollie. I have a chance now to really look at the phone. They're still going to have to confront, I mean, on recross. I hope he does it, because it seems to me one thing he could point to was the testing that one or the other of those experts did at the lab where they couldn't use the star mix. I don't remember why they said they couldn't use it. So they had some stuff that they did what I would call the old way. I don't know if that's quite the term you should use. And in any event, all of this doesn't explain how the clothes we're looking at were in Paul's basement. Unless the claim is that Corey did the killings, did the fires, and then had a good judgment to put all the clothes in Paul's basement. At some point, the mic went off. I'm sorry. It doesn't explain how they're going to explain the fact that these clothes that they're talking about were in Paul's basement. I mean, you'd have to say that Corey did the murder, did the fire at Keith's, did the fire at Paul's, and decided to take the jeans he was wearing or the clothes and the gloves that were taken and put them in Paul's basement as he's setting the house on fire. And then the question is why? I mean, if he wants to burn them up, why don't he take them somewhere else and do it? I mean, it's a peculiar argument they're going to have to make, I think. But that said, they don't have anything else. So, you dance with the person you brought. If you don't have anything else, you have to go with it. And TX Lady said, if Corey's DNA was on Paul's jeans, we have bigger questions to answer. I guess that's true. But the best they're saying is there's unknown DNA or DNA in those small amounts that wasn't tested, and they didn't have Paul as a sample against which to match the DNA they were looking at. Just Me wants to know if there was a third person whose DNA was a sibling match, they would have shown it here in those charts. I don't think so. All they can show is that that in some of these samples there was a third contributor or maybe more. They can't show it was Corey's because they don't have a test sample of Corey's. And I guess maybe they're going to suggest that some of the DNA that the other expert said was Paul's, that you can't be sure it was Paul's, maybe it was Corey's. I don't know how they're going to do that, but maybe that's where they're heading with some of this. So it's hard to tell. I mean, it pokes a little hole, but it's hard to tell what they're going to do with it. Yep. Laster Sophia is right. Unknown alleles is not the same as a DNA profile. And they're probably going to cross him also on he, challenges the star mix way of doing it. But a lot of labs or a lot of police departments use it. And I think his challenge, we're going to have to hear what happens on cross. I think his challenge is that what Star Max tells us is not what people claim it's telling us, which is a valid point, I guess. but the witnesses for the state were pretty careful about that. In fact, I think a couple of people complained in the chat when they were testifying, why don't they just say it's 1,000,000 to 1 that it's Paul, when what the expert actually said was it's 1,000,000 to 1 that it's Paul's DNA and an unknown sample, as compared to it being 2 unknown samples, which is a different, it's a different claim. And I thought and I think you did too, because there were at least a couple of people in the chat complaining about it. And here comes the judge. Is there a song about this? Here comes the judge, here comes the judge. But he's back. I haven't heard the jury yet. And we haven't heard anything about Corey living in Keith's basement, except, at least as I recall, except for the defense question to one witness whose answer was no. So there's no evidence about it. Are we missing sound?
You're very conversant
Got
in
it,
Star
okay.
Mix, correct?
I've seen a lot of reports use it. I've looked at a lot of validations. We don't use it in our laboratory.
Understood. But you understand and you're able to explain it, correct?
I can try.
Okay, and you even talked about concepts that are kind of in the weeds, like the Gelman-Rubin, right?
Sorry, but yes, I did.
That's okay. That's okay. Now, your lab, I think you're not still doing like the wet lab work, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Others at your lab do that.
That's also correct.
Okay, so you guys actually, you said something about a contract with the Illinois State Police. Is that accurate?
We don't have any active contracts with them. We have done work with them, against them. Law enforcement, they're not one of our major customers, if that's what you mean.
Okay. But you guys do, your lab that is, does forensic DNA testing regularly, correct?
We're a small lab, but yes.
And the statistic that you guys, that is your lab, generally uses with respect to DNA testing and conclusions would be that RMP, correct?
Correct.
That random match probability?
Fair enough.
And fair to say, though, your lab also uses likelihood ratios, correct?
We do. If we do paternity testing, we are using a likelihood ratio. Absolutely.
And likelihood ratios, it's a concept in DNA or a statistical mechanism within DNA that's used all over the world, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so is RMP, correct?
Also correct.
You testified that with the likelihood ratio, Star Mix is not actually giving us like a yes or a no, right?
That's also correct.
Okay, but with an RMP, the random match probability, you're not giving your clients like a yes or a no, correct?
That's also correct.
You're giving them like a 1 in, let's just say, 1 in a million.
Any number you want, it's a frequency.
Okay, it's a frequency, correct?
It is.
And when we talk about that, and I'm using a hypothetical, that 1 in a million frequency, we're talking about a hypothetical population, correct? When you report that RMP?
Okay, you're using a known population to calculate it, but you're comparing it to doing tests.
Did we lose it again?
It's a concept in DNA or a statistical. It's used all over the world, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so is RMP, correct?
Also correct.
You testified that with the likelihood ratio, Star Mix is not actually giving us like a yes or a no, right?
That's also correct.
I'm off my internet again, so I'm on my phone, and my phone is a little delayed.
No, correct?
That's also correct.
You're giving them like a 1 in, let's just say, 1 in a million.
Any number you want, it's a frequency.
Okay, it's a frequency, correct?
It is.
And when we talk about that, and I'm using a hypothetical, that 1 in a million frequency, we're talking about a hypothetical population, correct? When you report that RMP?
Okay, you're using a known population to calculate it, but you're comparing it to doing tests.
Oh, my phone was just a little
Did we
delayed.
lose it again?
We went off also. So this is terrible. It happened before at a point that I really wanted to hear, and now we're on cross, and this is really important stuff, and we're not getting it again. This is really annoying. And I have nothing to say. I mean, because I don't know what the cross was doing, although you could see where he was starting, and that is that any test, or at least the tests used for DNA, are not giving you an absolute yes or a no. They're calculating likelihood, they're calculating probability, they're calculating frequency. And I hope he goes into that a little more so that we don't miss another subject area that he might cover, because this is just really frustrating. This is technology. It's obvious a whole lot better than not getting anything. Which would happen if we didn't have streaming at all. You'd have to be in the courtroom or you wouldn't see anything, but it's still sad. It looks like Core TV still has it.
I mean, are they in cross and we're not hearing this?
Oh, well, Core TV's got
not being cross.
Core TV's got
think
the
they're cross.
picture, but no
They're fine.
sound
Turn it off.
apparently.
It's not me, it's the school. There we go.
You're very conversant in StormX, correct?
I've seen a lot of reports use it. I've looked at a lot of validations. We don't use it in our laboratory.
Understood, but you understand and you're able to explain it, correct?
I can try.
Let's see, let me try again.
You talked a little bit about that verbal, okay, and that was that
Okay.
whole from the Bodie conclusion report, they say things like very strong support for inclusion, right?
That's the verbal scale they're using, yep.
Now, I understand that's not something that you think is helpful to the numbers, correct?
That's correct.
But that comes from somewhere, right? That verbal scale
Does.
comes from something called SWIDDAM, maybe?
So the recommendation to use the verbal scale comes from SLADEM, that's correct. But each laboratory makes up their own version of their own verbal scale and uses it.
Some say anything under, anything over 1 is, informative or something like that, right?
It's very arbitrary and each lab does its own.
When we talk about numbers in DNA, either whether we're talking about an RMP or an LR, I mean, there's going to be varying degrees of numbers or significance, right?
You mean the numbers vary? They do.
Okay, so, sometimes you see, like here, you saw a likelihood ratio in one of the samples of 21,000, right? Or something like that.
Sure.
Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that number is wrong, correct?
It's just a number.
Okay, it's just a number. It's just really about how probative is it? How big, what does that number mean, right?
What does that number mean in the context? I think that's fair.
Okay, so it's not like wrong, it's just a smaller number might not be as important to, say, a jury as a big number.
I think that's fair too.
And because with your lab, for instance, I'm sure there's been times when you've done DNA analysis and you've kind of come to the conclusion that, that hypothetical population, like you might report 1 in 551 unrelated individuals, right? You could report something like that, right?
The numbers can be calculated to that. That's correct.
Okay. And again, 551, if you were asked by the, the DA or the defense attorney, whoever you're doing the work for, you might just say, it's 551. It's not 8 octillion, right?
Providing a context to the number, I think, is important, but the number at some point is just the number.
Okay. Now, you test, what? Could I have, Mr. Murray, could I have the PowerPoint?
He's stuttering more, not a lot, but more. I wonder if it's because he feels himself under more pressure on cross than on direct. Does anybody know whether stuttering works that way when you're nervous or agitated, whether it's harder to control?
Doctor, we're looking at page 1 of the PowerPoint you created, correct?
I'm with you.
And that's actually, but that's Bodie's chart, right?
It is.
Okay. And here we have all the profiles, right?
We have the reference standards in the case for voting.
Okay. Now, on page 2, if I could, sorry. Here we talk about, and you explained, shared alleles, correct?
I tried.
Makes sense, makes sense. I was able to figure it out, I think. Now, when we talk about shared alleles, I think they did a calculation, and I think you've done it too, as to how many alleles Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro shared, right?
I think we calculated the percentage sharing.
So I think you said 74. I thought it was 72. It's somewhere in that range, right?
Absolutely.
So that means that they don't share, let's just say 30 or 28%.
30%.
And the idea, part of what makes DNA so powerful is its ability to differentiate amongst people or two people, correct?
I think the ability to come up with genetic identity is the whole foundation of DNA profiling and its use.
So, like, people share, like everyone, unrelated people share DNA profiles and alleles, correct?
They do.
Okay, because even like we said before, you said it before, Jennifer Caneiro and Paul Caneiro, they're not related, right?
That was my understanding,
And you're only as good as the information you get, right?
even if that, but certainly I need the information.
Okay. So assuming for a second, Jennifer Caneiro and Paul Caneiro are related only by way of marriage and they're not actually like biologically related, they still, as I calculated, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, they still shared about 32, 34% of alleles. Does that sound about right?
That's expected.
Okay, right?
Yeah.
That's about a good number for, me and Miss Wallace who aren't related.
Absolutely.
And when we look at Sophia and Paul are 56% different, approximately. That sound right?
Okay.
Is that?
I didn't do the calculation, but it's not an unreasonable figure.
And I think Jesse and Paul Caneiro are about 50% the same or 50% different. Does that sound about right?
Does.
Okay, but when we looked at those Bodie samples, some of the conclusions that were drawn, a lot of those samples were able to differentiate, let's say, Jesse, from Paul, or to exclude Jesse, to exclude Jennifer. Isn't that right?
Well, we know that the analyst did that visually. Whether that's 100% correct is different, but that was reported.
And the DNA analyst could visually exclude potentially, correct? Not saying they're right, just saying they did visually exclude, right?
Reported.
Okay, and then when you looked at those deconvolution reports, or some of those charts we were looking at, and you looked at all the individual locus or the loci, you could see like that Q18, 1218, right? So you could actually look at it that way as well, correct?
We did, and I did.
Okay, so you could exclude or include using those loci, correct? Those values at that loci.
The visual exclusion wouldn't use the inferred genotype table. It would use the actual results of the reference profile with the evidentiary sample.
Okay, and what we really want to look at it for visually excluding, we want to look at that electropharogram, right?
Correct.
That's the gold standard of what you need to do DNA analysis.
I would call it the foundational data. I don't necessarily think it's the gold standard. Those are the actual data.
So that is what a DNA scientist ultimately looks at once those 4 steps are done at the table, right?
Correct.
That's the data, and then ultimately that electropharogram, the machine creates kind of a chart of data from that 4-step process, right?
It's the picture that from which we deduce the profile.
And ultimately, Dr. Reich, I think you'd agree with me that StormX doesn't take the human work out of DNA analysis, correct?
By no means.
Okay, so still, we need qualified scientists that are trained, they know how to extract DNA, they know how to get it to ultimately end up in an electrophoregram, correct?
At the moment, we need people.
Gotcha. And ultimately, those scientists still need to look at that electrophoregram, and they need to determine things like an estimate, at least, of number of contributors, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, the data for number of contributors in that chart from Bodie, sometimes it says 1, sometimes it says 2, sometimes it says 3, right?
Does?
And based upon your review, I don't think you commented that you saw any massive issues with delineation of number of contributors for any one sample, right?
It's an estimate that the analyst makes. You can make generally other estimates, but there was nothing unusual about Bodie's conclusions at that level.
And in any event, that
Because
doesn't
obviously,
rely
I
on
think you said
star
it
mix.
earlier, but number of
That would be
contributors
true no
is
matter
never
what
something that
system.
we can say, or scientists can say with absolute certainty, right?
Correct. We have no absolute way of determining the number of contributors. We can only estimate it. The minimum is what we can estimate.
Right, because if we looked at an electrophoregram, we look at all the different locus, and at every locus, let's say there's 3 peaks, we're probably going to say there's 2 contributors, right?
Correct.
But if there were 2 peaks at every loci, ultimately, we're going to say there's 1 contributor, right?
We're going to call that a single source.
Okay. Now, as far as single sources go, one of the samples that you looked at was from the New Jersey State Police Lab. It was number 6-1-4-1.
Yes, I'm with you.
That was a sample from that same pair of genes, correct?
I believe so.
And I believe ultimately, New Jersey State Police said that Keith Caneiro was the source of the DNA profile from those genes. Do you remember that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it that that was what there was.
Based upon the reports that you wrote in this case, you did not take any issue with that conclusion. Is that accurate?
Now I'm with you. Yes.
Okay. Because you were showing some samples this morning during your direct, right?
Correct.
A bunch of different, not a bunch, but a few different evidentiary samples that went to Bodie, right?
Correct. We talked about the jeans, the gloves, and so forth.
Okay. And then Bodie also, as you know, based upon the work or the reports and the like that you got from Bodie, they also actually did some DNA analysis that didn't involve star mix. Isn't that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things they analyzed was a hair that was on a scarf that was found in the same area as those photos you looked at. Is that accurate?
I think so. I don't remember that specifically yet, but I'm listening.
Okay. You don't remember the scarf?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't have any, but if I wrote it, I did then.
We're at 502. On your motion.
You can.
Thank you.
Sure. Don't mind my tab.
Not at all.
I showed you what's been marked as S502 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And ultimately, you know what? I gave you the wrong document.
All that meticulous numbering everything. And then he just picked up the wrong number.
Let me show you what's been marked as S497.
I like this prosecutor. He's funny. When he's doing cross and he's so excited because he knows he's got
Let me show you
stuff.
what's been marked as
He just talks faster.
S497.
It's quite a tell.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do. This is a Bodie Technology amended supplemental forensic case report dated May 6, 2021.
Okay. Now, one of the samples listed on page 1 is, we'll just call it E13. Is that okay?
Yep, definitely.
And that's described as what?
Described as a hair/fiber A removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf, and then there's a item number 18-0861-14.
Okay. Now, if I move you to page 3 under, it's page 3 of 5, and number 4, it talks about a partial DNA profile obtained from that sample, E13, correct?
It does.
Being consistent with the female contributor.
It also says that.
And it says the partial DNA profile matches the DNA profile obtained from who?
Sophia Caneiro,
Okay, and then they give an RMP, right?
they do.
And what's that say?
It says 4.1 octillion, pardon me, in the US population.
Okay. Thank you. Now, there's also E-12D, and that's quarter of scrapings from entire surface area of the scarf, correct?
Avoiding, it says.
Avoiding stains and debris.
So it's a different part.
Okay. And are you familiar with the process of scraping items for DNA as opposed to cutting?
Yes, you can, it's not that different, but that's correct.
And E12D, okay, there's a conclusion under number 3 on page 3 of that same report, correct?
There is. So we're talking about the section of the report that's listed as STR processing results, conclusions, and statistics.
Okay, so we're talking about
Good at
binary or
identifying for the
traditional
record.
DNA
Good for
analysis,
him.
correct?
In this section, that's what they did.
In this section. And they're ultimately, they were able to give an RMP for the major component DNA profile, correct?
The deduced major component, and they use the word matches, the profile obtained from Sophia Caneiro, and they provide the calculated statistic without star mix as 14 octillion.
Okay, 1 in 14 octillion?
Correct.
Okay, and again, this is a scarf that was found in that same area as the genes and those other items, correct?
I don't think I can separate it out, but if you tell me that's where it's from, I believe you.
Now, to just go to.
And obviously, the point here is those two had nothing to do with Star Mix, which is the software that he's challenging.
Slide 10, I'm sorry. Doctor, you testified about this slide earlier today, correct?
That's correct.
We got that picture of the genes in that area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's actually 2 pictures of the genes, right?
Well, there's 2 pictures. One, I think, is more like the original, and the other is at the lab.
Okay, gotcha. Now, on this chart, we're talking about E01A1, correct?
That's the name. Yep, that's the sample.
Okay. And ultimately, that is a sample from the genes, correct?
Correct. That's how it's named.
Gotcha. And ultimately, it's a sample from behind the inside of the genes, correct?
I think so.
Okay, and it's actually like just above the knee area, correct?
The description is at Bodie is fairly limited, but there's more description other places.
Okay, like in the reports, they would.
Correct.
describe it that way. Okay, so we're talking about inside the genes, above the knee. Okay?
Fine.
And ultimately that, they drew 2 conclusions, 2 likelihood ratios on E01A1, correct?
I would say they drew a number of conclusions, but the only not excluded conclusions were the 2 on the chart.
Okay. And the 2
Because
on
not
the,
excluding someone is a conclusion.
I apologize, you're right. They give 2 likelihood ratios with respect to this sample, correct?
They did.
The first is Sophia Caneiro, correct?
Correct.
And that likelihood ratio, that ratio is 470. Yeah, it's hard to read. 476 billion, correct?
We are looking at 1 E01.
E01.
That's correct.
Okay. And ultimately, the other likelihood ratio they give is for Paul Caneiro, right?
That's correct.
And that likelihood ratio is 3.7 quintillion, correct?
Also correct.
Now, I believe you would tell me that those 2 conclusions, those 2 likelihoods ratios that were given by Bodie based upon their analysis, those would be reliable results, correct?
Yes.
You did what I said. Go after the ones that don't depend on
When
Star
we look at
Mix.
E01A1, what's in front of you. One of the things you have up there is that purple circle, correct?
That's correct.
And that is designed to indicate that those are unknown contributor alleles, correct?
That's a conclusion. All that they are just noticing the alleles that are not in the set of reference standards, and they're from an evidentiary sample, so the assumption is they have to come from at least one unknown contributor.
Right, because everywhere you have a purple circle, there's a 30 at D21, right?
Correct.
And there's a 14 at D2S, correct?
Also,
There's a 14 and a 14.2 at D19,
yeah,
and then we have a 12 at D1S, correct?
those are the circled alleles.
And ultimately, all those numbers, that 12, that 14, that 14.2, at those individual loci, or locus, none of the family members have those alleles at those locuses, correct?
None of the provided reference standards.
So not Sophia, correct?
Correct.
Like she's not a 30 at D21, right?
We can go back to the original chart, but yes.
Do you need to go back to the original chart?
But that's how it's done. We can. I mean, it's sometimes nice to make sure. So at D21, we can go straight across, which is how we would do that. And we're looking for a 30, correct?
Correct.
So Jennifer, no. Jesse, no. Sophia, no. Keith, no. And Paul, no. So it's an unknown allele for the 5 of them.
Okay, let's go to D2S and let's look for 14.
We have nothing under Jennifer, nothing under Jesse, nothing under Sophia, nothing under Keith, and nothing under Paul.
Okay, let's go to D19 and look for a 14 and a 14.2.
So I'll just do this quickly. So we're looking at, D19, is that correct?
Correct.
There's no 14 and there's no 14.2 at that locus from the reference profiles provided.
Okay, then lastly, can we go to D1S and look for a 12?
D1S, there is no 12 across at D1S 1656.
Okay, so based upon what you've said previously, none of the family members are the unknowns here, correct?
That's correct.
And if 4 family members and then Jennifer aren't the unknowns, then the chances are that unknown third brother isn't one of these unknowns, correct?
You're asking whether you can do a family reconstruction from the 2 brothers, and the answer is you don't have enough data to say that yet.
I mean, if no one has any of those 5 or 6 alleles, whatever it is, the chances of him having it, the probability is not very high, correct?
I'm going to contradict you there. So the assortment is completely random. You can't predict the next result. And there are a number of purple circles. Maybe not all of the purple circles come from the unknown sibling. Maybe only 2 of them do. So they don't all have to come from just one contributor.
only
And you
asking
can't
about
predict
one
what
death?
that's going to be just from the 2 brothers you have.
You said maybe 2 of them, correct?
Well,
But it could be 0, right?
could be 0, could be 2 of them, could be 3 of them. Any one of them would still be of interest.
Okay, can I have the next slide, please, which is, I think, 11. Now, we're looking at EO2B1, correct?
We are.
And ultimately, there's 1 circle on that chart at D2S, correct?
That's correct.
And that's a 24, correct?
Correct.
And again, none of the reference samples, none of the related people are a 24 at that locus.
I'm going to check, and the answer is that is correct.
And then, can we have the next slide? I'm sorry. We're looking at E03B1, correct?
That's the sample.
Okay, and ultimately, there's no unknown contributors in this sample, right?
There are no unaccounted for alleles.
On the calculator.
This is pretty good recross, don't you think? He's saying even using what you say, not the star mix, but just using what you say you can't do, you've got at least 2 or 3 of your charts that have no unknowns on them, so it can't be anybody other than one of the 5.
So this is slide number. Looking at slide 13, right, Doc?
I don't have the number, but I have the same slide in hard
Good
copy.
about that is you don't have to show that it's Paul and Sophia's blood on all of the things. You just have to show that it's on some of them.
Now, I think the samples that you talked about,
All
In
Paul
the
and Sophia, no
PowerPoint
one else,
were-
I mean.
I think at first was EO1A1, correct?
That was one of them, certainly.
Okay. And ultimately, you've testified since that those two numbers, those two likelihood ratios as relate to Sophia and Paul Caneiro, those are they're reliable statistics, correct?
The calculation is a number that, first of all, it's just a number, but it's a strong number in terms of
Now he doesn't want to say
two
reliable.
propositions that are being examined.
Okay, you said today, and I think previously, that those results are reliable, correct?
Yeah, you did,
Correct.
Paul. Okay.
We also looked at E02B1, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that's a sample where the LR for Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro, is 43,000, correct?
that's the calculated number that Bodie put in the table.
Okay. And ultimately, I think it's kind of been your position that that's not super helpful, 43,000. Is that accurate?
We're going to compare that to the two numbers in EO1. 43,000 is different.
Okay. And different. Could be the result of the fact that there's not a lot of data for contributor 2. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. I mean, a lot of times when you see a small number, it's because there's just not a ton of DNA in that spot, right?
That's one possible reason why the LR is lower.
Okay. So like on this chart here, and we're looking at Mr. Caneiro, you talked about 43,000, correct? You've already said that, right?
Yeah.
And then we have, going down a little more, we have 21,000. You probably feel about the same as that one, right?
Statistically, it's the same number.
Okay. When we look at 49 billion on EO6B1, like, it's a pretty discriminating number, right?
You need to compare that to the sextillions, the octillions. So 49 billion is 9 zeros. Full profile is 30 zeros. Difference between something that's a nonillion, 30 zeros versus 9 zeros is 21 zeros. So the difference between the two is 1,000 billion fold.
Okay, but when we look at,
That's a number.
okay, when we look at 49 billion, it's still a big number, correct?
It's a big number, but it's the context, as we've discussed, that
Okay.
is important.
Okay, but I mean, 49 billion is about, let's just say approximately 7 times the Earth's population right now, correct?
That's not a relevant comparison, but it is a bigger number than the population.
Okay. Now, I assume if the 400,000 number for Mr. Caneiro, that LR, I mean, that's a discriminating
You're talking about EO3B now,
EO3B, correct?
correct?
I mean, obviously, it's not octillions or septillions, correct?
It is not either of those.
It's not quintillions, though, correct?
Also, it's not a quintillion.
But it's a discriminating statistic, correct?
It's a bigger number than the 21,000. It's not as big as the 3.7 quintillion.
Okay, now your lab, if this was an RMP, let's say, your lab would report 1 in 400,000, correct?
As an RMP, yes, certainly.
Okay. And if it was 100, you'd report 1 in 200 million, correct?
You're comparing apples and orangutans here, RMPs and likelihood ratios.
Both accepted statistical functions, correct?
Absolutely, but you can't compare the calculation with one with the explanation of the other. That's a mistake.
I'm not trying to compare the two of them. We're just talking about numbers as they relate to one another, correct? Like,
The likelihood-
21,000 is not a big number, 870 sextillion is a big number, correct?
Yes, but the interpretation of the likelihood ratio is different from the RNP.
Okay. Now, when we talk about, back to LRs, when we look at E03A1,
E03, yes, I'm with you.
that's a glove found in the basement in Ocean Township, correct?
It's one of the items that was sent to Bodie.
Okay, Sophia Caneiro's likelihood ratio is 100 quadrillion, right?
Listed on the table, correct?
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
That's okay.
I made that purple, didn't mean.
You want to undo it, you go to the bottom right. Now,
Thank
on the LR for Paul Caneiro is 45 quadrillion, correct?
E03, yes, it is.
That's a discriminating statistic, correct?
That's a much bigger number.
Okay, so you're confident in 45 quadrillion being an accurate and reliable result?
It's a number from which the conclusion is more clear, certain.
It's a reliable result.
The calculation is from star mix. It's the number which we can draw conclusions from.
He doesn't want to say reliable.
Do you recall indicating previously that it's a reliable result?
Sure, it's a reliable result.
He doesn't want to do it, but he's stuck. If you're ever a witness, don't do this. Don't quibble, because sooner or later they're going to make you say the thing, and then it sounds like you're either on one side
Now,
or
when we look at that second
lying.
row, E01C1, that is a sample which appears to have one contributor, correct?
It's listed as a single source.
Okay, and ultimately, the conclusion that was drawn, the likelihood ratio was 2.1 septillion for Sophia Caneiro, right?
That's what's listed on the table, yes.
And based upon your review of these results, that's like a single source profile, right?
They claim a single source, and it looks like a single source. They could have done our random man on that without wasting the computer time, certainly.
Okay. So it's a reliable result.
It's a result, single source, one person.
Reliable.
It's
Why
calculated,
is it
it's reliable.
You
It
don't
really does
dispute
make
is
it
my
sound
point.
as
You
though
don't
he's got
dispute that.
a
That item,
Dog
E01,
and the horse in the
C1, found in the basement of 27 Tilden, comes back to Sophia Caneiro with a really high likelihood ratio.
I'm not disputing it.
Now, EO2B1, there are, again, we talked about this, and I think we might have been on your chart. The result with respect to the major profile being Sophia Caneiro, 1 septillion, you would agree that that is a reliable result?
Correct.
Okay. And
Yeah, I
EO2B is a glove from that same basement, correct?
U2B, yes, I have to go look at the list, but I think that's a glove. They're all gloves except for the jeans.
I'll show you what's been marked as S496. You can look at the first page if you need to. Cover. I don't want you to take my word for it. What I just handed you, it lists what each item is, correct?
It does.
There's a description, right?
There's a sample name, there's an agency sample ID, and then there's an agency description.
All right, so next would be that EO2B1 that is listed, EO2B is listed as what?
Listed as interior of glove as received.
And ultimately, that has 2 contributors, correct?
Bodie declared that a 2-person mixture.
Okay. And the major profile is that 1 septillion, correct?
Major profile comes back to Sophia Caneiro.
Okay. Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith were visually excluded.
As is on the chart.
Okay, and ultimately, there was an LR provided for Mr. Paul Caneiro, 43,000.
Correct.
again, I think you might have said it with this one, but that minor contributor might not have been a lot of DNA there, correct?
There wasn't a lot of DNA, and I think we even looked at the inferred genotype tables to get a sense of how that's done.
Okay, because we can look there, we could have seen that the major contributor was 94% and the minor was 6%, correct?
That's what I recall.
And that 6%, that's within the Bodie validation, right? That when they validate star mix, that 6% is within their validation, right?
Right, they have 5%, 6 and 5 are very close, but yes, it was within what they allowed themselves to calculate.
If you recall, the
Now we're having sound problems.
RFU that's listed for contributor 2 was also something that was higher than their analytical
Oh, for
threshold.
heaven's sakes.
Uh,
Now we've frozen.
Almost, so let me fix that slightly. So in order for
I
the
wonder if
data
it's
to be
reading.
recorded,
We're going to lose
those
this.
peaks have to be higher than the peak detection threshold. And for Bodie to perform their analysis, then the percentage of that contributor needs to be higher than their minimum. And both of those requirements were met, and that's why it's on the chart.
Now, when we look at EO3A1, this is the one where we have 2 LRs, correct, for Sophia and Paul?
Yes, correct.
And they're both pretty high reliable statistics, correct?
They're big, they're large LRs by any measure.
You said that those results are reliable results, correct?
Sure.
Okay, because you actually, in your report, your initial report dated February 6, 2024, you identified as 502. You actually, at the end, you actually comment that certain samples would not be in dispute.
Correct.
That's one of them, right?
It is.
And we get that high number, relatively high number, 45 quadrillion from Paul Caneiro, because the contributor 2 template is high, correct? There's a good amount of DNA there, right?
There's 2 parts. There's enough DNA so that the program can reliably work, and the profiles from the calculation are similar to the reference profile provided. You need both.
Now, EO3B, I think when we look at that, the first LR for EO3B1 is for Sophia, correct?
The EO3B actually has listed a number of LRs, but Sophia has the largest number.
That's a reliable major profile, correct?
Correct. There's a lot of data there.
And then when we look at 400,000 for Mr. Caneiro, it's a lot higher than 480, 37,630, right?
That's not one number. There's 480, 37,000, and 630, and 400,000 is bigger than those numbers.
And E04, that's also, it indicates 2 contributors, right?
There are. That's what Bodie chose.
Okay, and then the LR for Sophia Caneiro is 980 sextillion, right?
That's what's listed.
Again, this is a glove from that basement, correct?
It is a glove, and it doesn't say where it's from, but it's a glove.
Okay. And the LR for Mr. Paul Caneiro is 200 million, correct?
Correct.
They indicate very strong support for inclusion, but you wouldn't say that, correct?
I would not use the verbal scale on anything. That's correct.
But that result's reliable, right?
It's 200 million.
Okay, let's just say 980 sextillion as it relates to Sophia Caneiro. That is a reliable probative result, correct?
It is.
Her DNA on a glove from the basement.
Correct.
I want to talk about E05. See that on the chart?
I do.
And there's actually one conclusion that's given, correct?
There's no.
One likelihood ratio that's
Thank you.
given. Okay.
There
Now,
are
they-
conclusions, that's the only likelihood ratio reported.
Right, because they conclude that there is they see three contributors, correct?
They assume 3.
They assume three, and they indicate that only one is suitable for conclusions to be drawn. Is that accurate?
To be reported.
To be reported, okay. And ultimately, that LR is 720 sextillion for Sophia, correct?
Correct.
Again, that's a glove from the basement, right?
5 is certainly one of the gloves.
Okay, and that's Sophia Caneiro's DNA on that glove, correct?
That's the conclusion.
And that's a reliable result, correct?
I don't think you're going to be able to dispute that result.
Wow. This is very effective because they're using the state's exhibit and getting the defense witness to go through and say these
6.
results are reliable.
Is that a glove as well, doctor?
It is listed as 2 gloves from New Jersey State Police.
Okay.
There is 6A and 6B.
And there was a result for Sophia Caneiro, correct?
At 6A, there is.
And the likelihood ratio is 870 sextillion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She's 95, if you recall, she's 95% of the mixture,
It's a major profile without question.
strong major profile, right?
Just major.
Now, I think you said it already, but that 21,000, it's not a super probative statistic, correct, for Paul Caneiro?
Not from a likelihood ratio, it is not.
But obviously that minor profile doesn't have a whole lot of data, correct?
There are several reasons for why the likelihood ratio is low, and that is absolutely one of the reasons.
EO6B. Doctor, can you tell us what that is, EO6B1?
The 6B is the interior of glove as received from EO6.
Okay. And ultimately, there are 2 likelihood ratios that are reported from that mixture, correct?
Correct.
Contributor 1 would be Sophia Caneiro.
That's the larger of the 2 LRs reported.
That's 19 quadrillion.
Correct.
And then ultimately, there's a likelihood ratio for Paul Caneiro, correct?
There is
And that's 49 billion.
also in the table, correct.
And based upon your review of Bodie's work, the reports, the conclusions, you had indicated previously and in your report that that is a reliable result.
It's a reliable calculation from the data that was provided.
You have no reason to dispute that result.
I do not at the moment. And not then either.
You see how he got him on that when he said from the data provided?
Talked about that one,
And
I
then the
think,
prosecutor
earlier,
said you have
correct?
no reason to
That's
dispute the
also
data.
listed as 2 gloves from New Jersey State Police.
And ultimately, there's a note on that row, correct? It says C note. And that note indicates what, based upon those results?
They're making, they being Bodie, pardon me, is that the only way they can make their data is from the 2 reference profiles, and yet they report likelihood ratios from the other 3.
Okay. And ultimately, that's one of the rows where they couldn't exclude other family members, correct?
There's no visual exclusions listed for EO7.
Okay. And some of those other rows above that and even below that, they visually excluded Jennifer, Jesse, and Keith, correct?
They did. We just looked at EO3. It's another one where they didn't, but the EO7 is another example.
Okay. And that visual exclusion is from the major profile, correct? I think they say that in their reports.
They do. They do not exactly describe how they do that, but that's what they claim.
Then towards the bottom of that chart, EO9, E10, E11, those swabs, doctor?
So EO9 is a swab of reddish stain. And it's described from the south side of the kitchen island. And you mentioned E10. E10 is described as DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet. And 11 is something different.
What is 11?
11 is also a swab of a reddish stain, but from the pull-out drawer just below the sink as described.
So those last three swabs, they denote being from a kitchen, correct?
They do.
Okay. And one of them, the LR, is for Jesse Caneiro, correct? That's for EO9A1,
Yes, it is. That's 9A.
34 quintillion.
That's the value that's listed.
That's a reliable result, correct?
It's a single source profile.
No reason to dispute it, right?
Doesn't need a likelihood ratio, and it's listed anyway.
Okay. You could actually do a really high RMP for that, right?
In fact, the RMP and the likelihood ratio from a single source have to converge.
Okay. And ultimately that E10, A1, that is a mixture, correct?
It's listed as 2 contributors.
Okay. And ultimately that's from a kitchen area, correct?
It is, I think I just read it, 10, it's right here, pardon me, and reddish stain, lower kitchen cabinet.
That mixture, ultimately they concluded had both Jesse Caneiro and Sophia Caneiro's DNA in that mixture, correct?
Yes, they concluded that.
And there's very high LRs, correct?
There's a strong LR there. Again, it's a 2-person mixture. They could have done RMPs.
The last one, E11B1, that is Sophia Caneiro's DNA from that swab, correct?
The major contributor would be from her.
And that's a reliable result, correct?
It is.
Mr. Decker, we'll stop you here. You can continue your cross-examination after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you down to lunch. Please don't discuss the
Well,
case
that's
or do any
silly for
research.
him to break this
We'll be
right
back
there,
up here
right in
around
the,
1:35.
should have at
1:40,
least finished
depending on
up with
what-
all of those samples that he was going through. Let him finish with this. And maybe he had, but that was an odd place to stop. So we're coming back at, what did he say, 1:30 or 1:40? Okay, I don't see any questions in here. And I do think, Marianne Zio said it was like pulling teeth from him. Yeah, and my impression was, except for his unwillingness to say something was reliable, and even there I can understand why he's reluctant. He wants to say it in his own technical terms and no more than that. But once he conceded that it was reliable, for him to quibble with it each time was a little silly. And it makes him look like, as I said, he's got a horse in the race, that he's not neutral. And that's not what we don't want that from any witness, much less an expert witness. And I think he's been neutral in the sense that he's trying to look at his data and explain them. And explain why he thinks there are limitations to the star mix software. And in that, I think he's a little defensive and doesn't want to claim reliability, doesn't want to say it that way. I think it's more that than he wants to help Paul in any way. I think he wants to support his view of have all the data and how the software work. But to quibble like that is not really effective. But he's been a really helpful. I mean, the defense can only do what the defense can do. And this person knows his stuff. And he, although it was way too technical, explaining why he doesn't like the way results are described from the star mix software. He certainly knew what he was talking about. It's just that when he got into the star mix software specifically, and he had all his charts were silly, and the defense should have reviewed those charts. There were way too much data on them. For what the points he was making, he didn't need all of it. And having it all on it made it visually hard to follow, I think. And then he was describing things that were not relevant to the points he was making that advanced the defense's theory. And then he didn't simplify. Now, that's partly the defense lawyer's problem. The defense lawyer didn't push him to simplify what he was saying, but he clearly did not simplify. And it's really interesting that he was so good at analogies and making it clear until he got to the part that really mattered when he was explaining how he sees the DNA results and how he would interpret the star mix results. Then he got technical and didn't explain it clearly in simple terms, and the defense lawyer didn't make him do it, which I don't understand really why. Maybe they'll do it later, but they should have done it while they were going through all of it. What he was really helpful to the state on was when
Break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:40.
140. Okay, when the prosecution started going through the charts that the state experts had used, not the ones that this expert had added to or changed, or not changed, but amplified. He looked at those and then he conceded at least 6 or 8 of them that the results were reliable. And that's really effective and helpful to the state because it's the state's exhibit and it's the defense witness is saying these numbers are reliable. So I thought he was really helpful witness for the state. And it's an example of, I think I said this yesterday, it's rare that you have a witness that's all good on your side where the other side can't ding here and there and make some points off your witness. It really is rare. And you can't not put your witness on because you know there are soft spots in what your witness is going to say, because then you don't have very many witnesses. So you've got to put the evidence on, recognizing their soft spots, letting the other side harp on the soft spots, and then let the jury draw the conclusion as to which side it finds more reliable, more probative, more persuasive. And maybe it's going to decide neither, or maybe the jury will decide parts of one and parts of the other. But that's what the jury is going to do, and you can't second guess your evidence because the other side is going to be able to make points off it. Unless you decide the points the other side can make are so strong that on balance, the advance you can make on your side by putting a witness on will override the points the other side can make. And you can't find any other witness to do it. An example of that was Monica, whenever she had the neighbors at Keith's house, and she wanted information from them. No, I guess it was the neighbors of Paul's house, the first defense witness neighbor from Paul's house, who talked about the relationship and everything else, but then the prosecutor got him to concede some pretty strong points for the prosecution side. That witness, I think that defense might have thought about not putting it on at all because they had his wife who testified to much of the same things, and she didn't carry the other information that helped the state, I thought, a fair amount. So there was a question up there when teaching to use real life analogies from your experience. Good teachers do if they have them, and if not from your own experience, then from other, kinds of life experiences that everyone would know. Now, I think the question here, just me, is if it's a trial analogy or an appeal analogy. Yeah, then from your own experience to highlight, or from the experience of another lawyer, from the experience of a trial you saw or an appeal you saw. It doesn't matter so much where the experience and the analogy comes from if it helps students see what the point is that you're making. If it's your own experience, it's helpful because it gives you cred with them, but otherwise it doesn't matter whether it's yours or someone else's. Okay, it looks like there are no more questions in here. So we will break for lunch. And it's 1:40 that the judge said we're coming back, and we'll see how close to 1:40 he makes it. So have a nice lunch or break or errand run or whatever you're going to do. So long for a little while.
And you talked about earlier how you never actually physically saw the jeans or the scarf or the gloves, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you never handled them or touched them or anything like that.
Not,
And however, you saw in some of those photographs that there's visible blood staining on the jeans, correct?
we would call those red-brown stains because that's what they look like. And without doing a test for the body fluid, we don't know what they are because we don't. So they're called RBS in laboratory slang. And until they're screened one way or another for body fluids, that's how they have to remain.
And ultimately, they were tested by New Jersey State Police as well as the Bodie Lab, correct?
They were screened, that's correct.
Okay, and ultimately, there were presumptive tests for blood, correct?
They were presumptive tests, that's also correct.
And then ultimately, there were a bunch of samples that were taken from those genes, correct?
Yes,
And then there were
a bunch of samples, some samples.
some samples, I don't get specific, but there were some samples taken from those genes which displayed visible blood staining.
They were RBS, and the screening came back positive for the presumptive tests.
And ultimately, those two labs both produced reliable results that there was blood from Sophia Caneiro on those genes.
Certainly, her profile was identified, and they came back from the presumptively test positive tests.
And then there was likelihood ratios given by Bodie, correct?
Absolutely.
They related to Sophia Caneiro.
They looked at the ratio of the two propositions, and more likely than not, on most of the tested samples, the proposition that would have her profile was favored.
With very high likelihood ratios, correct?
The likelihood ratios we discussed in there were a big number.
Okay. And you, just to be clear, you said those results were reliable, correct?
Correct.
And also Jesse Caneiro, there was a sample tested by the New Jersey State Police, correct?
Yes, I can't remember exactly what number it was, but there was another almost single source sample. Correct.
Ultimately, they determined on that sample 6-1-4-1
Right.
that Jesse Caneiro was the source of the DNA from those genes, correct?
He would not be excluded as the source, is the technical term.
Redirect.
He started a little early. He's bad.
Obviously, the prosecutor asked you before lunch about the population of the human population of Earth being 8 billion and asked you to make a comparison of that number to some of the numbers that we saw today. If the population of the Earth is 8 billion, but the national debt is 3 trillion, does that make the national debt a truer fact than the population of the Earth?
No, those two which you just gave me are not relevant to each other, and the population of the Earth is not relevant to either the random man not excluded statistic, and it's not relevant to the likelihood ratio.
I thought his only point was they were big
Different
numbers.
Measures of different things, and that's just the way it is.
Does the likelihood ratio tell us the ultimate truth about who contributed to a sample?
It does not.
Does it do a frequency analysis to see how often we would expect to find the result in the population?
That's not what the likelihood ratio is. That's what the random man approach statistic is, but that's not a likelihood ratio.
Is the likelihood ratio more about comparison than it is about frequency?
It's not about frequency at all. And there is a comparison performed, and it is a comparison between two hypotheses or two propositions. So that part is correct, but you're not comparing profiles in the likelihood ratio. You're comparing the probabilities of two propositions or hypotheses together.
Okay. Is that how you would explain the difference between I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that how you would explain the difference between likelihood ratio and random match, or how would you go about explaining that?
Okay, so the random N is a frequency. How often do you expect to see a certain event? Okay? And the likelihood ratio is when you're comparing two options. Which one is more probable than the other? It doesn't tell me how often each one of those propositions are going to happen at all. You're telling or you're choosing the two propositions, which one has a higher probability. There's no frequency in it at all. The other is, how often am I going to see it? They're not the same thing at all. It's not an easy concept, either one, but they're really different.
The prosecutor asked you a number of times whether the voting results were reliable. Do you remember that?
I do.
Is reliability the equivalent of ultimate truth in terms of the conclusions that will be reached?
I'm not sure what ultimate truth is. The reliability speaks to what conclusions you might be able to draw, but it's not the same as the conclusion itself.
In order to generate a likelihood ratio for Paul in any of these samples that we looked at today, did Bodie need, as a preliminary requisite matter, Paul's reference sample?
Absolutely. Without it, you can't do the star mix calculation because you can't generate the two propositions or the two options to understand the mixture.
Even if we concede the reliability of the major contributor, can it still be appropriate to ask questions about the reliability of what star mix determines the minor contributor to be?
So the reliability might speak to, did the program work properly? Did the program have enough data to give you a result to work properly? We're still not, that's not the conclusion that you might draw from the likelihood ratio result. The more reliable the analysis, maybe the stronger conclusion you can bring. I think that's fair. But the reliability doesn't speak to the conclusions that are going to be drawn, but it says maybe that those data can be considered appropriate.
Just to go back to something the prosecutor showed you, would it be possible to have this table, and I'm going to show slide 10 of the presentation.
D150.
I'm with you.
When the prosecutor showed you this, the prosecutor was asking you about the purple circles. You remember that?
I do.
And the prosecutor was saying, well, could those purple circles, they can't be from Jennifer or Jesse or Sophia or Keith or Paul.
That's correct.
And you were basically asked a question and you were brought to an answer where you were saying it's possible that those purple circles could be from Corey, right?
I don't know where they're from. I know from the provided documentation that there's another sibling of Paul and Keith Caneiro.
But the thing about the sibling is not that the sibling, if they're related, is not that they would have the purple circles showing that they're different. The problem with the sibling, am I correct, is that they might have the green circle to show that they can't be distinguished at a certain point of comparison from somebody else who had a reference sample.
They are certainly going to share some of the green circles if they're really a full SIB. There's no question about that. They might have an indicator allele, for want of a term, But they don't have to, considering the family members we have here. So the purple could come from a SIB, a full SIB, or it could come from an unknown contributor. The contributors.
But all along these points of comparison, we're talking about D3S1358 or VWA or TPOX, all these locations where this measuring occurs. At any one of these, Corey could share alleles with Paul.
Absolutely.
Corey could share both alleles with Paul at a given location.
Objection, Judge, leading.
It is leading. You can ask it differently. You can ask it differently.
Could Corey share both alleles at any of these locations with Paul?
Certainly.
Could Corey share one allele at any of these locations with Paul?
You're talking about the entire list of loci that are tested? Absolutely. He's going to share minimum half and most likely more if we consider the comparison between Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro. We've already talked about their 70 or so similar, identical profiles.
Did we see that one of the issues with submitted evidence samples today is that we do not often get a complete profile for all the potential contributors on it?
Partial profiles are very common, not unusual at all.
And when we get a partial profile, does that mean we don't have all the information?
That's the definition. You're missing allele data from one, generally more loci they're testing.
And so the less information we have, the greater impact potentially that overlap between siblings could have.
If you're referring to the less data you have, the more likely that the likelihood ratio calculated from a new contributor might change your conclusions.
If we,
The answer is yes.
okay, and if we had Corey as a reference sample, that we would expect that to change our conclusions overall that we saw today.
I don't know if we'd expect to, but it could, and particularly when the likelihood ratio is less than a full profile's worth.
Would you agree with me that at these points that the prosecutor showed to you today from the conclusion table, that if we had Corey's sample, it is possible that he could have generated a higher LR, a higher likelihood ratio at that same location than Paul?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. That's speculation.
Without knowing Corey's reference sample, is there any way to determine whether he'd be a higher or lower likelihood ratio at any of those tested items?
There's no way to do it without the actual profile in hand.
I'm just going to move up on this presentation, back to previous slides. On this allele chart here, this is the chart that you color coded for ease of use. And then the right portion, we see an empty column. There's no color in there.
Correct?
And above that, the name Corey Caneiro.
That's correct. That's what's on this chart.
You never had obviously you never reviewed a reference sample for Corey. Did the laboratory have that sample?
I can't speak to the laboratory. I can speak to the documentation that was provided. And there was clearly the discussion of another sibling, but I did not see a reference profile, certainly not from the Bodie lab, and I don't recall seeing one from the New Jersey Police lab.
Okay. And again, looking at slide 2, this was created based on the information that you had from the available reference samples.
Correct. It's the same chart as what's in the Bodie report, except here I've tried to color code the individual allele values, just trying to show how they're shared across a row. And again, without a comparator, I don't know how that's going to compare with the existing results. I just don't have them.
The prosecutor asked you before lunch, there was evidence at the close were charred. The prosecutor asked you, can the DNA tell us about whether a person put those items there to try to destroy them? Do you remember that?
I do.
And I think your answer was that the DNA can't tell us that.
It can't.
Can the DNA tell us whether somebody put those items there as a plant to try and frame someone else?
No information.
Objection.
I want to see counsel. Ladies
I've
and
been
gentlemen,
talking to
I'm gonna
myself.
strike
I've
that
been
last,
muted.
Question, remember the eraser? Take it out, use it.
He just
You can ask the next
chastised the
question.
lawyer
Go ahead.
again for doing what he was told not to
Anything
do,
else,
asking
prosecutor?
speculative
Real quick,
questions.
Judge, Mr. Murray just asked you some questions about how we talked about the reliability of certain major
Read cross.
profiles, correct?
You used the word reliably a great deal.
You did, correct? You
You
agreed?
did and I did.
Now, you agreed with me with those major profiles, but there was also, I would say at least, I think there's 3 profiles where you agreed with me when we were talking about the
More
minor,
than 3.
correct?
I don't recall how many, but there were some. I would agree with that.
Okay, so E01A1, that was the inside of the jeans of the knee, correct?
So I'm sorry.
The first one on that
Like
chart.
EO1, yes.
Yep, EO1. And you agreed that 3.7 quintillion likelihood ratio relating to Mr. Paul Caneiro was reliable, correct?
That's correct.
And then under E03A1, the LR for Mr. Caneiro was 45 quadrillion, correct?
It's also reliable and in a way of attempting to draw conclusions from the profiling data.
Okay. And then lastly, E06B1, that's 49 billion, the LR, sorry, for Mr. Paul Caneiro, correct?
If that's the number in the chart, absolutely.
And you indicated that was reliable, correct?
It's a number that is there. The
Now he's
issue is
going to
not
play
whether,
again.
I tried to be specific about the reliability comment, about whether that's the software's accurate calculation and or whether that's what conclusions can be reached from such a number. And that's a different perspective. I think the number is probably accurately as possible calculated given the samples and the family. How much weight should be given to that is a different question than the reliability of the software.
I'm not asking about the reliability of the software. I think
Okay.
that kind of stands for itself, correct?
For the moment, it is.
For the moment. I'm asking you whether that 49 billion likelihood ratio, as it relates to Paul Caneiro, whether that is a reliable result.
I think at best it's marginal. If we looked at the number of loci which are at the highest probability, we would get a better view of what to think of that number, because the number gets big very quickly, even from a small number of loci that are tested. And that's the issue we have when the LRs are
We're
not
putting something up.
quadrillion or quintillion or a nonillion.
Gotcha. That number or that sample falls within the Bodie validation, and it's a number well above 20,000 or 40,000, correct?
It is.
Okay, so it's within the context of Bodie's validation, like it's,
That we can't argue.
okay. And then I asked you whether or not the result was reliable, and are
I'm
you saying
hedging
yes?
because I think that number is a hedge number.
Just want to show you.
It's hard to, I think he's going to have trouble getting the jury to believe that a number is 0.00000 over a million is not reliable.
Sure, thank you. Now, this is a transcript from a prior proceeding, correct?
Oh, boy.
I assume that's what it was when you came up.
When
This
we go
is
to page
preparation,
2, it
guys.
says-
They've got his
Testified,
former
correct?
That's my
testimony.
name.
Okay. Now, just going to draw your attention to page 80, and we're talking about EO6.
This I love.
Correct?
Correct.
And then I said the result issue with respect to contributor 2 for EO6B, that would be reliable, and you said what?
It would fall within the validation of the Bodie Laboratory, which is just what we agreed to.
Exactly. So
Okay.
then I said the LR for C2, the lower LR would be 49 million, correct?
Oh,
You said
he's got his own
49
transcript
billion
from
with a
earlier
B.
today.
You corrected me, correct?
That's what it says here.
Okay, and then I said billion, sorry, I underspoke, and you said no, B. And then I said 49 billion, so that's a reliable result, and you said what?
I said, I'm just going to read from
Sure.
the transcript. It says, it falls within the Bodie validation, and it's a number well above 20,000 or 40,000 we've been discussing.
And I said, is it reliable, or actually, someone else, the court specifically said, is it reliable or not? And you said what?
I said, yes.
Thank you, sir.
You know, if he's right that reliable doesn't mean reliable, then how can we use any of these DNA tests to prove anything? His claim goes well beyond this trial.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah.
So let's take a poll. If Amber can do a poll, how many think the state should call
Can I just see
a rebuttal expert? Now remember, you put a rebuttal expert on, the defense has a chance to go at the expert. How good do you think this witness was for the defense? How effective was the cross?
With an issue
How
outside
much
your
of a
presence.
point was made?
Look at used all these breaks.
Did the jury just leave again? That's your calculus as to whether to call a rebuttal witness. Oh, Caroline Chartier just still wants to call Corey. I wouldn't call Corey on the state side for anything, but we'll see whether you're right or we won't be able to prove whether they considered it and decided not to do it.
Floor is yours.
May we approach?
Oh, you want to do a period? Okay, sure.
Are they calling another witness or are they not? Let's hope that they're resting. If the jury's out and they're resting, they may want to ask Paul on the record. The judge will probably want to ask Paul on the record that what he's waiving by not testifying. Well, I would say, yeah, well, I'm not going to say what I would say. I'm going to keep what I would say to myself. Okay, the poll is up, rebuttal or not. Thank you, Amber. I want to hear these 3 words. The defense rests. Those are the 3 words I want to hear. More than I love you, more than, you can't say you won the lottery because that's 4 words. More than you're a billionaire, more than you are cured. I can't think of other things. I really want to hear the defense rests. That would be music to my ears. Lasser Sophia wants to know what I was going to say. Nope. I've the better part of wisdom is governing me right now. Oh, look, my little picture looks like it's on the screen. Isn't that cute? If Paul, this is a TX Lady 817, if Paul testifies, does that eliminate the ineffective assistance of counsel appeal? I forget which appeals he forfeits when testifying. He doesn't forfeit any appeal when he testifies, but if he testifies, then the challenge to some of the evidence will be undermined because he will have put his credibility at issue, and that makes it harder for him to win on appeal no matter what the claim is on appeal. But I don't think he loses a particular claim. Ineffective assistance of counsel isn't dependent on one thing. What it means is the lawyer representing the defendant didn't meet the minimal standard expected of a reasonably competent defense lawyer, and that the failure to meet that standard meant that either evidence was introduced that shouldn't have been, or evidence that should have been introduced wasn't, and that error raised a doubt as to whether the defendant would have been convicted beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's not any particular thing that as a general rule. We could probably find something that is, but as a general rule, in prosecutions and in trials, it isn't one thing that the defense lawyer does that triggers ineffective assistance of counsel. And for the defendant, it's the credibility issue if he gets on the stand that undermines his ability to and usually what it does is it undermines his ability to challenge the weight of the evidence. That is, there wasn't enough evidence to convict me, because the counter will be, well, you testified and they didn't believe you. Okay. Robin wants to know if his wife is there today. I've seen pictures of her, but I wouldn't be able to pick her out, particularly not in the view we get of the gallery. So I have no way of knowing. Maybe somebody else is better at identifying her picture and being able to identify who in the gallery looks like her picture, but it's not I. Quilting Girl, Quilt Gal asked if didn't Corey have a good alibi. One of the prosecution law enforcement witnesses testified that in order to interview Corey, the morning after the fire murders, I think it was the morning after, he had to drive to Pennsylvania because that's where Corey was. Now, I don't know the timing on that. And Corey, now what's not in evidence is, Corey told the officer that he was at his in-laws, but there's nothing in evidence that says that, unless maybe the officer testified to it, and then it would be in evidence. Okay, Ollie thinks that after this expert witness, they need Corey to clean up by the state. Okay, well, I'm going to have to disagree with all of you. My view is the state needs to present the cleanest, simplest case possible and not chase after rabbits down rabbit holes that the defense presents. And also giving the defense the chance to cross-examine Corey. So, but you all, aren't, obviously we're all entitled to our own views, you and I, And if your view is the jury needs it to convict, or somebody might have a reasonable doubt without it, and that the negative calling Corey are outweighed by the negative consequences by not doing it, then you would want to have Corey on the stand. Clearly. Now we're getting no Corys. We still don't know. We still haven't seen the results of the poll on the rebuttal on whether to bring the expert back, or an expert back on the state side, or whether to say that this guy just didn't persuade anybody. And this is a long sidebar for what should be a simple issue. Unless we don't know what the issue is they're talking about, or Monica just doesn't want to take the judge's answer as a definitive answer. Any of the three of those guesses that I just offered could be correct, or none of the three, or two of the three, or three of the three. Could the defense, this is Jerry Michael, could the defense put Corey on the stand? Sure. The defense can call any witness where they claim the evidence will be reliable. I don't mean reliable, material or relevant. So we're really split. Well, not much split. Yes, nearly 60%, no, nearly 40%. Well, now we'll need to see what the state does. My guess is the state will not call a rebuttal expert witness. Can I vote? Because my vote would be on the no side. I don't know how much that would change anything, but we will see. It's interesting, though. It's not an even split. It's kind of 60-40, so it's a good majority on the side that thinks the rebuttal witness should be called. Scotch Mom, as your migraine is getting worse, why would you come back? This is not likely to ameliorate your migraine. All he wants to know if they could call Corey's in-laws to give his alibi. Yeah, but why? I still don't see why the state would call anybody. And I don't know what it's relevant to. Whether Corey was at his mother's, his in-laws or not, is not relevant to whether the evidence shows that Paul did the crime. It's a tenuous connection at best. Oh, Christine has a witness list. Yes, we do need to know, because we need to be able, if we're going to be doing more of these trials, we need to be able to get all the documents, because I like to have read everything. Okay. Yeah, and Christine said she's sorry that Scott's mom has a migraine. I should have said that too. I am very sorry you've got the migraine. But I also, besides being sorry you have it and that it's getting worse, I really don't think you should be here watching this trial, because I don't see how the trial will make it better. I think you should put an ice pack on your head and rest your eyes and be calm. And get under a nice warm blanket. I don't know what else I would say you need to do. Yeah. Okay, Carolina Chardy thinks it would be interesting to hear Corey. Well, there I would agree. It would be very interesting to hear what he has to say. Well, Justine, the prosecution will not argue that the defense did not bring Corey to testify, because that gets close to challenging what the defense case was, and sort of starts leaning into the defendant's right not to testify and the defendant's right to make the state prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, the defense doesn't have to do anything. And that sort of argument suggests that the defense needed to do something, and it's probably error, And in the right fact pattern, it could even be reversible error. So we want to stay away from that. I know it makes sense since they're the ones pointing at Corey that you should be able to say, so why didn't you call him? But, you know, the law isn't always sensible. So we have 210 people in the chat. I guess it's 75, and then the rest of us don't have an opinion.
More. More.
So please say the defense rests. This is what we want to hear. The defense rests. Oh, are they switching? Is this the changing of the guard? She's going to sit and he's going to move to the other side. We haven't seen a changing of the police guard. We've just seen the after effect when they're in different places. Oh, Aunt Bun thinks there's going to be another witness. Well, if you think there's going to be another witness, who do you think they'd call? And I just don't think they're going to call Paul. I think that would be extraordinarily ill-advised. Oh, there's sun. Yeah, there's sun outside. Well, you know, usually sun is a nice thing, Scotch Mom. Do you have those, what are they called? You know, the eye shades? That would be nice and dark. Whatever is going on, it's taking a long time. Is their witness late? So Maestro says, better call Saul. I was thinking of Tall Paul. It was an Annette Funicello song. Was it Annette? I think it was Annette Funicello. Tall Paul, he's my all. Is that how it went? Or is that how it goes? $2:15, time is moving on and we're not moving along with it, or we are moving along with it, but we're not getting anything done. His shirt color is nice and crisp. Well, Maestro, I hope they don't get another short day. If the defense is close to resting, it would be bad to have a short day because unless he tells them you got to be ready for closings tomorrow. Because I think this judge is inclined, if this defense rests and the state doesn't call a rebuttal witness, I think he would be inclined to send the jury home and not do closings until tomorrow rather than go right into closings. Who do you think is going to do the closing for the state? In New Jersey, unless they changed it since I prosecuted, the prosecutor goes first, then the defense, and then the prosecutor has a rebuttal closing. Oh, no, I think I take that back. That's Florida. In New Jersey, the defense goes first and then the prosecution goes. And those relate to burden of proof. If you have the burden of proof, you get the opportunity to go first. So it's yours as the first story the jury hears. And then you have the opportunity to go last. So you have the last shot at making the case for the state. Well, she's back at her desk, so she's not at sidebar. She's talking to him. She had to confer with him about something or tell him something. But he has his earphones or his ear, whatever you call those things, on his head. So he certainly knew what was talked about. Okay, so she's there, but Murray, is that his name? Murray isn't. And Murray, of course, this expert was his witness. So if they're talking about the expert, but why would they? He's already left. It would be Murray. Maybe we're waiting for the jury to come back in. What are we waiting for? All right, this is a pretty good view of some members of the jury. Does anybody who knows what Paul's wife and daughters look like see one or more of them out there in this 3-4 rows that we can see? But the 3 women, the dark-haired woman, I think that's Jennifer's mother. And then the woman to her left and the woman to that woman's left with the scarf have been there every day. And that woman with the scarf has worn a scarf like that nearly every day. Then the 2 women to her left, to our right, I think they've been there before, but whether they've been there every day, I don't know. Okay, Jeremiah recognizes Paul's neighbor who testified. Yep, in the glasses in the next row, or I guess 2 rows back, or maybe 1 row. Maybe it is the next row. Yeah, he wasn't there before because unless the defense and prosecution agree, witnesses who are scheduled to testify cannot be in the courtroom until after they testify. Well, there was no changing a guard of the court officers because that officer is there again. He's been there every day. And the woman to our left of Jennifer's mother is Jennifer's sister, and the man in the blue shirt on the aisle is her brother-in-law. And he doesn't have, the other days he had on a scarf. He looked like a director. I thought he was a director or producer thinking about doing a Lifetime documentary or a documentary on one of the other channels, but he's the brother-in-law. See, and I do think if you were on the other side, behind where the other wall, the other side of the courtroom from this side, I don't think you could see the jury. And that's my guess as to why so many of the people in the gallery are congregated on this side, because then they can see the jury and they have a good view of the witness from this side of the witness, but nonetheless a pretty good view. Well, if we're waiting on a witness, this is not a good look for the defense. Ted16 Debts wants to know if they're going to arrest, why would they be sitting there going to arrest? That's a good question. But a lot of these pauses I have no explanation for. Phyllis Dracopoulos wants to know what we're waiting for. That's what I've been asking for the last 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So I have no answer. Maybe somebody in the chat does, but I am again flummoxed. So I don't know whether it's something that the judge had to take care of that has nothing to do with this trial, or whether they're doing a last-minute review of the jury instructions, because some of the instructions should be given before the closings. There may be jurisdictions that don't do it that way, but I think that's a really bad way to do it, not to give the jury instructions ahead of the closings, because the jury instructions frame the case for the jury, and they frame the arguments that the defense lawyers are going to be making. Here we go. The jurors are coming in. Well, maybe that's not right. It was just the judge. I don't think the jurors could get in that fast. Well, as this trial comes to an end, I was thinking on the lunch break that as much as this has been just a trial, and I don't mean the trial, I mean watching it when it's going so slowly, when it's done, I'm going to have I'm going to have a gap in my day. I may look back with fondness about these days. Well, maybe not fondness, but I'll have to think of another noun. Yeah. Quilting Girl, Quilt Girl says it feels like we've missed out on so much communication because of all the sidebars. That's true. I can understand not wanting to do it in the presence of the jury because we don't want to affect what the jury thinks. But unless there's something really private, we should be able to hear it. And I guess the argument would be it's not efficient to send the jury out every time just so the gallery can hear what's being discussed. Yeah, Phyllis Dracopoulos. That's what I said. The blonde to the, as we're looking at the screen, the blonde to the left of Jennifer's mother is the sister, and sitting next to her is her husband. And they've been there every day that I can remember. Ollie 1951 says they speak privately because they don't want us to hear. I'm not sure that's true. I mean, I think a lot of the time it's something they don't want the jury to hear, not necessarily the gallery, but you have to, if you're going to have the gallery here and not the jury, you've got to send the jury in and out each time. So Mary Parrott is Parado is thanking me, but saying this trial is tedious at times. Well, that's true. Really true. Corey Richens, yeah, Corey Richens is supposed to start, I thought it was the end of February. Does anybody in the gallery know? They moved it. Wasn't her trial the one that was moved from February 15 back? Or am I confusing it with another trial? Don't know. By the way, there may be another press conference in Savannah's mother's case. They were back out getting more evidence out of Nancy's house today. At least that's what I saw when we were on the lunch break. That's one that I really don't understand why they released the house back out of police custody so quickly. I'm just wondering, if it's the inexperience of not handling murder trials. I did hear what's supposed to begin on February 10. That's Richens? That means tomorrow. I don't believe it. I mean, I trust Amber with almost everything, but I don't trust her with this date. It can't be tomorrow. And if so, they're allocating 12 days or 13 days for jury selection. Wow. Wow. Anyway, I don't understand releasing the house so quickly, because now you hear what defense lawyers do in that trial. If and when they arrest the people or person, they're going to be able to say the crime scene was contaminated. Whatever you found there shouldn't be allowed into evidence, because who knows who touched it or who moved it or who might have put something there that wasn't there, and on and on and on and on. But I did hear a law enforcement, I don't remember who it was, last night saying that when he was a homicide detective, he had 20 years experience before he became a homicide detective, or at least 15 years. And now after 2, 3, 4, they might already be homicide detectives. And it's because so many people are leaving the police to do other things, leaving law enforcement. And I think that's a result of a lot of things, but whatever the impetus or impetuses, I don't know what the plural is, but whatever they are, the consequence is really bad if we're losing experienced officers, because you can see how important it is to get it right. Now, I've had 2 people in the chat decide to tell me that Amber is right about the dates. And if so, I just can't. I mean, I guess I'll have to believe you, but it's unbelievable to me that the jury voir dire is starting tomorrow. Oh, well. Do we know, as long as I'm asking questions about which I do not know the answer, do we know if the voir dire process will be streamed? I mean, a lot of it, is pretty pro forma. And some of it, even if it is streamed, you don't hear anyway, because you talk to the jurors at sidebar when it's anything personal.
It's not. One of the jurors. Okay, thank you.
Kristen says the police did what they did. They collected everything they used and released it. I think that's true, but to do it in a day seems to me, and I'm not a police, I'm not law enforcement, but a day or a day and a half seems to me to be wrong. Abby Crossing wants to know if we did the charge conference. Yeah, they did it last week, but they left some things to be decided, so they didn't finish it. And they may have done it sidebar or in the judge's chambers, because what we saw was the exhibit, the discussion about which exhibits were going to be admitted. 6 days of jury selection starting the 10th, and the trial would start on the 17th, not the 23rd. They're not going to select the jury and then have a week off. Well, the jury is here now. This is not good, because they didn't tell Paul, you know what you're giving up if you don't testify. This sounds like we're not going to hear the words "the defense rests."
So Sorry
I
about
hope
the
I'm
delay.
wrong.
There was a legal issue that I needed to address. I've addressed that issue. We're ready to proceed. The defense can call their next witness.
The defense will call Keith Caneiro.
Oh, they are calling another witness. Oh, my. And it's her witness on top of it.
If you could just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can be seated. Once you're comfortable, you can state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Caitlin Caneiro, Caneiro.
Thank you. Ms. Vassalone.
Oh, it's a relative or a daughter. Kate
Morning, Kate.
Caneiro?
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and explain your relationship to Mr. Paul Caneiro?
Yeah, I'm Katie Caneiro, and I'm Paul Caneiro's oldest daughter.
And are you currently employed?
Yeah, I'm an ER nurse at a local hospital.
And who else is in your immediate family?
It's me, my mom Susan, and my sister Marissa.
And is your mom Susan and your dad Paul, are they still married?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit more about who else is in your family. Outside of your immediate family, which members of your family were you closest with?
My Aunt Jen, my Uncle Keith, and their kids Jesse and Sophia.
And your Uncle Keith is your dad's brother?
Yeah, he's his younger brother.
And younger by how much?
About a year.
So in addition to Keith being your dad's brother, is there another brother or another uncle that you have?
Yeah, Corey Caneiro.
And who was Corey married to back in November of 2018?
Elisa Bertacci Caneiro.
And for approximately how long were they together for?
Objection. Relevance.
Just how long she's known her, Judge?
Yeah, it's not really relevant, but go ahead.
My whole life.
Okay.
Now, I want to focus a little more closely on the family dynamics. You mentioned that you were closest to your Uncle Keith and his family. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I looked at my Aunt Jen and my Uncle Keith as like second parents. Growing up, we did everything together, and it wasn't really like an extended family. It was one big family, I guess you would say. So when I was younger, we would go on vacations about once a year together, whether it was Disney World or Mexico or Puerto Rico. And then as I got older, I got my license, so I was able to like go to their house more and visit my cousins, which was nice. But as I got even older, like after 21, we would go to happy hour together, out to dinner and everything. But we spent so much time together, I would see them all the time.
Did you spend holidays together?
Oh yeah, we spent every holiday, whether it was Thanksgiving, Christmas, Mother's Day, Father's Day. We did Greek Easter every year. So every holiday we spent together.
What about birthdays?
Birthdays, yeah, my whole life. Whether it's my birthday, my sister's, the kids' parties, or family event, like birthday parties, but all 8 of us would get together and celebrate.
And how often would you personally see them on average?
At least once a week.
Katie, I'm gonna approach you with what's been previously marked as D1-424 through D1-430. I may approach you.
Okay.
Katie, I'm showing you what's been marked as D1-424. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that a family photo?
Yeah, we were in Mexico.
Okay. And D1-425, do you recognize everyone in that photo?
Yes.
I'm just going to ask that you do the same for 1-426.
Mhm.
You recognize the people in that photo?
Yeah.
And 1-427
Mhm.
and 1-428.
Yep.
And 1-429.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And
sorry.
1-430.
Yes.
Okay. Now these photos I showed you, did they accurately depict photos of your family?
Yeah.
And You recognize all the individuals in these photos?
Yes.
Okay, permission to publish?
Do we have a time frame of when those pictures were taken?
Just generally speaking, what would you say the time frame of these photos were?
Most of them are after 2008 or 9, but there's one, I was probably 13.
Is that the first one?
Yeah.
So all of those pictures are around 2008 and 2000,
No, they were after that time because,
after 2008?
yeah, Jesse and Sophia were born.
Okay, so can you just give us a, like.
Okay, so
that we
I guess
understand?
after, like 2014 to 17.
Thank you.
I'm gonna show what's first been marked as D1-424. And was this the oldest photo in the bunch?
Yeah, this is when I was younger,
Okay.
before they had kids.
And where was this photo taken?
We were at a hibachi restaurant in Mexico.
Okay.
Thank you.
And who's going from, let's say, left to right, who's in the photo?
It's my dad, me, my aunt Jen standing. She's touching my Uncle Keith, and then my mom, and then my sister Marissa.
And I think, did you mention that, how often would you vacation with Keith and Jennifer and eventually their children?
At least once a year. It was, yeah, at least once a year. And then as I got older, we would go more places together.
And I'm gonna next show what's been marked as D1-425. Can you tell us who's in this photo from left to right?
It's my mom, Susan, and we have Jesse, and then my dad, and he's holding Sophia. And that's for my mom's birthday, which would be in the summer.
Okay, this is your mom's birthday?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know like approximately what year that was taken? It can be approximate.
I want to say at least 2012.
So that little girl had 6 years left to
I'm gonna
live.
next show what's been marked as D1-426. And do you recognize who's in that photo?
Yeah, it's my dad and Jesse, and this is my dad's birthday at our house. Jesse loved birthday cake, so he would always be in the front.
You said this is your dad's birthday?
Yeah, my dad's birthday.
Okay, and whose house is this?
Mine.
All right. Now I'm gonna show what's been marked as D1-427. Okay, and who's in this photo?
My dad and Sophia. And this is also at my house. Looks like it's Christmas.
Christmas?
Yeah.
And D1-428. Can you tell us who's in this photo?
My dad and Sophia are in the front of the photo. And then it's the Pritchett's, Molly, and Sophie. And then they have a friend that is with, and I can't see who she's with.
And when you say the Pritchetts, are you referring to Stacy and Jim's children?
Yes.
Who you heard from? Okay.
And this is at my pool.
Okay. And is there anything that you want to explain to the jury about, just like the circumstances under which, was this one of the barbecues or something else?
Yeah, this was just a random barbecue that we had. It wasn't like a holiday or anything. But we used to always like to swim on my dad like that. So we would hold his shoulders and he would go under, and either we'd go under with him, or I don't know, Sophia would have at that time, but she would have floated at the top with him.
And I'm gonna show it's been marked as D1-429. And who's in that photo?
My dad and Jesse.
And what are they doing?
They're on one of the, I don't know what exactly it is, but the machine that my uncle had for his lawn. So they're at my uncle's house.
Like a ride on mower?
Yeah.
And is this at your uncle's house?
Yeah, my uncle Keith's.
Okay. And lastly, I'm gonna show it's been marked as D1-430. What can you tell us about this photo?
This is my dad and Jesse, and it looks like they're building a battleship together. And this is also at my house.
When she says her house, I wonder, how old would she have been in 2014, 15? Could she have been on her own in a house or even
Obviously, I
married?
think, were those the only photos ever taken of the family?
No.
Okay, was that just a sample
Yeah.
of a few?
Mhm.
All right, did your family take a lot of photos?
Yeah.
And now, you mentioned that you would see your Keith and Jennifer and the other family on average maybe once a week, right?
Yeah. As a whole, I would see them once a week, but I'd probably see my uncle more times a week.
Okay, what about, to your knowledge, what about your dad, Paul? How often would he see Keith and Keith see Paul? How often would they see each other?
Almost every day.
And what about their level of communication? To your knowledge, how often would they communicate?
Every day.
And how do you know this? What's your basis of knowledge?
I lived with my dad most of my life, so I was there for it.
And what are some of the things, to your knowledge, that they would do when they would see each other?
My uncle really liked to eat, so they would go out to eat a lot, whether it was lunch or dinner. But he would come over our house, or my dad would go over his house to help him with stuff, and we'd just hang out.
Was everything always pre-planned, or was sometimes
No.
it unannounced?
Yeah, my uncle would show up if he was free. He would, even with me, he would just be like, "Hey, are you around? I'm near the area. Let's go out to lunch."
And the level of contact between your dad and Keith, was it consistent as far as you knew?
Yeah, my whole life they were like that.
And you mentioned that they're very close personally. What about, are you aware of the businesses that they own together?
Yeah, they own 2 businesses together, Square One and EcoStar.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a minute. Approximately how long were they in business together?
My whole life.
And to your knowledge, did your dad and Keith often communicate specifically about the business?
Yes.
And during the course of the communications that they had, did you ever have the opportunity to observe any disagreements between them?
I mean, they were brothers, so they would fight like brothers, but they would work it out themselves.
When they had a disagreement, did it ever affect the family in any way?
No, if they were having a disagreement earlier that morning and we all had like plans to go out to dinner or something, it wouldn't change the fact nothing would be canceled. We'd still all go and everything was fine.
Did your families go out to lunch or dinner often?
Yeah.
And just briefly, with respect to Corey, how did he fit into the family dynamic as far as you know?
I mean, he's their younger brother, but he would come around occasionally. It really just depended on what he had going on in his life at that time.
And did Corey have any ownership in the businesses?
No.
Now, focusing on 2018 specifically, just to orient ourselves, in 2018, how old were you?
I was 26.
And how old was your sister?
23.
What about your dad?
51.
And so that would make you
50.
And how old was Corey?
He was the same age as my Aunt Jen, so 45.
And focusing on 2018 also for a moment, we heard a little bit about this. Were your parents experiencing any marital issues?
Yeah.
Despite that, did you still do things as a family?
Yeah, my dad would still cook us dinner or lunch, whatever it was. We would still eat together as a family. We'd still go out to dinner as a family. We'd all hang out still as a family. It's more between them.
So as far as the family dynamic generally as a family, did it change anything?
No.
Now, talking about, we've also heard a little bit about your dad's room.
Mhm.
At the time, 2018, was your dad essentially sleeping in a separate room?
Yeah, he was in the guest bedroom.
Okay. Notwithstanding that, to your knowledge, did your dad still use the master bedroom for any reason?
Yeah, all his clothes were in the master bedroom. All his medications were in the nightstand next to his side of the bed. He would use the shower in the master bathroom, and occasionally he would still sleep in there if he wasn't feeling well or anything like that.
And in the summer of 2018 specifically, the family dynamic, we just talked about it. Where was it the same?
Yeah.
And in the summer of 2018, where was Corey living?
My Aunt Jen and Uncle Heath's basement.
And how do you know that?
Like I said before, I'd be over their house all the time, so I firsthand saw that he was staying in the basement.
And what was the approximate time frame?
So now that's
I
in
wanna say
evidence,
from
finally.
June of 2018 to September of 2018.
And by the way, did your dad ever live in Keith's basement?
No.
Were there a couple times throughout your life where your dad had another living location or stayed outside of the home temporarily?
Yeah, twice.
Okay. So let's talk about the first time. How old were you the first time?
I was still in high school. I don't remember exactly what age, but
And at that point, where was your dad staying?
he had rented a place in Manasquan.
Okay. And how long did that last?
Maybe like a couple months, but he really just used it to sleep. He was over every day.
He was over your house every day?
Yeah.
And when was the second time?
I don't know the exact year, but it was after 2014 because I already graduated college. But he had a place in Ocean Township.
And was that similarly a few months or how
It was a
long
little
was that?
longer, maybe 6 months, but same thing. Like just he used it to sleep. It wasn't. I saw him every day still. He was over the house still every day.
And so other than that, your dad lived in your home?
Yes.
Now, had Corey ever been to your house before? Yeah. And how often would you say Corey was at your house?
Like I said before, it really depended on what was going on in his life, but he would pop over occasionally, sporadically.
And did he ever come to the barbecues or the birthdays or anything like that?
Rarely. Not the barbecues, but some birthdays maybe when I was younger. But
And what about the summer of 2018? Did he come over to your house at all then?
yeah, he was over a lot more. He was staying at my uncle's house, Uncle Keith's house, so he definitely stopped by my house a lot more.
Were there times when he would stop by and and no one else from your family was home?
Yes.
So he would be there with who?
His kids, he would bring them over to use our pool.
Did Keith have a pool?
Yeah, he had a bigger and better pool with a diving board.
Now, you mentioned Corey's been to your house, so do you know whether Corey's been to your basement before?
Yes.
And were you ever there when Corey was in your basement?
Yes.
What about the unfinished part of your basement?
Yes.
Have you ever personally, in the unfinished part, is that where your dad's guns were located?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever personally seen your dad, like showing Corey his guns or anything like that?
Yeah.
And now fast forwarding a little bit to the weekend before November 20th of 2018.
Okay.
So, what, if anything, did you do that weekend what, if anything, did you and your dad do together that weekend?
That Sunday, I guess it was the 18th, me and my dad went food shopping for Thanksgiving because every year my dad would cook the food and then we'd bring it over to my uncle's house to eat.
You said every Thanksgiving?
Yeah, after Jesse was born. He was born in November, so that first year he was born, we still had it at my house, but then every year after that, we always had it at my aunt and uncle's house.
And who did the cooking?
My dad, he loved to cook, and he's a great cook.
Okay, so that Sunday you went food shopping with your dad?
Yeah, and we got all the food, yeah.
Okay. And what was the plan was what?
My dad cooks the food on Thanksgiving, and then we'd drive it over and reheat it up at my uncle's house.
And when you say your uncle's house?
Uncle Keith.
And now, before you went food shopping, on the 18th, what, if anything, was your dad doing?
My dad was on the computer and he was fixing our Wi-Fi. It was really slow and it was not working right.
And fast forwarding now to the next day, to Monday the 19th. Tell me what you did that day. Tell us what you did that day.
I went to work from 9 to 5, and then I came home and my mom had cooked dinner, so I ate dinner with her. My sister was out shopping for, I forget what, but she came home around 7, and me and my mom were in the living room watching a movie together, and I think my sister stayed down with us for a little while, but she shortly went up to bed, and I didn't have work the next day till like 1:30, so I stayed up a little later, but my mom probably went up to bed around 10, and then I stayed up till probably 11 and went up to bed.
Okay. And what was your dad doing at that time?
By the time I got home, he was already asleep.
Okay. Was that unusual for your dad to be sleeping at that time?
No, just because some days he didn't feel well, so he would sleep.
And when you said you went to bed at 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, moving on to the morning of the 20th. What's the first thing you remember?
First thing I remember was my dad, he was like shaking me awake, and he was saying that the house was on fire and we needed to get out.
And what's the first thing that you see when you wake up?
I turned my lights on and the top half of my room was filled with black smoke.
So then what did you do?
I grabbed my inhaler and I went to go escape the house. And I got to the top of the stairs. And when I got to the top of the stairs, I heard my mom saying, the dogs won't get off the bed. They won't get off the bed. So I called them, and then I finally heard them both jump off the bed. So I started to go down the stairs. And when I went down the stairs I was about halfway down, I heard like a bang, and my dad screamed, "Fuck my hand."
And where did you go once you got down the stairs?
I went to go out the front door.
And when you went out the front door, what, if anything, did you see?
Before I exited the house, I turned around to make sure that my parents were following me. And I saw my dad turn towards the garage.
Okay. And what did you do once you got outside?
Once I got outside, I called 911.
Do you remember the time that you called 911, the exact time?
Yeah, 4:58 in the morning.
How do you remember that time?
I looked at my call log, but it was also something that stood out to me. It was a scary day.
And so as you're on the phone with 911, what's happening at this point?
I get off like my front porch and I go to like the grass area and I look towards the garage and I can see that the lights turned on, which means that the garage doors were opening, and then the porch lights came down the driveway.
And was that your dad pulling the car out?
Yeah.
Okay, so from the time that you were exiting your house and you saw your dad going toward the garage to the time that you saw the garage door coming up and the light and the Porsche coming out, how much time had passed?
Under a minute.
And at that time, did you ever see your dad holding a gas can?
No.
Did you ever see your dad trying to light any fires?
No.
Did your dad smell like gasoline?
No.
Now, after your dad pulling the Porsche out of the driveway, what happens next?
He pulled it in front of the house, and then my sister and the dogs got in the car, and then I hung up with 911, and I waited for my mom to get out of the house.
Do you recall how long that you were on the phone with 911 for, the exact time?
No.
Would seeing a copy of your extraction report refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
I'm going to show what's been marked as D-152. I'm approaching with what's been marked as D-152. Do you recognize this as an extraction report from your phone?
Yeah.
And do you see the number that you dialed listed on there?
Yeah, it says 911.
Okay. And do you see the time of the call?
Yeah, 4:58.
Okay. And then I'm just going to direct your attention to the duration. If you want to just read it to yourself and then look up when you're done. Okay. How long did that call to 911 last for?
1 minute and 41 seconds.
So your dad comes down the driveway, he parks in front of the house somewhere, and then what happens? Does your family get in the car?
My sister and the dogs do, but my mom was still in the house. She went to go grab her shoes, a coat, and the dog's leashes. So I waited for her to get out.
So did she take a couple minutes longer than everyone else?
Yeah.
And you mentioned shoes, a coat, and leashes.
Mhm.
Did anyone in your family not have shoes?
Yeah, me, my sister, and my dad all ran out with no shoes.
Okay. And what was your dad wearing?
She's wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
And at some point, like later in the morning, did anyone give you and your sister and your dad clothes?
Yeah, they gave us coats and sneakers. Me and my sister coats and sneakers, and I think they gave my dad pants and sneakers.
And once you're in the car, what happens next?
We waited for the first responders to come.
And did the first responders come?
Yes.
Okay. And once the first responders get there, what are they doing?
Trying to put out the fire in my house.
And as that's happening, are you and your family inside of the Porsche Cayenne vehicle?
Yes.
And what, if any, phone calls were made?
My dad called both his brothers.
Okay. And so that's Keith and Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Who did he call first?
I think my Uncle Keith.
Okay. And did Keith answer?
No.
And so then did he then call Corey?
Yes.
And did Corey answer?
No.
Okay. So then what, if any, additional calls were made?
My sister was the only person that had Elisa's number, so she called her.
And do you recall the exact time that she called, that when you say your sister, is that Marissa?
Marissa, yes.
Okay, do you recall the exact time that she called Elisa?
No.
Okay. Would showing a copy of her call log help refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna approach with what's marked as D153. And you recognize this as your sister's call log?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna direct your attention to the second page here. And, specifically this call, and the time would be listed here if you want to take a look at that and then look up when you're done.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what time did your sister call Elisa?
5:43 in the morning.
Now, during that call that your sister made to Elisa, did your dad speak to Corey?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that call, what happened?
Corey drove to my house.
Okay. And so the call was at 5:43. Approximately how much later did Corey get there? How long did it take to get there?
Like a half hour later.
Okay, so that would be approximately what time?
6:15, 6:20.
And was it still dark out?
Yes.
And how did Corey get there?
He drove.
What kind of car did he drive?
He had a white Jetta.
Now, do you know where Corey was coming from that morning?
Yeah. He and his family lived in Fairhaven.
And approximately how far away is Fairhaven from your house?
20 to 30 minutes.
20 to 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Like depending on traffic?
Yeah. During the day, it takes a little longer because there's no direct route.
And once Corey gets there, approximately how long is he there for?
He stayed until around 9:30 in the morning.
Okay. And at some point, did you go anywhere with Corey?
Yeah. He drove me and my sister to go grab bagels.
And after that, approximately what time did you guys get back from the bagels?
Probably gone for like a half hour, so maybe. We got back from getting the bagels and he pretty much left. He had an appointment somewhere.
And so Corey leaves, and then after that, what, if any, additional calls were you making that morning?
I called my Aunt Jen and Uncle Keith a bunch of times.
And when you say you called Aunt Jen and Uncle Keith, like what numbers, not the phone numbers specifically, but like what phones are you calling?
I called my Aunt Jen's cell phone, I called my Uncle Keith's cell phone, I called the house phone, and I called Jesse's iPad.
And of those, so it was the Keith's phone, Jennifer's phone, the house phone, and Jesse's iPad.
Mhm.
Four phones?
Yeah.
Of those four, did any of them not ring?
Yeah, the house phone went straight to voicemail.
Okay. And so how many times did you call the house line? If you
Just
recall?
once.
Okay. And why did you only call once?
This was off. There was no point.
Okay. So the phones that were ringing, you continued to call?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately in total, how many times would you say you called those phones that morning, like in total?
About 20.
And did
No one answered.
And specifically with respect to Jennifer's phone, was her phone ringing?
Yes, rang normally and then went to voicemail.
What was the approximate time frame that you were calling these phones that morning?
I would say from 9:30ish to 12.
That's approximate?
Yeah.
And to your recollection, did Jennifer's phone ring?
Yeah.
Were you also sending text messages that morning?
Yeah, I texted my Uncle Keith and I texted my Aunt Jen.
Do you remember the time that you sent your Aunt Jen a text message?
No.
No. Would seeing a copy of the text message with the timestamp help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I am approaching with
This side, not behind
I'm
Paul,
approaching with what's been marked as the 154.
pretty wide.
I'm just going to direct your attention to the name A.
I don't know if they were in the
Specific
courtroom,
Text with
the family, Paul's family.
okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what time you?
And always,
sent
if
text
the
message to
state
Aunt
and
Jennifer?
Yes.
defense don't agree, the witnesses
10:26
cannot be in
in
the
the morning.
courtroom.
Now, what kind of phone does your Aunt Jennifer? What kind of phone did your Aunt Jennifer have?
She had an iPhone.
And do you still have that text message in your phone today?
Yes.
And did you look at that text message recently in the past day or two?
Yes.
Now, prior to the last day or two, when was the last time you looked at that text message?
The day I sent it, November 20th, 2018.
So you haven't looked at the message since?
No.
When you looked at it in the last day or two, what, if anything, did you notice about that text message? Or iMessage? Is it a text message or an iMessage?
It's an iMessage and it changed from delivered to read.
So, do you have any idea when that would have changed?
No, I didn't look at it for 7 years.
The fact that it now says read, did that stand out to you?
Yeah, because who read it? He wasn't alive to read it.
Turning back to the scene of your house fire. What were you and your family doing while first responders were on scene?
We were in my mom's car, and then we would occasionally use our neighbors' bathrooms.
And which neighbors were you, whose bathrooms were you using?
I personally used Marilyn's, my next door neighbor, and then John Harrington's across the street from me.
And were you speaking to your neighbors during that time as well?
Yes.
At some point, did anyone in your family need something from your house?
Yeah, my dad has diabetes, so he needed the insulin from inside the house.
And were you able to get the medication?
Eventually, yes, but it was difficult to get. I had to keep explaining and going back and forth, trying to say why he needed the medicine. Because they said that they had to take pictures of the whole house and then we would be able to get in, but he needed it sooner than that.
Now, at some point, was there a search? And so ultimately, did he get the medication then?
Yes,
At some point, was there a search of your dad's vehicle?
yes.
And when I say your dad's vehicle, which vehicle are we talking about?
It was the Porsche Macan loaner.
And you reference it as a loaner because?
His car was in the shop at that time.
Okay. And around what time was the search of your dad's vehicle?
10:40.
Was your dad present for the search?
No, we walked up the driveway to go see, and when we got to the top, they told us we had.
Objection, hearsay.
When you got to the top of the driveway, were you permitted to stay for the search?
No.
And where were you directed to go?
The street.
And could you see the search from the street?
No.
But were you able to take some photos?
Yes.
Now, during this time, where's Marissa, your sister?
My sister's boyfriend at the time picked her and the dogs up so that the dogs weren't just in the car anymore, and they took them back to his house.
Okay, so your sister left with
Her boyfriend
her
at the time.
boyfriend
Yep.
and the dogs?
And the dogs.
Okay. And how did she leave?
He picked her up.
Do you know approximately what time this was? Approximate?
I really don't, but I want to say around 10:15, 10:30.
Now, at some point, was there a request for you to go to the police station?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
11:30, 11:45.
Okay. And did you want to go to the police station at that point?
I had work at 1:30, and we were still in pajamas and random clothes, so we wanted to go change and brush our teeth and then go to the police station.
And were you able to go change and do the things that you wanted to do?
No.
Were you directed to report to the police station?
Yes.
Also, was there a point in time where you wanted to get anything from your car?
Yeah, like I said, I had work that day and I needed to get my purse and wallet out of my car and some things for work out of it.
Were you permitted to get things out of your car?
No.
And when you were directed to go to the police station, was your sister there or was she still with her boyfriend?
She was still at her boyfriend's house.
Okay, so did she meet you there?
Yes, she got dropped off a couple minutes after we got there.
And so in the Porsche Cayenne vehicle, who was in the vehicle, like traveling to the police station together?
Me, my mom, and my dad.
Okay. And was anyone following you?
Yeah, the detectives in like an unmarked car.
When you arrived at the police station, when you were still in your car, what personal items did you have with you?
I had only my cell phone and my inhaler that I grabbed that morning.
And did you leave anything in the car when you went to the police station?
Yes, I left my inhaler in the car.
Why did you leave the inhaler in your car?
The detectives pulled up behind us and said it would only be like a short time to just meet them in the lobby and leave whatever in the car.
They told you to leave things in the car? Now, once you once you get there, how soon after you does your sister get dropped off?
With less than 10 minutes.
Okay. So once your family is there, where in the police station do you go?
It was like through the front door, and there was like a little sitting area, like the lobby.
And do you recall like approximately what, I know it was a long time ago, so we're speaking like general approximations, but approximately what time did you get there?
Probably around 12.
Okay. And how long were you guys in the lobby area for?
Over an hour.
And what, if anything, happened at some point when you were in the lobby?
Like I said before, I had work that day at 1:30, and it was about 1:10-ish, and I was getting impatient, so I went up to the receptionist or secretary or whoever, and I was like, how much longer is this gonna take? And at that time, my dad started screaming and crying that my uncle's house was on fire. And he got a text from Ben saying that he needed to go to my uncle's.
And is that how your dad found out?
Yes.
And so what did you do at that point?
I walked out the front door of the police station and I called my Uncle Corey
Why did you call Corey?
because I wanted him to go to my uncle's house and make sure everyone was okay.
And what, if anything, did you try to do at that point?
I had the car keys to my mom's car and I tried to leave to go to my uncle's house.
And were you permitted to leave?
No, the detective stopped me
And why were you trying to leave?
because no one was answering me. Sorry. I wanted to make sure they were okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Take your time. Ready? So now that you know Keith's house is on fire, what happens next?
I go back into the police station and they start bringing us like downstairs to the main, I guess, area of the police station. And I was just like panicking. I was telling them my uncle's address, like they had to do something. And they were being very vague and kind of just hinted that they knew already and it was being taken care of.
Okay. And where did they bring you?
It's like down a couple steps into like the main area of the police station, I guess. It's a bunch of cubicles that I guess the detectives worked at. And then we were seated in like a conference room, I guess. It was a long table with numerous chairs. Me and my sister sat next to each other, and then my dad and mom sat across from us.
Okay. And if, again, I know it's a long time, so just an approximate, but approximately how long were you in the conference room for?
Let's say over 45 minutes, but I'm not sure. I don't remember.
What are you doing what are you personally doing while you're in the conference room?
I asked them about their Wi-Fi because there was no cell service down there, and they kind of just, like, I guess not said, but there was no Wi-Fi password. So I somehow got onto their Wi-Fi, and I was Googling my uncle's house and just looking at live updates.
Okay, so you were able to access like media and through Google?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I asked you this, but approximately what time is it when you get down to the conference room? Approximately.
Like 1:20.
And so what, if anything, are you learning through the media when you're searching things?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
The media coverage, what, did it regard your uncle's house?
Object to hearsay.
I'll allow that question, but no further as it relates to what the media is saying.
Yeah, just specific, just the only question is like, did it regard
Yes.
your uncle's house? And, now, at some point, while you're in the conference room, what is the demeanor of your family? How's everyone doing at this point?
All really upset. We're all crying. My dad's like struggling to breathe. He's crying. My mom's hysterical. I'm crying.
And at some point, did they remove you from the conference room?
Yes, they took me into an interrogation room.
Why are you calling it an interrogation room?
That's what they referred to it as, and it was a small room with white walls and a desk and a chair, and then no windows.
When they took you out of the conference room, did they take anyone else out of the conference room?
Yeah, they called me and my mom at the same time, and my sister and my dad were still in the conference room.
And did they put you and your mom together in a room?
No,
or
we
did
went into
they
separate rooms.
separate interrogation rooms?
Mhm.
And so who's in the room with you at that point?
2 detectives.
And what's happening now?
They started asking me questions, and the first question they asked me was if I knew who was shot outside of my uncle's house.
And what was your response?
I started screaming and crying. Because I obviously knew who was my uncle at that point.
Did they continue to ask you questions?
Yeah.
And when they were asking you questions, how long did this last for?
At least an hour.
And during the time that they're asking you questions, what, if anything, are you asking them?
I keep asking them if my cousins are okay. No one would give me an answer. They kept asking to leave, and they said as soon as I give my statement.
And was there anything else? Were you under the impression that your cousins were located somewhere?
Yeah, they basically told me that once I gave my statement, they would take me to them. At whatever hospital they were at.
After they asked you some questions, now, did you give a statement in this case, like a typed statement?
When I was in this room, no, but they took me in another room later, and yes, that's when I gave a formal statement.
So the questions that you're referencing now, is that the same as your typed
None of
statement or
those.
different?
Different, completely different.
So the statement comes later.
Yes.
So now it's just questions, lasts for about an hour. And at some point, do the detectives leave the room?
Yeah, they left the room.
And what happens after they leave the room?
I was in there for a while, so I had to use the bathroom. So I tried to leave, and the door was locked, so I started banging on the door until someone opened it. And then they kind of were like, they escorted me to the bathroom at that point.
And after you went to the bathroom, then what happens next?
They escorted me back into like the main area of the police station with all the cubicles.
And were you with your family? Or
No, we were all separated at this point. I could see into the conference room, and I saw my dad's back. My sister was no longer in the conference room.
At some point, did they take your statement?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time they finally took your statement?
I don't.
Would seeing a copy of your statement refresh your recollection as to the
Yeah.
time? I have one marked as D151.
Okay.
Keith, do you recognize this? I'll take this one as a copy of your statement.
Yeah.
Okay, does it have your name on it?
Yes.
And it's, looks like 8 pages long.
Yep.
And I think you,
Yeah.
okay. And does it have a start time and an end time?
Yeah, starts at 3:40 and then looks like it ends at 5:21.
Approximately 2 hours?
Yeah.
So at around 3:40, they start to take your statement. And after you gave your statement, what, if anything, did you learn at that point?
They finally confirmed that they all died.
And when you say they, who are you referring to?
My aunt, my uncle, and my 2 cousins.
And who confirmed this?
One of the detectives.
After you gave your statement, approximately how much longer were you at the police station for?
5.5 hours.
And for the entire duration, I know you mentioned earlier when you first found out that your uncle's house was on fire, you tried to leave, right? At any other point during the time that you were at the police station, did you make any other attempts to leave?
Yeah, at one point I had a panic attack and I wanted my inhaler, which was in the car, and they wouldn't let me get it. They just brought me outside to breathe fresh air.
Were you asking to leave at all?
Yes, the whole time.
And did they let you leave?
No.
What time did you ultimately leave the police station that night?
Around 11 p.m.
And did you express any concerns when you were leaving?
Yeah, we were scared. So we wanted to know that we were safe. And they kind of just dismissed us.
Is there anything else you want the jury to know about that day?
I'm going to object, Judge, to
I'm
that.
gonna sustain that objection. That's a question. It needs to be a little bit more specific, please.
Was that day a hard day?
It was the hardest day of my life.
I just want to talk about a couple other things now. You mentioned earlier Jesse's iPad.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this first. Did anyone in Keith, Jennifer, in their family share their locations with you?
Jesse.
And was that tied to his iPad?
Yes.
At some point, did you check the location of that iPad?
Yeah, in February of 2019.
Okay, so this is a couple months later.
Yeah.
And where was when you checked the location, what was the location?
I'm going to object to the hearsay of this.
Can I see everyone, please?
Yeah. I think there was something in the news or whatever before the trial that said the family didn't cooperate with the police after that first day. And they said it was because they were so badly treated at police headquarters. They didn't know what happened to the rest of Keith's family. They wanted to get to see them and they weren't allowed to go. And if that's true, you can understand why they'd be really upset and angry about it. And so she is now the evidence that Corey lived at Keith's house in the basement. She is the evidence that Corey was not as close to the rest of the family, even if not estranged, as Paul and Keith were with each other. She can provide or provided testimony. Let me see, what else did she talk about here? Oh, that Paul had injured his hand in the house when they were trying to leave because she heard him yell. I mean, at least she's whether any of this is accurate or not is a different question, but she's at least providing evidence as to these things. That Corey was in and out of their house and used their pool with the two girls, was in all parts of the basement. So she's covering a lot of bases that the defense needs. You can also see, I think, if she's testifying truthfully to some of this and believes, let's say, that defense witness with the expert that was just there, why she could still believe in the face of the evidence that her father didn't do it. It may not be reasonable. It may be ignoring some of the evidence, but you can at least see how she could get there. At least I can see how she can get there. I mean, that morning when their house is on fire must have been frightening beyond all belief to them. And then to be down at the police station and then to worry about, because they heard that Keith's house had been on fire, to worry about their uncle and their aunt and the kids. It had to be a terrible, terrible number of hours for them. Allison, you must have, because she said that Corey lived in Keith's basement for a period of time. I don't know how long. And she said she knew it. She was asked how she knew it, and she said because she was over at her uncle's a lot and saw him there. So what the defense is doing is that Corey had access to Keith's house and would know where the cameras were and, where the whatever else was going on there, where the wireless was. And he had access to Paul's house and therefore would know about where the cameras were and the wireless and everything else. And the expert is saying you can't trust the DNA because they didn't test for Corey. They still can't account for the expert saying the DNA that was reliable, even on the way he tested. He would test for DNA, blood evidence on the genes, and Paul's DNA and Sophia's DNA being on them. We haven't gotten to how we're going to account for the ballistics, although I suppose they're going to say Corey was in the house and could have. Use the guns. So she's ticking a lot of boxes. And the jury will either believe her or not believe her on some of what she's talking about. Ollie wants to know how Corey living in the basement has relevance. I think they're going to say he had access and would know the house very well. So know where the cameras were, know where the wireless was, know what doors are typically open at the house, certainly know what route to take from the garage through the basement into the house if that's the way he went, would have an idea of where to set the fires because he's familiar with the house, and so too at Paul's house. And Maestro is saying, hard to believe your own father would be going around lighting fires and doing what he was doing. Yeah, particularly if they were that close. And you saw the pictures of Paul, particularly with Jesse. I mean, you could get there, but I said last week, this is a paradigm shift. You have one picture of everybody and how you fit in all of it, and you just don't immediately move to another picture. It takes a while to be able to do that. And some people are saying she's abrupt or not nice. To some extent, that's a style of this part of the country. I know a lot of people who have that sort of affect. They come across as brusque and, I don't know, maybe impolite, pushy. Doesn't necessarily mean any of those things, but it is something that you see here that I didn't encounter very much in the Midwest. And I was in North Carolina for a semester and in Arizona for a semester. And I didn't really encounter that sort of personality there either. It's not to say that they weren't there, and all of this is stereotyping clearly, but that the way she is, you hear her on the stand. I know a lot of people, I have good friends and family members who sound the same way. And that's not to take a position on whether she's telling the truth or telling a lot of the truth, but not all of it, or, not really telling the truth on a couple of critical things. I mean, I'm putting myself in her shoes, and I would have trouble looking at my father, who was so close to that 11-year-old little boy. And that was clear from the pictures and from other testimony. Picturing him knifing that little boy to death, that would take a lot of movement and, for me to get there. And what she says doesn't respond to all the evidence. It doesn't discount the financial shenanigans. She's only giving her picture, one piece of, her experience. And she does help with regard to corroborating or not corroborating, but placing Corey as knowing Keith's house and as being in and around her house when nobody was there, which is useful because the evidence, the guns were in Paul's house, the bloody clothes down in the basement were Paul's house, and Keith's house, knowing where the wireless was and that stuff, it's useful to be able to say, here's somebody else who knew these things. Useful doesn't mean it's enough, even if it's true, but it is useful. It does move the defense's case from where it was. And we'll see whether they she's crossed on any of this, and if so, on what. Christine says, as someone from the Midwest and West, interacting with Easterners was very unnerving. Well, I said when I moved to Nebraska that I could see people from this area of the country being able to move to the Midwest and modifying behavior. But I thought it would be a lot harder for somebody from the Midwest to move to this area and be able to get used to the more abrasive way of dealing. I was an advisor of our moot court team at the law school, and I took a team out to New York once, and I had some friends from law school join us for dinner. And the kids from Nebraska and Kansas, I forget who else was on the team, from that area, were just, I don't know what I would say, appalled because of the way my friends interacted with each other. They just thought we were angry at each other and rude to each other. And for us, it was just the way, we interacted normally. So there are differences in different parts of the country. There's no question. And all I was saying about all of that is she may be, a cold person and an abrasive person and not friendly and anything else you want to say. I'm not saying she's not. I don't know her. But that personality that you see is also something that you would see in people in this area that you wouldn't describe that way if you knew them. So that was all I was trying to do. Oh, and Geneva Rogers is saying typical of the South Jersey girls. She's North Jersey born and raised. Yeah, it's there are just differences. Even the easiest one to see, and I think anybody who's been to this area in the South and the Midwest would see it, is everybody is in a faster pace here, and there's less room to stand at a checkout counter and have a kind of polite, nice little discussion because you're constantly wanting to get going. There's research to move us to a different area entirely of when Japanese firms were opening in the United States and we were having more interaction, that they had to give lessons to Americans about how to deal with their Japanese colleagues, because in Japan, you would take time to be polite, and the way you would approach things would be, for people in this area, much more circuitous. And here people want to, get going and be done. And there was quite a culture clash. One side wasn't being, not working hard, and the other side wasn't being rude. It's just the two cultures didn't understand each other and didn't work very well together. And so they were giving lessons. And it wasn't just this area where they were doing that, because Americans generally are not as into the formalities and the way you sort of work into dealing with people, even in a work environment. So. Yeah, Melon is saying the same thing. When she grew up in Nebraska, now on the East Coast, when she goes back, she realizes how rude we are here. See, I wouldn't call it rude. I just think it's a different style. And I mean, people who live here, when people do that to me, I never think they're rude. It's just the different style here. But if you're not used to it, I'm sure it feels that way. I have trouble actually on phone calls when I'm trying to do something, not necessarily with Amazon, but that sort of call, because when I get on the phone, I want to get to my problem and get it solved. And the person on the other end, they're trained to do we're really sorry this happened. They're trained to do that. And I don't want any part of it. I want my time. My time is important. I just want you to get to my problem and let's see if we can solve it. And I'm sure the people, when I do that on the phone, consider it rude. And I try not to have a rude sounding tone. And I actually try to, not to do it as much. But I do keep, I want to get done with this phone call. So if that sounds rude to you, then it's rude. And that's this area. Okay, well, we're having a discussion about this now. But all I was trying to do is to say people who found her abrupt and maybe rude and cold and not caring may be exactly right, because I've never met her. I was just suggesting that I know people who sound like that and approach things like that I would never say that about. In fact, I can think of a classmate from law school as I'm sitting here right now. And I'm sure people would say that about me. But I remember a classmate at law school who, you'd be having a conversation and she would make a point to try to just end the conversation. And I think lots of people in the conversation would be horrified. So I'm not, by the way, I happen to thrive in this environment. And so maybe just me, but I'm not trying to defend it by any means, just trying to describe it. And we're on another break. I can't believe it. And I was hoping she was going to say the defense rests, and we'd be into closings tomorrow. Now it's 3:45, and I think the judge is going to say the trial rests. Oh yeah, TX lady says we wear out the horns on our cars. That's absolutely true. And when I moved to Nebraska and I would honk my horn because nothing was moving, I'd be the only horn honker out there. But in my defense, maybe not in my defense, maybe more showing what this area of the country tends to produce. Nebraska has, I think, somebody's going to be able to correct me, 85 or 90 counties. It's a lot of counties. And on the license plate gives you the number of the county. So the county where Omaha is, which is the largest city by population in Nebraska, gets 1 on the license plate. Lincoln, where the university and state capital are, which is the second largest population center, gets a 2. So if you're a 90, you're really in a county that has very, 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 very few people. And that, from my point of view, affects how you can deal with traffic. And so I learned that if I was driving in Lincoln and I saw a car with a 50 on the plate, to make a right turn and find another way to get where I was going, because that driver would get to an intersection and, it wouldn't be busy, but there'd be cars, and that driver would not want to move through the intersection until there were no cars coming from any direction. And so that driver could sit there for 10 or 15 minutes. I'm exaggerating, of course. Getting out of a parking garage. Nebraska drivers would wait for every car to back out. They wouldn't do one after one. They would be very polite. And I found it very difficult to resist honking my horn. And let me say, I like Nebraska a lot, and I like Lincoln a lot, and I like Nebraskans a lot, and I think Midwesterners are wonderful, as are people when I was in North Carolina in the South, and I was in Oregon for a semester, and that area of the West or the Northwest, wonderful, just differences. Okay, so Sheila Brennan says you can take Jersey Girl Edge. You can take the girl out of New Jersey, but you can't take the Jersey out of the girl. I think that's probably true. But I wish I knew what we were doing. Last Sophia says in Florida, she has a panic attack when everybody says hello. Yeah, here people can avoid eye contact on a busy street. Other parts of the country, people say hello. It's just it really, in some respects, it's simply style. Maybe in all respects, it's simply style, but it is different. Yeah, and TX lady's talking about when you go, the Army, when you go to different, countries and see different cultures, you certainly see differences, and that's clearly true. Clearly true. I wonder if Court TV ever got its feed straightened out. Amber moved us to Law and Crime because the Court TV feed went down. And when we came back on after lunch, it was still not cooperating. So Dot U Forum says growing up, she was taught to be polite, never say anything could offend. I think that's a nice thing to do, but in my view, I don't think it's possible to never say anything that won't offend someone. Maybe it is. Maybe my picture of what offends people is different or higher. But I tend not to be offended. I tend to believe that people are not out to offend. They may misstate. They may be wrong on the facts. They may be more argumentative. But I tend to give everybody a break. We all make mistakes. And until you prove to me that you're trying to offend or you're trying to be, I don't know. You put the adjective in there. I just, you could say I give people the benefit of the doubt. It may just be that my carapace is thicker than others, which is a good thing, I think, in one respect, but maybe a bad one in another, because it doesn't occur to me that the things that don't bother me at all, because they just don't, might bother someone else. And we're still waiting. We should take another poll. How many think that once the judge comes back out, he's going to say, that's it for today? So we will see. I assume most of you watched the Super Bowl. I did not. I got work done, which was nice. And I don't like all the advertisement breaks at the Super Bowl. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the ads that you see. I've heard other people just, love them, and I don't usually. And at the best of times, I think football is slow. You get one play, and then there's about a minute before anything happens again. Not that I care whether it's slow or not, but I do think it's slow, even though it has a reputation for being a fast game. I once talked to a quarterback about it and asked him what he thought was the time in a 3-hour game, the time it was actually involved play, as compared to the number of seconds before you have to start the play at center, and then the time to set up afterwards, and the moving the chains and all of that. And I don't remember his answer, but I do remember his answer supported my position that football's a slow game. Christine says, my way is a much healthier way to live. Yeah, I just would rather give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And I think we live in a society today where lots of people, no matter where they are on the political, from left to right, don't. And parsing language, people make mistakes when we write. We certainly make mistakes when we talk. And I do think, now that I'm on this little lecture, which I apologize, I do think that the movement now where we do so many more things at home, we're not at work, we're doing things by distance learning. We do things by the internet and we can work from home. We don't go to the supermarket. We can have, things brought in. We do more, takeout as compared to restaurants. All of that, I think, is not helping us be able to give people the benefit of the doubt and interact with each other in a kind way, because we have less experience doing it. I found the last couple of years that I was teaching in person, because, with COVID, everything was over the internet, and that was before COVID, that students were losing the ability to talk to each other, or the little social niceties. A faculty member would have a dinner at home for a class, and students would not RSVP, or they would RSVP and not show up. That I wouldn't do that with anyone. I certainly, in a student, professor relationship, not do it. So we're losing those things, and I think it's a big loss. I mean, point. We are much, however abrupt we may be face to face, we are more careful about what we say face to face than we are when we send a text or an email. So Clancy Riley loves pro football and is going to miss it. That's how I feel about college football, actually. I miss college. But I'm getting tired of college too, so I may stop all of it in terms of watching. Okay, it is now 5-4. This is a very long break. And they talked about this already, what they were going to permit with regard to a third party, pointing the finger at a third party in this prosecution. Apparently, they didn't get it resolved. In the chat, how many of you were persuaded by this testimony enough that you would have, based on all the evidence you've heard so far, that you would vote to acquit because you had a reasonable doubt? Amber, are you there? We should do another poll to see how much this testimony and the testimony of both witnesses today and the testimony of the expert would lead you to say, now I can't say, based on the evidence that points to Paul, that I'm persuaded beyond a reasonable doubt, and therefore I'd have to acquit. Amber, can we do another poll, or are you gone, or is it too much? I don't know how hard it is to do a poll. So Tiger Lily says the female defense attorney proved to not always abide by what they decided. Yeah, well, that's right. She's not very good at it. Let's see what the poll says, if we're doing one. And I don't know where we do it because it doesn't show up on my phone. My phone must not be a cooperating phone. Because it's like a secret poll. You can all take it and I don't get a chance to do it. Because I don't even see it. I can see people not on the poll saying they're not persuaded, so that they have a reasonable doubt anyway. Oh, the poll is up. Thank you, Amber. Go vote in this poll. And by the way, when you're voting in the poll, hit like. It helps the algorithm, and it doesn't cost you anything. And if you're not a subscriber, think about doing that. You get an alert when I'm doing something. And again, that helps the algorithm, and it doesn't cost you a thing. Yeah, I think the question on the chat is, are the lawyers talking to the judge? Yeah. He didn't say we were taking an afternoon break. And it was the defense lawyer who said she wanted to talk at sidebar rather than not. She likes sidebar. She's very happy with sidebar. She's constantly wanting sidebar. So Melanie Greenberg says she doesn't see the poll. I don't either, so I can't help, but Amber might help you. I don't know where you go to see the poll or to participate in the poll. Refresh your YouTube and the poll will show in the chat area. Okay, you heard Amber's advice. Refresh your YouTube and the poll will show in the chat area. Let me see. I'm on my laptop. I can't do it on the phone, but I'm going to refresh here and see what happens. Refresh YouTube. I don't see where I can refresh YouTube. I don't want to try to refresh because I don't know where to do it, and I don't want to hit something and lose what I have here. That would be bad. So, Amber, are you saying that if I just hit the YouTube at the very top of my screen, nothing will happen? Oh, not me. Okay, I won't do it then. She's telling me not to. All right, the rest of you can refresh YouTube and vote in the poll. She's putting in full caps in case I didn't see it the first time. I saw it. So refresh your browsers and vote. We actually should have a place in the poll where you could say you don't know. But I think we're going to ask you a 1-0 question, either yes or no. Oh, True Sleuth Amber says she can see the poll, but she can't see a no button. Are we slanting the poll? You can only say yes. Does anyone know where the jury is? If they're at, well, it depends. The jury could be in the jury box. For a long sidebar, the judges often tell the jury, this is going to take a little while. Why don't you go back into the jury room? You'll be more comfortable. It doesn't matter whether the jury's in their seats in the trial or back in the jury deliberation room. The point of the sidebar is the jury can't hear it. So third-party accusations, I didn't see the name of who asked that, and I'm not going to be able to find it here. I apologize on the phone. The question is not so much about fairness. The third party, fairness, it's not fair to a third party to have a name be mentioned. Oh, it's Christine, to have your name be mentioned as a possible murderer and have, maybe your name show up in the newspaper when really there's not much evidence or no evidence at all that you did anything. You can imagine what that would be like if it happened to you. So there's that element in this. But the major issue with regard to a defendant is the trial is supposed to be, is there enough evidence to prove this person did it? Not, hey, we've got somebody else out there who might have, because if there's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that A did it, that should be enough. And you don't bring in all this extraneous stuff, and it's extraneous to a trial to be bringing in all these other things. And what the defense is trying to do, obviously, they're trying to show there's a reasonable doubt, clearly, but they're also trying to confuse the case. Here comes the judge. Now let's see what he says. He's going to say, it's 4:03. We've had a long day. I'm letting you go, and we'll pick up tomorrow. Okay. So TX lady is saying 92% in the poll said enough evidence to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. If those were the numbers and you were the prosecutor, would you put on the case against Corey or just leave it, or for Corey, just leave it the way it is? Because of the
Based on this
risk
legal
that
issue that was just
that-
brought to my attention, I'm gonna give both sides until 10 p.m. tonight to find to brief this issue. I'm not sure that this is a state versus tier issue. I need more time to look at it. It would have been nice for somebody to put me on notice, but it is what it is. So I'm going to give
I
both
think the
sides until
defense
10 o'clock
again,
tonight to find a brief, and I will address it tomorrow morning. I'm going to bring the jurors in a little bit later. This will not slow down what our plans were for later this week. It may just be that there won't be a day off in between the end of the cases and summations. Can you ask the jurors to come out?
Judge, can I just ask what the issue that we're briefing is?
The issue of not telling the state of what you were about to elicit.
I knew it was her again. It's always her. She. Sorry, predicate nominative. It's always she. She was going to ask questions of this witness that the state had no idea she was going to ask. And maybe she's got documents or something, which would be a discovery issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize to you. I think from the beginning of this case, from day one, I've tried every single day I don't try to leave you in there for extended periods of time. I try to keep the case moving and try to deal with any legal issues outside the time frame of the court day. Unfortunately, there's something that was only just brought to my attention, so I didn't have the opportunity to do this in advance, and I'm going to need a little bit more time. So the reality is that I'm going to send you home for today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you back tomorrow morning. Instead of coming back here at 8 o'clock, I'm just going to ask for you to be here at 9 o'clock. That should give me enough time, even if I get you up by 9:30, it still gives me an hour here without you being here to get things done and put on the record, and then we'll get started back up. So I apologize to you for your time, for making you sit in there for a little bit longer. I'll bring you back tomorrow, 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock, and we'll continue on. Please don't discuss
You
this
should
case
bring
while
them
doing
donuts.
research. Don't try to figure out what the legal issues are. That's for me to do. Remember, you're the fact finders. It's my job to deal with the law. So I hope you have a nice night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have coffee in the jury room. He should buy them donuts. Linda says, when a male attorney does something, he's fighting for his client. When a female does it, she's killed for it. I'm an equal opportunity critic of this stuff. In fact, sometimes I'd even notice whether it's a he or a she that's doing it. In my classes in law school, I would be asked how many women were in the class, how many men. I would never have any idea. I would know I had both, but I had no idea what the division was. Ollie says she thinks, or he thinks, that the judge is pissed off. It isn't the first time that the defense has done it. By far not the first time. This isn't the first time they sprung something, without any advance notice.
For record purposes, due to a proffer that was provided based upon an objection by the state, research was done on state versus tier, which is 228 NJ 555, 2017 opinion. I'm not sure that state versus tier contemplated the scenario that we're.
This is what she used before, remember? Same case.
This type of evidence. So everybody knows what the proffer was. based upon what Ms. Mastalone said at sidebar. So that's the issue that I need to be briefed as to where we're going. And then I'll ask everyone to be back here at 8 a.m. and I will come out soon thereafter and I'll hear oral argument at that time. But again, submission
Okay.
to me by 10 o'clock tonight, no later. If it comes in at 10:01, I'm not accepting it. And we'll see where we are at that point in time.
You heard him. 8 a.m. tomorrow if you want to hear this argument. But state versus tier, we've already
Now,
heard about.
Attorneys at sidebar, please.
That's the case where she was going to ask a question and the state said, but we haven't heard anything about it. And she said, well, there's a case that says if it's not in writing, we don't need to tell you. Remember that? And the judge looked at the case and was surprised to find that the case supported her on discovery. So this is a different issue, evidently, but she's making the same claim. She didn't have to alert the state to it. He is really angry because she could have done both of these before this trial started. And it's outrageous that she waits until she's going to be questioning the defendant, the witness, before she alerts anyone. So now I have to be up even earlier tomorrow to hear this argument. So I'm not happy either. In fact, boy, am I not happy. But that's what this is. So that's where we are. I am going to do a wrap up today at, I guess, 5, although we probably do 4:30. But I guess we better stay at 5 since that's what I've been doing on what happened today. And that's it. And Miss Behaven said that Monica would be bleeding if the state did the same to her. In fact, the state couldn't do the same for her because the defense, the discovery issue in this case that allowed her not to alert the state is not something that the state could use against the defense. So, and TX said the state has as much right to see all the cards as the defense. That's true, but that's not what the case says in New Jersey. So, all right. Are there any questions? Otherwise, we are finished. And for those of you who want, come back at 5. And if you haven't, would you please hit like and hit subscriber? Neither of those cost money. Being a member does cost something every month, but the other two do not. And I think if you don't hit like, I'm going to decide that you sat through all of this and didn't like it, which seems to me to be not really, it's not a reasonable inference that I'm drawing, but it's the one I'm going to draw. Okay, Carolina Charter says, what happens to an attorney if the judge hates you? I don't think he hates her, but he does hate how she's operating. Actually, nothing, as long as she's operating within the rules. But if you need a favor, this is also true of attorney to attorney. If you need a favor, if you need a relaxation on something where the rules leave it in the discretion and the judge doesn't have to do it, or the other attorney can say yes or no, your life is going to be harder because they're going to say no. So, but otherwise, nothing. Can an employer fire an employee who misses too many days on jury duty? Depends on the state and what kind of protection a state statute gives. And in this case, they estimated, what did they estimate, a month or so? So they're not over that time. And so I think, I'm sure they're okay. That's why employees at very small companies, it's a 1-person operation or a 4-person operation, often can get out of jury duty because they can say, my employer will not let me take this much time off, even unpaid. The big companies will pay you for your time if you're on jury duty. A lot of them don't. It's also why juries often are, skewed towards people who are retired or homemakers who are not working outside the home, because their ability to sort of adjust is better than somebody who's working for a company and getting paid that way and is told you either show up or you lose the job. So, but it depends on the state. A lot of states have protection, but in fact, that's also probably not fair to the employer, which is why for small employers, the answer is often, okay, you don't have to serve. Because a small employer may be in a situation where they can't afford to pay you for a long period of time when they don't have people to cover. General Motors can manage, Amazon can manage, but some small concerns really would have trouble. Okay, one more question. I keep saying Corey is bald like Keith. Prosecutor purposely showed a picture of him. The man in the garage has camera, his hair like Paul. Yeah, and the prosecutor will use that in closing. That evidence didn't disappear at DOT because the niece of Keith's niece is giving a different picture of Corey. That all that evidence is still there. Okay. All right. 5 o'clock for those of you who are interested, 8 o'clock for those of you who are interested. And I'm going to say, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit hype or whatever they call it. And I'm going to say ciao a tutti.